sign it.
Reminds me of multiplayer games when you see somebody who just has no idea what they're doing, like they're attacking a wall or something. So in this case, we need to pick up the slack for the people who literally can't write their own name properly.
Yep.
That could be a lot. I've heard 10% minimum, 20% is better, 40% should be really safe. Or it would be, but we have a second problem.
That's kind of crazy, dude. 10% minimum, 20% accurate. Wow. Yeah, that's not good. We definitely need more people to be signing properly, but also just more people signing in general from the EU.
I've received several reports of people claiming to spoof signatures on the initiative site.
Yeah, this is bad, guys.
First off, I want to say that this is not a change.org petition.
Nope.
This is a government process. Spoofing signatures on it is a crime.
Yeah, it is illegal.
Please do not do this. They'll be checked later by the EU Commission, and my guess is the fake ones will get turned over to Europol or Interpol, and they'll follow up on this.
Yep. 100%.
If it's coming from America, Interpol is known to cooperate a lot with the FBI. Now, will they prosecute people on this? I have no idea.
That's a scary thought, bro, for the people that literally just thought they were doing something to help and didn't think very deep into it. Oh, that is a very scary thought.
Europe takes its political processes pretty seriously.
It does.
So I would think the more it's being spoofed, the more they might send law enforcement after people doing this. Again, I would not suggest doing this. It seems like a bad thing to risk going to prison over.
It is.
But the problem here is I am now in a complete fog as to how much this affects the initiative.
That is a very good point, bro. Everybody should be, because now we don't know. This is especially bad for him. The owner, the founder, the starter of this whole initiative. It is very bad because now he doesn't know how many signatures are actually active, right?
Now don't worry.
Here comes the problem.
None of this will invalidate the initiative. All legitimate signatures will still count.
True.
But that 1 million number, yeah, it might not be real.
Yeah, it's not real.
I think we have at least 600, 700,000 real signatures.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe it's just 1 or 2 people who tried it, and this is nothing to worry about. Or maybe it's a sophisticated botnet spoofing hundreds of thousands of signatures.
It also could be that. It could be a botnet, which that's a scary principle to think about as well, because that could be done in good faith, but it could also be done incredibly maliciously, right? For the people that don't want this initiative to pass, they could be sending a shit ton of bots to sign it to make it look like it's good to stop other people from signing it.
I have no clue. In fact, I noticed a few days ago, we were getting a good rise in the day European time, but then it would fall off a lot at night because people were going to bed.
That's good.
Now it seems like it's rising a lot through the night. So maybe most of this is an illusion now.
But I think that could also be to do with the fact that so many more people are talking about it and uploading videos about it. Even people like the Atman and Jacksepticeye, like huge voices, huge platforms are speaking up about this and trying to get people to sign it as well. So that could also be a good reason as to why.
We may not have won anything. I have to give credit where it's due. I was looking forward to reaching a safe margin and putting this behind me. But now I guess I have to keep this up until July 31st because now there's no such thing as a safe margin.
Exactly.
I have no idea what's real now. So for people who hate the initiative, you got me. This makes my life harder, and now I'm on the hook even longer.
Yeah, it's going to make it a very stressful month for this poor guy, dude.
I will be so happy for this campaign to end. Actually, if you're really good at data analysis, I'd say try to look at those first couple days around June 24th and 25th, especially when Moist Critical dropped his video. I remember seeing about a 5%
numbers, bro. 3.3 million views in 8 days is absolutely crazy.
Increase in signatures proportional to his views. So it might be safe to assume big YouTube views translate to 5% real signatures.
Wow.
Maybe you can figure out what our real margin needs to be. So yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that really does suck.
We'll just keep plodding away unless we can figure out what the safe numbers are. Sorry this isn't a big victory celebration. This is just kind of suspenseful and tense instead, and will probably hurt morale of people signing. You know how in World War II, the Japanese had soldiers entrenched in a bunch of Pacific islands? Except some of them never got the memo when the war ended in 1945.
Oh, bro, he's gonna say that's how he feels right now.
So they just stayed there for years, assuming the war was still on. That's kind of where I am right now, mentally.
Oh, man.
At least it all ends in a month. Okay?
Yeah, at least you have a final date on when you need to stop worrying about it and you can get your answers. Well, maybe not even get the answers, but when you need to stop worrying about just how many signatures you've got, because after July 31st, there can't be any more. So anybody that is watching this right now, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, if you believe in this initiative, I urge you, if you are from the European Union, If you're from Europe, go sign it. Go sign it. You can make a big difference. Just because the signatures are hit, technically, they're not. Signing it still makes a huge difference.
Hey, another announcement.
Okay.
We've gotten reports that some countries, I think Italy and Belgium especially, where sometimes the digital ID system didn't work.
What?
In those cases, I'd say either use the manual method, which we have instructions for on StopKillingGames.com, or you could try coming back in a few days and see if it's working.
Brother.
Another news item.
That fucking sucks.
I've been told someone has launched a cryptocurrency based on Stop Killing Games.
Don't. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so people are trying to capitalize off of this by doing a fucking rug pull meme coin. I hope this guy calls this out for what it is. That is scumbag fucking behavior. That is a scam. Surely.
It's dumbest timeline, guys.
Yeah.
Just so everyone's clear, that had nothing to do with us.
Okay, good.
I have no clue who would even want that. I'm sure it's a scam.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's all there is to it.
Good for him for calling it out. That's fucked up.
Something else to cover quick is I've heard a couple reports of people harassing pirate software. I feel like this goes without saying, but if it doesn't, no. Of course we do not endorse harassing it.
100%. To be completely and utterly fair here, I haven't personally, and this isn't saying it doesn't happen, of course it fucking does, especially to someone like Pyro. It's been happening for fucking years. Well, it's been happening for the past like year. I think calling him out on his bad practices is absolutely fine, and I think expecting him to take accountability is absolutely fine, but literally harassing and like threats to dox and shit is obviously never okay. It's just not okay, period.
I mean, I said in my response video, I wished him no ill will, and I meant that. You know why? When people's lives are better, they tend to be less inclined to foment some sort of revenge.
Yeah.
I'm taking on enough heat already without adding to the pile. I mean, I'm getting some crazies heading my way too.
Oh, though, absolutely, I bet.
Well, I can believe it's not as many.
Yeah.
I also pointed out last time, whatever damage Thor did to the campaign has been neutralized. So whatever happens is not on him anymore.
That is fair. I do think the damage that he did in the past, and it wasn't all due to him. That was obviously a misconception at the time. Obviously, it's not going to fall apart because of the one person. However, I don't want to give Pirate Software too much credit here, bro, because the thing is, I think he is an incredibly fucking smart person, but I think it would really make a lot of people look at him in a more accurate light, or a better light at least, if he just owned up when he fucked up. And I haven't seen that at all from him in the past year, bro. Whether it was the WoW stuff, because the biggest problem people had with him then was how he responded to that situation. Not the situation itself, but how he responded. And then this situation, again, people weren't well,
the joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable.
It's pretty hot in here. It's not just me.
a lot of people will have been mad that he said what he said, where it was like, I'm gonna actively tell people not to sign this petition, all because he misread some of it or didn't understand some of it. I think a big part of it is just owning up to it and apologizing for misunderstanding and saying, maybe I was wrong. Like, that'd go a long fucking way. He's smart, but he's also saying that he saved Stop Killing Games and that it was basically to get more attention to it. Show me where he said that and I'll believe it, but I've seen a lot of people bring that up and I don't think he has said that. And if he does say that, that is fucked up. That is stupid. That is obviously not what it was all about, because it went under the radar for a whole fucking year. That is trying to save face and letting your ego get in the way yet a fucking again.
Also,
I don't think he would have said that. Surely not.
I don't know what the hell everyone is up to either. This is a lot bigger than me. I can barely keep up with the campaign, let alone him or all the supporters. We do have moderators in our Discord trying their best, I've literally seen them ban someone suggesting bad action against others. Beyond that, I know very little and have even less control over what the rest of the internet is up to. I'm focused on the signatures. If Thor and I never bother each other again, that is just fine by me.
Absolutely.
I also don't hold them responsible for anything his fan base does.
Which is a good thing. More people should do that. At least you shouldn't hold people accountable for what their fan base does. If, number one, they take preventative measures, or here's the fucking big problem here, dude. If Thor literally says to his fan base, I'm advocating for you not to sign this petition, I think you're fine to hold him accountable for it. If I said to y'all, yeah, no, guys, don't go and sign this petition, and then in a year's time, it turned out it was actually a good thing and I just misunderstood it, then I can take accountability for that, right? That's the fucking important part.
I'm not a fan of collective punishment. And on the flip side, Stop Killing Games is a populist movement. That's the very definition of messy.
Yeah.
I can control that like I can control the weather. Oh, and speaking of barely keeping up, I've been having to play triage on emails and messages and prioritize the ones most critical for the campaign. So a lot of you are going to get a delayed response, but I should mostly catch up. Eventually.
Good stuff.
Okay, the final announcement.
Okay.
The UK government petition has cleared 100,000 signatures.
Hell yeah,
I suspect
brother.
these signatures are more legit.
Yeah, I think it's very, very difficult to actually go through the government website for the UK to be able to do something like
Though
that.
you can keep on signing it too as a safety margin.
For sure.
More
you
will
should.
not hurt anything. So what should we expect from this? I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, it's kind of a gray
I would
area
bet
right now,
money
dude.
on the EU initiative delivering something good if it passes. But the UK has been more about exhausting all options.
Yeah.
I will say whatever happens cannot be worse than the old answer from the Department of Media, Culture, and Sport.
Bro, I saw this. This was so fucked up. Does it read it out?
we get to leapfrog.
No, but
Old answer from
there are no
Department
plans
of-
to amend UK consumer law on disabling video games. Those selling games must comply with existing requirements in consumer law, and we will continue to monitor this issue.
Media, Culture, and Sport.
This whole thing was so
Yeah,
thrown there,
we get
bro.
to leapfrog over this garbage.
Yeah.
This really is recycled garbage.
It really was.
Remember, we tried to launch this last year, and they gave us an answer that was so bad, it was rejected by the petitions committee, and they told government to try again because this didn't answer the question. But then Parliament was
Christ.
dissolved. And when it came back and we relaunched again, we got the same answer copied and pasted into the new one, just rearranged a little bit. Part of me suspects all action in the UK has been held up by one grumpy bureaucrat in the department.
Yeah.
Well, now we can ignore that
believe
crap and
that.
head straight to Parliament. I mean, they cannot do worse than this. A member of Parliament could sneeze on the petition and that would not be a worse answer. And that's the one guaranteed
I like this guy, bro.
thing we'll get out of this, which is answers.
Yeah, true.
Now, for those of you wanting to juice this further,
Yep.
it's been brought to my attention there's a page for finding out who your member of Parliament is if you want to reach out and
Yeah,
tell
this
them,
is for UK
yes,
people.
bring this up in Parliament. I'd say, yeah, that could help. But that absolutely is more work than signing your name, so I'm keeping my expectations in check.
For sure.
There's a link in the description of this video.
Nice.
Okay, that's
stuff,
it.
man.
Just keep pushing.
Keep pushing,
Now we're in the
baby.
fog.
Hopefully this works, and hopefully it can be something that actually passes in the future. That would be very, very nice. I do have good hopes for it, but I don't know, bro. It's a scary time. Scary time for that guy. I feel bad.
How do you like me now? Don't get too comfortable. Time to shine. Sure. Let's make this quick.
There is this really weird idea floating around, especially in the gacha space, that if you genuinely love a game, if you spend time with it, enjoy playing it, then you just cannot criticize it. And honestly, that is probably one of the most baffling misconceptions out there when it comes to what I do.
After a quick glance over at Steam charts at the time of adding pay-to-win mechanics, and today, active player base certainly has increased. So, does that mean that it was a good move? Well, for your average forum that's all the proof you need, really. But I think we can do better than some middle-aged Care Bear with the IQ of a slug. So let's take a closer look at the timeline month by month. March 2024. The first Titan Targoid can be killed with a notable player influx seen on average, with the peak player count reaching almost 8,000 on Steam alone. April 2024. Power Play 2 is announced as the long-in-the-works rework for existing feature from 2023. But more importantly, pay-to-win ship packages as well as FOMO-driven early access new ships are announced, first of which Python Mark II is released. Despite the new ship being available to FOMO suckers, the player numbers only jump a little on the day of its release. However, this is very temporary. May. Frontier stock rises thanks to Planet Coaster going for $2 sale, leading to the second biggest peak in the player numbers since its launch. June. Nothing of note takes place. July. FDev releases F1 24. It has worse numbers than the first F1 game, but leagues better than the abysmal last year's Squirt. More relevantly, Elite Dangerous kept on sliding downwards in player counts, almost reaching the all-time lowest player count on Steam this month. Here I'd like to think that Elite players are not as easily distracted or gullible as Star Citizen fans, and thus releasing a new ship is only momentary distraction. August. FDev shares rise, only to quickly fall, likely due to F1 release at the end of the month. For Elite, Type 8 is released for FOMO sims, while Python 2 releases for everyone to unlock through in-game cash. Due to this, on Steam, Elite sees a decent player influx. Also, Elite starts promoting and working with Just About, a company we'll talk about a little bit later. September. Again, nothing of note takes place. October. Mandalay is released for FOMO sims and colonization is announced. November. Planet Coaster 2 releases, and it doesn't go well, even to this day. As for Elite, Type 8 is unlocked for every player, and more importantly, Power Play 2 releases and is a relative success. For the first time, Elite peak player count reaches above 10,000 on Steam, a number not seen since Odyssey expansion release. And as a bonus, Elite goes free to keep on Epic again for 4 months through Twitch Prime. Overall, you could say that this was a real turning point for Elite Dangerous since the failure of Odyssey. December. The very last Titan Targoid is explodinated. Cobra 5 releases to FOMO sims, Elite celebrates 10 years, and I release my only dedicated Elite video in this period, for obvious reasons. And as a minor surprise, Elite Community Manager finally gets active on Reddit. January 2025. Frontier releases interim financial report. This will be important later. February 2025. Mandalay releases to everyone, not just the FOMO sims. Development roadmap for 2025 is released, but more importantly, the colonization update sees the light of day at the end of the month. March. Colonization continues to push player numbers, reaching nearly 7,000 average and 13,000 peak player count on Steam alone. These numbers Elite only saw before Odyssey and speak volumes of what actually matters to the players. Still, colonization is not as well received or as well developed update as Power Play, which later months would reflect. April. Cobra 5 releases to everyone. Corsair is released for FOMO sims, and colonization rose-tinted glasses are worn out. You start to see more and more critique being laid upon colonization and Power Play, which is reflected in decreasing player rates. And finally, May 2025. Vanguards get properly announced, a system reworking squadrons, a guild system essentially. While Frontier development stocks rise by a relatively incredible amount, thanks solely to the Jurassic World 3 announcement alone. But in the big picture, their stock still looks like this. So then, what are the main takeaways for Elite Dangerous after introduction of more pay-to-win and FOMO, the malicious and abusive exploitative methods? Well, number one, players only momentarily notice these new paid early access, otherwise known as FOMO ship packages, and don't really stick around. In fact, the very opposite might be true. Number two, this very nearly was the worst year for Elite Dangerous according to Steam charts. Number three, players will at mass return to the game with new or reworked old content, as long as it's above okay, like for example Power Play and Colonization Showcase. Number four, Frontier's own financial reports indicate that the company might just be recovering financially as well as stock-wise. Now, here I have to emphasize that by no means I'm a financial advisor, and it's only my best attempt at explaining and understanding things and what we are seeing. Like, for example, stock increase in May. Both third-party reports as well as my own timeline explains this change. So then, did Elite Dangerous need to lean into FOMO and pay to win to save the game, the whole company, or whatever the fuck Kool-Aid chugging middle-aged dipshits on Frontier Forum claim every time you criticize this move? Or was this a cynical and further goodwill and gameplay ruining short-term move that Yamix was pissing and shitting about a year ago? Well, let's take a closer look then, shall we? Alright, then let's take a look at the impact of these pay-to-win and FOMO packages. Now, your casual forum dad will look at the anti-Xeno bundle, for example, and simply see the stupidest build ever made. And yes, these ships as well as parts on them, even though they showcase as well their jumpstart for something, are in fact trash. And in fact, all these packages are like this. Really, really bad builds. So they can't be pay-to-win, right? And yeah, if you have a thinking of a 5-year-old. But in reality, you pay money and you get a functional in-game item instantly. No manner of mental gymnastics will change the fact that that's the advantage. Even if you are getting the bad build, you are getting it and its parts instantly through exchange of money. But hey, if that, for some inexplicable reason, did not register as unfair advantage thanks to real-world money, how about no rebuy cost for these purchased ships with real money as an extra? So yeah, I'm not gonna go and re-explain everything about pay-to-win or how it works. For the full detail and logic and explanation, reasoning and more, go check out my full explainer, please. If you really want to engage in any kind of a dialogue and not just post retarded comments like, well, there's no winning in Elite, so it's not pay-to-win. The main question we have to talk about really is how big of an impact this monetization has had on the game since. Now, gameplay-wise, it's just legitimizing cheating. As long as you open your wallet, you'll always do better than if you didn't, be that for PvP or PvE. However, it is hard to quantize how much or how little effect this kind of a pay-to-win has. But what is undeniable, that it has an effect. Otherwise, why would companies sell it and people would buy it? Well, if it barely has any kind of advantage for paying money, what's the harm? Yeah, so this fuck you got mine attitude is what allows every game to get worse and worse. The enshittification is the term you're looking at. I also call it a gamer apathy. The problem with pay-to-win is multinomous. First, obviously, it gives extra power to the player, be it saved time or outright resources, which, bottom line, is unfair and legitimized cheating. Second, it normalizes selling the functional parts of the game more and more. And despite it being a slippery slope, in games industry, we've seen that this is far too common for monetization to only get worse. Third, because you already paid money for it, pay-to-win now has sunk its fangs into the game for good, and without drastic refunding, simply cannot be removed anymore. Otherwise, developers would face lawsuits. Fourth, it packages already existing parts of the game and sells it back to the player, which at best can be called lazy and greedy, and at worst showcases just how little developers think of the customer base. At least with cosmetics, as lazy and overpriced they are, you get something new, something exclusive, but with pay-to-win, usually all you get is the same stuff, and all you pay for is skipping playing the game. Oh, and fifth, pay-to-win either forces a normal game to become more grindy, or capitalizes on game design already existing and being grindy, for the saving time advantage to work in the first place. Now, even if you don't care about how these packages impact the gameplay, the fact that developers are reselling the part of the game to you again honestly feels disgusting, lazy, and more so manipulative, especially thanks to the way it's positioned in marketing. Oh, jumpstart with Mamba! Oh, jumpstart with Cobra! And I'm not even discussing just how bad these ship builds get. Yet, they are presented as jumpstart trading, mining, etc. And this is not just about the company or the developer making a bad move. It can also be about you, the customer, being complicit in it. Now here's the thing, I get it. When you don't know what the pay to win is, or FOMO, how they operate and what effect they have on the game, or you as a customer, you can be forgiven for, defending it. However, once you learn what they do and how they operate, how they trick you, and still support it, especially to a few of my fellow creators in the audience, do you even like games? Do you even like gaming? Why do you accept your favorite game, or even a game you like, getting worse? Do you realize that you're normalizing abusive and manipulative monetization practices alongside the company? Those of you defending, or even worse, buying these ship packages, you realize you are complicit in games getting worse. You are part of that enshittification process. You realize that, right? I really try not to insult the viewer, but we have to recognize that it's not just the company that makes the bad move fully at fault. Yes, the company is mainly the one to blame, but the simps or any kind of enablers are complicit in this enshittification. No, but Mix, come on. Front-end developments have to make some money somehow, or else the game dies. And this sort of a defense statement I got even from my fellow creators, who honestly should know better. The whole either we support or hell even just tolerate this sort of a monetization practice, or the game dies, is a genuinely retarded false dichotomy. See, when people first saw these pay-to-win packages, some of them jumped to the conclusion that, well, if they have to start selling ships, then, well, the company must be doing poorly. And this really is the best of a bad situation. It has to be done. And to that I say, you're fucking wrong. Now, we'll delve into Frontier's financials a little bit later, but even without knowing the specifics about this, instantly jumping to, well, developers have to eat too, is a laughable way to fool yourself into thinking that you're saving someone's job, rather than the company wanting to make maximum profit out of you. And besides, this is gaming. Let's be frank here, most companies tend to start small with monetization at first and then just ramp it up until one day it becomes a norm. Well, you can say that, well, hey, it's a slippery slope, but let's remember, cosmetics have become a complete norm. Hell, even pay to win in many degrees, like for example XP boosters, have become commonplace. Still, even if it was a Hail Mary, we accept pay to win or the game dies. Now tell me, would you be happy to see your favorite space game potentially, which is not guaranteed either, to survive as a worsening experience, or remaining stalwart to be as good as it is, but die? Now sure, while Yemix is an extremist fundamentalist, I think that many people would agree that dying a hero than living long enough to become a villain is much more preferable, because at the end of the day, we do remember the good games and curse the bad ones. Besides, how can you claim that you love games and gaming when the only other alternative to pay to win you see is even a worse option? That's how far these dipshits are willing to go to justify these bad decisions. And I thought I was the negative asshole saying, well, you can do better. But then comes these idiots claiming, well, it could have been worse. Rather than hoping, asking, or demanding for something better, something that would benefit everyone, you resort to shit like this. Either pay to win or the game dies. Either pay to win or subscription model. Oh, and just remember that developers need to eat too. Oh, bitch, please! You know very well that this is a fucking lie. One glance over at Frontier Development's public financial reports will prove that notion wrong. So let's not beat around the bush. This move for Elite Dangerous was made to squeeze more profitability out of existing customers, which would be fine if it actually offered any proper value reflecting the effort and quality of the content they're selling. But no, at best, they are legitimizing cheating with a flip of a switch. Hooray! Seriously, how can anyone be happy about this? But hopping back to the whole, either we accept further manipulative and worsening monetization or let the game die. The genuine clowns who spew this line of thinking fail to see the infinite possibility. And honestly, rather than dancing around the topic until you, my dear viewer, get what I'm implying, I'll just come out and say it. What about, instead of selling pay-to-win packages and FOMO access for extra profit, you make another fucking expansion with content that reflects the value and effort you put in it, and sell it? Say, for example, Odyssey Part 2, or something entirely new, like for example, Ship Interior Expansion. Oh, you don't like that option because Odyssey flopped and it was too big for development scale. Well, alright then, here's an option number 4. What about something smaller that does not require an engine overhaul? Say, something as simple and small as, oh, I don't know, a story expansion. Some voice lines, some guided quest chains, and maybe at the end of it you get a cool cosmetic as a reward for completion. That's an easy thing to churn out. And remember, these are just 2 other options in the sea of many. Hell, I guarantee there would be people, myself included, that would buy Elite Dangerous again, offline, if it was a standalone version of the game, even if it included 100 systems, maybe even 10. These are 5 options, not just 2. The whole dipshit, either we accept crap or the game dead. False dichotomy bullshit. The limiting imagination of these clowns who swallow the company line without so much as questioning it is the reason why microtransactions and general shitification of our games, at least partly, happens. Oh, it's not so bad. Oh, it will keep them afloat. Oh, it will trickle down. Like the semen on your back after Reagan is done fucking.
Want some more?
This acceptance of bad practices and slow degradation, especially for the games that didn't launch with these things and later only added
This'll
them,
be painful.
truly pisses me off. Which is why I loathe pay to win, even if the perceived advantage is so minuscule. Now, what pay to win and FOMO are cheap and lazy ways to squeeze the customers for more money without offering any kind of real value in turn, which is why it's even more insulting than a $5 ship skin that is simply just a recolor. We have to push against this sort of a crap. The company is not your friend, and running free PR for them is just one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. And I will rally against it at every opportunity I possibly can these days. So, if you support my holy crusade in this fundamentalism, come join me on Patreon. Oh, and here's a conspiracy theory. About 2 years ago, David Braben stepped down as CEO of the company, letting Johnny Watts take the reins. And I wonder if this new push to squeeze more profitability out of existing players didn't come from his wish to make the company's properties overall more profitable. Because you see, in this time, Planet Coaster 2, F1 24 released, and Jurassic World 2 got so many content-filled DLCs for decent prices, while for Really Dangerous they didn't seem to know what to do really. So they decided to go the least resistance and resell the existing gameplay, rather than offering any quality content for the asking price. They simply recooked yesterday's pizza and told customers, oh, here's our new product, fresh from the oven. Seriously,
blind spots.
how could this not be insulting? But returning to Elite Dangerous, in this time Elite managed to regain a lot of active players, so this pay-to-win shit must have worked out somehow, right? Well, despite the manipulative and exploitative squeezing of the player's wallet, it delights me to see that it was not the FOMO ships or subsequent pay-to-win ship packages that brought people back to the game. In fact, if the early readings were right, they turned off people almost enough for Elite to sink to the new Steam charts low numbers, despite briefly jumping up with Python 2 release. No, the real reason why we see Elite Dangerous rejuvenated more than ever after abysmal Odyssey launch is because of the 2 real content updates that didn't feature any FOMO or pay to win and instead offered something new and interesting. Powerplay 2.0, a reworked and improved old mechanic of the game, and Colonization, a whole new gameplay mechanic. And I'm glad to see my suspicions confirmed that no one cares that much for the new ships. Sure, they are really nice to have, but what rules over everything is gameplay. The gameplay is king. Hell, as Powerplay 2 proved, you don't even need new gameplay, just need to make the old one better. And that is kilometers ahead of any new shiny jingling key. I've always said that I'm willing to pay good money for a good game. Expansion, or hell, even DLC. Now, for example, if Odyssey was actually given the time and development it needed, and rather than charted out from Frontier's anus in 2021's fiscal end-of-year deadline, it could have been, hell, maybe even great for all of us. Just imagine, no console cancellation and quality content, even if there wasn't that much of it. As long as it was developed well and reflected the asking price, I, the cynical piece of shit, would have nothing more than to say, well, there could have been more. And that's what you want. Fans liking what you made, you pricing it accordingly, and what a surprise, they want more. This is also why the recent pay-to-win and FOMO methods are so blatantly greedy and malicious. They offer nothing of substance, yet expect to return a profit. It's insulting, not only to you and me, but to the hard-working developers who have to maintain this, following management's shitty decisions. And as for the snarky wankers claiming, well, they had to push pay-to-win for Power Play 2 and colonization to release. To that I say, bullshit. First of all, colonization was a cut feature from Odyssey, while Power Play 2 was planned already, and probably was partially, if not fully, developed way before the new wave of abusive mechanics were coming down the pipe. So now with 2 decent content updates, player base is returning, and the current dev team has garnered some goodwill, especially from me, believe it or not. I want these people to recognize that quality work, even if it is some old rework of an old gameplay, is still a way forward. And hell, if you find a way to monetize it as a DLC or expansion, it's far more preferable and fair than tricking and manipulating its customers into shelling out cash for something that's really not worth it and ruining the game in the process. But hold on, was it a failure? Well, now we have to take a look at the money side of things, and here I fear it gives a different lesson to the Frontier, a far worse one for the future. But before we jump into the Frontier stocks and financial reports, I just wanted to mention their recent and increased partnership with a company called Just About. Now, you've probably seen them or similar companies post theme-based competitions with minor cash prizes for the games they've been hired to promote. That's what they do. A free promotion with a little bit of contest. Now, rather than your typical marketing company, these guys post a contest with cheapest prizes possible to drum up community effort for the marketing material. Frankly, I find this type of marketing to be pretty scummy that banks on unwitting community fans and creators to literally do the job they are hired to do in the first place. But hey, it's voluntary. And another scummy marketing tactic these guys are employing is making marketing promotions disguised as genuine articles about the game. Now let's say like this one. Clearly there's nothing wrong with it, it's just a cool positive article about the game. Sure, but the writer Alex here works for Just About, who's been hired by Frontier to make these contests, which makes me question the genuineness of these articles. But hey, since nowhere in these articles it's written that it's sponsored by Frontier, I bet it's just a goodwill of the writer to make these super positive, almost PR-like articles, right? But the bottom line is, these articles pretend to be journalistic pieces, but in reality they end up just being nothing more than current-day games journalism incarnate, where sponsorships are undisclosed, line towing is frequent, and fake positivity drumming up articles are spammed all over the place. And it all just reminds me quite a lot of this.
That's the news. That's an ad. That's the news. That's an ad. That's the news. That's an ad. That's an ad. That's the new. Oh no, wait, that's an ad for cat food. My bad.
Now, Just About are using scummy tactics, sure, but as for marketing agency, well, frankly, they're being rather clever. And unlike typical games journalists, at least it's not too hard to realize that every article coming from their staff or the contest is nothing more than an ad and a PR piece. However, Frontier's choice to hire these guys, well, now that just smells desperate and pathetic, yet still better what they did to their own partnered creator program. So, if nothing else, hopefully now you know that anything coming from Just About is just a cynical ad, and if you still choose to participate in their so-called contests, just know that you're working for scraps that someone else is laughing his way to the bank, because I guarantee Frontier paid them pretty well.
Stonks.
Alright, and it's time to quickly delve into Frontier Development stocks and see how the prices had changed before we jump into the financial reports. Now, the first spike in the last 12 months has been around the start of August, where F124 released and Elite Dangerous got the Python 2 unlocking for everyone, while Type 8 was releasing for FOMO simps. However, the average stock price kept on dropping until November, when Planet Coaster 2 releases, and is a disaster in critical reception, and likely the reason why stocks immediately dropped and continued to drop afterwards. Until the very recent announcement of Jurassic World 3, which relatively skyrocketed Frontier Dev's stock. And you'll see why, out of all the Frontier titles, Jurassic World is so important. Still, outside of Elite Dangerous, the most played game in Frontier's own repertoire is Planet Zoo, and that one feels more like a cornerstone to the value of the company today, at least in the active player base. So now let's take a look at what Frontier themselves has to show and tell for their own finances. As of time of making, even though Frontier closes their fiscal end of year in May 31st, we only have interim reports from January 2025, which, while not providing a full picture, will give us at least some general conclusions. Now, the first takeaways as you read the general statement compared to the last year's report is overall profits are down, but very slightly so, which seems to be caused by greater expenses. Since we're focusing on Elite Dangerous, here's what Frontier had to say about it. Outside of CMS games, Frontier's genre-leading space simulation game Elite Dangerous, which celebrated its 10th anniversary in December, achieved substantial increase in revenue in this period through new story elements and release of both free and chargeable content. With new story elements and ships, Elite Dangerous revenue from both the base game and paid downloadable content grew versus comparative period, with PDLC sales almost doubling through the strong player engagement. So that massive increase definitely comes from the pay-to-win and FOMO ship packages, as expected. Also, according to this revenue, about 31% of the revenue overall is brought in by the paid DLC, otherwise known as microtransactions. But what is interesting is the figure of almost doubling the profits. Now, for context, in most games with microtransactions, the revenue split between the game sales and said cosmetics or other microtransactions usually look like this. Now, generally, it's said to be about 50 to 90% extra revenue is coming from people buying cosmetics and battle passes, or functional parts of the game, aka pay to win, like XP boosters, instant access to stuff, and more. Also, it's very important that we don't forget who is buying these microtransactions. Now, it is estimated that only about 5 to 20% of the player base actually purchases them. So over half of the game's revenue is supplied by minority, let's be frank here, whales and problem spenders. So in terms of Elite Dangerous, even though Frontier does not share the data of PDLC versus game sales, we can only guesstimate. But for a long-in-the-tooth Elite, I'd not be surprised if cosmetics and now pay-to-win would not comprise of 70% of revenue for the game overall. In fact, Frontier showed up this chart, and as you can see, there's a first strong bump on the Python 2 release at the end of April, then again a similar spike on Type 8 release at the end of August, and a massive jump in November with Mandalay release, Powerplay 2, and 10-year anniversary. So then that means the pay-to-win and FOMO ship packages were a great success.
It's over.
Sure? If we look at Elite in a vacuum, and we also conveniently close our eyes and ignore the fact that microtransactions are tailored to exploit, and yes, exploit the small fraction of the customer base. I don't know what kind of a piece of shit you have to be to think that it's alright your favorite game survives by milking people with problem spending just so you can happily do your space pew-pew. But I certainly am not okay with this shit. But let's return to the report itself. Now, doubling of microtransaction profits is great enough if you're a piece of shit, but that's Elite in a vacuum alone. Let's take a look at some other funny charts they reported in their report for a fuller picture. And here's a somewhat nondescript chart for each of their individual games. As you can see, Jurassic World games are the highest and fastest earners, hence the stock jump just a few weeks ago at a mere announcement of the game. Also from this you can gather the console launch brings in for every single title a noticeable jump in profits. So yeah, my console peasant brothers and sisters, ignoring you cost developers dearly. Anyways, you might be wondering, why is Elite missing? Well, maybe it's because it's
swear
not
on
that
my
bad of a
blade.
game. Or maybe that they might be just simply embarrassed of how poorly it's performing. As you scroll down a little bit lower, it reveals overall revenue for franchises. And this is where we see Elite Dangerous join the bunch. And yeah, you can see the flattening line right after Odyssey launched. Yet imagine if Odyssey wasn't shit, what mutually beneficial time would have it been? Well, anyways, here we actually see the result of pay to win and FOMO pushing. Now I'll show it's a notable uptick compared to new game releases or hell, even expansion releases for rest of them. The short-term money-grubbing attempt is poor showing, despite apparently doubling the microtransaction revenue. Gameplay is king, and good gameplay is reflected both in value for the player as well as the company, both in the amount of players playing as well as just profits. Now lazy greedy bullshit on the other hand is only short-term gains. Now sure, these charts are very relative, but at least you can see the effect and not just claim that in vacuum it was a good move, because it wasn't. Also, does anyone want to claim that Elite is the title that still holds up Frontier as a company, so that's why they needed to squeeze their customers so much? While all other Frontier games got content and gameplay-filled DLCs, Elite, maybe because it was just the lowest earner, was given the horrible treatment of manipulating and tricking its customers for extra profiting, rather than truly giving a quality content release. And I seriously doubt it was just because it was an online live service title. Well, whatever the case, there's also another thing that we should remember. These reports, well, they can't really be trusted either. Not only they try to omit information about Elite Dangerous because it's the lowest earner, but this year the best example of Frontier's, shall we call it, misleading of their investors comes from the horrible launch of Planet Coaster 2. Now financially it certainly made a bump. Frontier's quick to mention they sold over 400,000 units in the opening month, yet as their own charts show, it's not as a large bump as Planet Coaster 1 was. Because yeah, it was a pretty bad release. Now for example, when it comes to notably bad reviews, Frontier claims, achieve #1 Steam charts position at launch. Critic reviews are good, but we have work to do with our player community. Reviews are good? You mean these game journalist reviews? The same zero credibility industry shields? Oh,
No.
but that's not all. Significant sales of the predecessor Planet Coaster 1 in December provides a great upsell opportunity, especially in China. In other words, Planet Coaster 2 was so poorly developed and released that the people rather went out to buy the first game instead. How embarrassing. So, yeah, oh, and this is not the first time Frontier was boosting their own shareholders. Remember F123? The game did so poorly, everyone including Frontier tries to forget it. When the financial report released for that one, these Brits were abusing their own language harder than a BDSM team, just to not make it sound like a total disaster. Seriously, go check out those reports of the day, they are hilarious. And so, what's the lesson in all of this? Well, let's just spell it out for you and sometimes. Pay to win and FOMO in the short-term game at the expense of goodwill and making gameplay worse, and no one will be sticking around for it. Instead, gameplay and genuine quality content will keep people around and raise new interest. And yes, you can monetize it as well. Frontier are not about boosting their own shareholders. Elite Dangerous for Frontier is still the lowest earner out of all of their IPs, despite having second most active player base. Jurassic World is where's the money at. Planet Coaster 2 was a fuck-up.
No.
Console launch for every of their games netted a great deal of profit. The company by the name of Just About are using scummy but effective tactics, which makes them honestly a pretty decent marketing firm. Oh, and microtransactions bring about 50 to 70% of games revenue. Oh, and let's not forget that about 5 to 20% of the player base actually buys the microtransactions in the first place. Alright, so then let's circle back to the original question. Did release of Pay to Win and FOMO shifts help or harm the company, the game, the players? For the company, well, it seems like a drop in a bucket. For overall profitability, even an extra dollar or a pound is worth it, of course, right? But compared to release of even a bad game like Planet Coaster 2, which apparently brought in 22% of their revenue, really does not compare in the slightest, it seems. So for this, they could have taken it or left it. For the game, no, pay to win always means that the game has to get worse in order to facilitate it. It also legitimizes cheating as long as you open the wallet, of course, offering nothing in value in return. And all the while the new ships with their FOMO early access have to be made OP, or at least very powerful and capable. Otherwise, why would you buy it if, let's say, Dolphin or Type 10 would be released today in the same way? So the game gets more power creepy and unbalanced. So for the quality of the product, it's a strong no. As for the players, the only people benefiting from and defending these ship packages are either those who don't know how these manipulative and exploitative microtransactions work, or people who understand how they work, hate the game and gaming in general, yet somehow still play it. While at the same time being happy that your spacey shipping game is funded through tricking and exploiting tendencies in a minority group of your fellow players. Seriously, there's not a single person who understands what pay-to-win is, still buys or defends it, and thinks that it's for the betterment of the game, for its future or overall gameplay. So overall, again, it's a strong no. So then, if adding more of manipulative and exploitative microtransactions to the game results only in worse game and worse player value, only netting a little bit more cash overall from the already misleading microtransaction shop, why put it in? Well, the only real answer I have for you is short-term gains with reckless abandon. What a surprise, a corporate company is doing corporate company things. But I don't know, maybe I thought better of Frontier to a degree. And you know, it's kind of funny that once in LaveCon, back in the day when I visited UK, I once jokingly asked one of the developers right in front, well, what if you put in loot boxes in Elite? And the answer I got was swift, immediate, and super serious no. And you know, I was kind of glad to hear that they actually have some standards, actually know what's going on, and what abusive bullshit that is. But over the years, they've been sliding down further and further into abusive territory. It all started with the addition of cosmetics almost from the get-go of the game, and I didn't speak up because I didn't know better. But once I learned more and more, and once they introduced the ARX points especially, obscuring actual value, and if you didn't know, Elite Dangerous actually sold microtransactions for actual value currencies listed on the page. But now there's ARX points, the monopoly points, to obscure and mislead you from how much you're actually spending. I criticized that, and now we have this. And I have to speak out again. Now, thankfully, there was a little bit of light in that dark tunnel in the form of Power Play 2 and colonization doing so well to bring back so many people to the game, and all of it without exploiting, tricking, and manipulating players, that I truly encourage more of this. Sure, you can do better, but for the start, this is really nice. Do more of this. And hell, find a way to make another expansion for Elite, or anything that does not include FOMO or pay-to-win bullshit. Hell, give us an offline mode game and mod support. I'll buy that in a blink of an eye. Elite can still do, and these developers behind the scenes have showcased that they can deliver something that even I deem not good, but above okay and decent. So if there's only one takeaway from today's rant, stop this bullshit pay-to-win garbage and make good content. People will even spend money for it, as long as it reflects the quality and effort. After all, it was the main reason why Odyssey failed.
Here's a taste
It wasn't
of
the
the
price,
abyss.
even the amount of content, but the quality. So please, stop this exploitative shit for fuck's sakes. Do not ruin further the good momentum you have. And then again, yet every time I glance on Twitter/X, I see Elite Dangerous hawking the pay-to-win bullshit package. But anyway, if you agree, do drop a like and maybe a subscribe. And more importantly, well, share this with pretty much everyone you can find. Hell, even the game-hating forum dads. Or if you can get the ear of the developers, them too. Elite still can do a lot with little staff and effort given. And now I'm actually interested to see where they go because of Power Play and colonization. Also, if you too despise pay-to-win and these horrible industry practices, drop a buck or two on my Patreon. Say fight against this shitty PR practice. Your support really does help me, and more importantly, it does keep my ass in check and motivates me to dispel this bullshit, both in the game journalism as well as the PR speak from the company. Oh, and I think it's pretty clear, but if you ever wondered why I'm shitting on the league, citizens are pretty much every other game out there, or whatever the fuck the forum dads are claiming I do these days, well, regardless, remember, my loyalty are to you, you beautiful fuckers. You keep the vitriol going. I'm glad to continue to follow this bullshit. So, please support me. or just simply watch, in which case it works. So then, here's to you, you beautiful fuckers, and as for Elite Dangerous, well, I guess the colonization and power play makes me want to see where this whole thing goes and what the new dev team really is doing. And hey, there are a few extra ships now to review as well, so look forward to that. However, on the side, still pushing the pay to win is kinda souring the taste of pretty much anything remotely good they're doing. So at this point, we'll see where it goes from now on.
Could you join? Ja, дай им Horse Armor. Nie. Co daje?
Already talked about stop killing games, but this isn't just about coverage, it's about momentum. And I'm gonna be real with you, this movement matters because these games matter to someone. Battleforge was the game for me. Maybe the game for you was The Crew, or maybe Halo Online, or something even more obscure. Something you can't play anymore, not because it was bad, but because someone flipped the switch. So yeah, this petition, it deserves your 2 minutes. If you're in the EU, all you need is your ID. And I get it. Signing the petition won't bring back every dead game. But if EA, of all companies, can be the good guy for once, then maybe the bar isn't as high as some people pretend it is to do the right thing. That's it. See ya. EA had something to say. After all, I am being attacked by a mosquito, and I am not liking my situation right now.
in the water. It is gone. Cannot play that game anymore. If you spent money on it, rip your money. You rented the game license. Stop Killing Games is here to prevent that. For live service games, for single player games, for all games. It's great. You can watch the previous video to get more details on that. However, the Stop Killing Games European Citizens Initiative has been smashed. It required 1 million signatures. It now has almost 1.2 million. We won! Except we didn't. It's not over. The UK initiative has passed 100,000 signatures, which was the requirement. And although the European Citizen Initiative has passed over 1.15 million signatures, it is not enough. I'm going to show you all why. Because Accursed Farms, the creator of the Stop Killing Games initiative, made a video explaining why. And I had a feeling this was going to be the case. A lot of people basically faked signatures or used a VPN from like the US to do a signature on the European initiative, which is obviously going to void the signature. It's not allowed. So more EU people still need to sign this initiative. I am going to let him speak because he does have a lot more updates, and I've only seen like the first minute of this video to know about it. So let's let him chat and see what he has to say.
I have some announcements on Stop Killing Games.
Hell yeah, brother.
And I'm going to be looking away a lot because my mind tends to go blank when I look into the camera, and I don't want to memorize this.
Understandable.
Okay, the breaking news. The European Citizens Initiative has crossed 1 million signatures.
Which is already phenomenal, by the way. It is a very good thing.
Except it hasn't.
Yeah.
This is going to kill morale, but there are two things going on here. The first we knew was coming. Every time somebody makes a mistake when they sign the initiative, their signature gets invalidated. So that means we need more signatures to make up for everybody's mistakes.
See, what I would like for the websites here to do, though, the tracking websites, that's tracking how many signatures the initiative gets, is when they realize that a signature has made a mistake and it stops recognizing it, remove it from the total count so people know and have transparency on how many more signatures are actually required, right? I don't think that's happening. I could be wrong, but yes, only EU people can sign it.
Reminds me of multiplayer games when you see somebody who just has no idea what they're doing, like they're attacking a wall or something. So in this case, we need to pick up the slack.
Mm-hmm. 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 What can I say here? Ridiculous.
We've got new stock in today. Come take a look.
Hey. I needed to check it yesterday. And I can't go there until I... Well...
For the people who literally can't write their own name properly.
Yep.
That could be a lot. I've heard 10% minimum, 20% is better, 40% should be really safe. Or
wow.
It would be, but we have a second problem.
That's kind of crazy, dude. 10% minimum, 20% accurate. Wow. Yeah, that's not good. We definitely need more people to be signing properly, but also just more people signing in general from the EU.
I've received several reports of people claiming to spoof signatures on the initiative site.
Yeah, this is bad, guys.
First off, I want to say that this is not a change.org petition.
Nope.
This is a government process. Spoofing signatures on it is a crime.
Yeah, it is illegal.
Please do not do this. They'll be checked later by the EU Commission, and my guess is the fake ones will get turned over to Europol or Interpol, and they'll follow up on this.
Yep. 100%.
If it's coming from America, Interpol is known to cooperate a lot with the FBI. Now, will they prosecute people on this? I have no idea.
That's a scary thought, bro, for the people that literally just thought they were doing something to help and didn't think very deep into it. Oh, that is a very scary thought.
Europe takes its political processes pretty seriously.
It does.
So I would think the more it's being spoofed, the more they might send law enforcement after people doing this. Again, I would not suggest doing this. It seems like a bad thing to risk going to prison over.
It is.
But the problem here is I am now in a complete fog as to how much this affects the initiative.
That is a very good point, bro. Everybody should be, because now we don't know. This is especially bad for him, the owner, the founder, the starter of this whole initiative. It is very bad because now he doesn't know how many signatures are actually active, right?
Now don't worry. None of this will invalidate the initiative. All legitimate signatures will still count.
True.
But that 1 million number? Yeah, it might not be real.
Yeah, it's not real.
I think
it's not.
we have at least 600, 700,000 real signatures.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe it's just 1 or 2 people who tried it, and this is nothing to worry about. Or maybe it's a sophisticated botnet spoofing hundreds of thousands of signatures.
It also could be that. It could be a botnet, which that's a scary principle to think about as well, because that could be done in good faith, but it could also be done incredibly maliciously, right? For the people that don't want this initiative to pass, they could be sending a shit ton of bots to sign it to make it look like it's good to stop other people from signing it.
I have no clue. In fact, I noticed a few days ago, we were getting a good rise in the day, European time, but then it would fall off a lot at night because people were going to bed.
That's good.
Now it seems
That's
like it's rising a lot through the night. So maybe most of this is an illusion now.
But I think that could also be to do with the fact that so many more people are talking about it and uploading videos about it. Even people like the Atman and Jacksepticeye, like huge voices, huge platforms are speaking up about this and trying to get people to sign it as well. So that could also be a good reason as to why.
We may not have won anything. I have to give credit where it's due. I was looking forward to reaching a safe margin and putting this behind me. But now I guess I have to keep this up until July 31st, because now there's no such thing as a safe margin.
Exactly.
I have no idea what's real now. So, for people who hate the initiative, you got me. This makes my life harder, and now I'm on the hook even longer.
Yeah, it's going to make it a very stressful month for this poor guy, dude.
I will be so happy for this campaign to end. Actually, if you're really good at data analysis, I'd say try to look at those first couple days around June 24th and 25th. Especially when Moist Critical dropped his video. I remember seeing about a
this video
5%
numbers, bro. 3.3 million views in 8 days is absolutely crazy.
Increase in signatures proportional to his views. So it might be safe to assume big YouTube views translate to 5% real signatures.
Wow.
Maybe you can figure out what a real margin needs to be. So yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that really does suck.
We'll just keep plodding away unless we can figure out what the safe numbers are. Sorry this isn't a big victory celebration. This is just kind of suspenseful and tense instead, and will probably hurt morale of people signing. You know how in World War II, the Japanese had soldiers entrenched in a bunch of Pacific islands? Except some of them never got the memo when the war ended in 1945.
Oh, bro. He's going to say that's how he feels right now.
So they just stayed there for years, assuming the war was still on. That's kind of where I am right now, mentally.
Oh, man.
At least it all ends in a month. Okay.
Yeah, at least you have a final date on when you need to stop worrying about it and you can get your answers. Well, maybe not even get the answers, but when you need to stop worrying about just how many signatures you've got, because after July 31st, there can't be any more. So anybody that is watching this right now, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, if you believe in this initiative, I urge you, if you are from the European Union, if you're from Europe, go sign it. Go sign it. You can make a big difference. Just because the signatures are hit, technically, they're not. Signing it still makes a huge difference.
Hey, another announcement.
Okay.
We've gotten reports that some countries, I think Italy and Belgium especially, where sometimes the digital ID system didn't work.
What?
In those cases, I'd say either use the manual method, which we have instructions for on StopKillingGames.com, or you could try coming back in a few days and see if it's working.
Brother.
Another news item.
That fucking sucks.
I've been told someone has launched a cryptocurrency based on Stop Killing Games.
Don't. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so people are trying to capitalize off of this by doing a fucking rug pull meme coin. I hope this guy calls this out for what it is. That is scumbag fucking behavior. That is a scam. Surely.
Dumbest timeline, guys.
Yeah.
Just so everyone's clear, that had nothing to do with us.
Okay, good.
I have no clue who would even want that. I'm sure it's a scam.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's all there is to it.
Good for him for calling it out. That's fucked up.
Something else to cover quick is I've heard a couple reports of people harassing pirate software. I feel like this goes without saying, but if it doesn't, no. Of course we do not endorse harassing him.
100%. To be completely and utterly fair here, I haven't personally, and this isn't saying it doesn't happen, of course it fucking does, especially to someone like Pyro. It's been happening for fucking years. Well, it's been happening for the past like year. I think calling him out on his bad practices is absolutely fine, and I think expecting him to take accountability is absolutely fine, but literally harassing and like threats to dox and shit is obviously never okay. It's just not okay, period.
I mean, I said in my response video, I wished him no ill will, and I meant that. You know why? When people's lives are better, they tend to be less inclined to foment some sort of revenge.
Yeah.
And I'm taking on enough heat already without adding to the pile. I mean, I'm getting some crazies heading my way too.
Oh, though, absolutely, I bet.
Well, I can believe it's not as many.
Yeah.
I also pointed out last time, whatever damage Thor did to the campaign has been neutralized. So whatever happens is not on him anymore.
That is fair. I do think the damage that he did in the past, and it wasn't all due to him. That was obviously a misconception at the time. Obviously, it's not going to fall apart because of the one person. However, I don't want to give Pirate Software too much credit here, bro, because the thing is, I think he is an incredibly fucking smart person, but I think it would really make a lot of people look at him in a more accurate light, or a better light at least, if he just owned up when he fucked up. And I haven't seen that at all from him in the past year, bro. Whether it was the WoW stuff, because the biggest problem people had with him then was how he responded to that situation. Not the situation itself, but how he responded. And then this situation, again, people weren't well, a lot of people will have been mad that he said what he said, where it was like, I'm gonna actively tell people not to sign this petition, or because he misread some of it or didn't understand some of it. I think a big part of it is just owning up to it and apologizing for misunderstanding and saying, maybe I was wrong. Like, that'd go a long fucking way. He's smart, but he's also saying that he saved Stop Killing Games and that it was basically to get more attention to it. Show me where he said that and I'll believe it, but I've seen a lot of people bring that up and I don't think he has said that. And if he does say that, that is fucked up. That is stupid. That is obviously not what it was all about, because it went under the radar for a whole fucking year. That is trying to save face and letting your ego get in the way yet a fucking again.
Also,
I don't think he would have said that. Surely not.
I don't know what the hell everyone is up to either. This is a lot bigger than me. I can barely keep up with the campaign, let alone him or all the supporters. We do have moderators in our Discord trying their best. I've literally seen them ban someone suggesting bad action against others. Beyond that, I know very little and have even less control over what the rest of the internet is up to. I'm focused on the signatures. If Thor and I never bother each other again, that is just fine by me.
Absolutely.
I also don't hold him responsible for anything his fan base does.
which is a good thing. More people should do that. At least you shouldn't hold people accountable for what their fan base does. If, number one, they take preventative measures, or here's the fucking big problem here, dude. If Thor literally says to his fan base, I'm advocating for you not to sign this petition, I think you're fine to hold him accountable for it. If I said to y'all, yeah, no, guys, don't go and sign this petition, and then in a year's time, it turned out it was actually a good thing and I just misunderstood it, then I can take accountability for that, right? That's the fucking important part.
I'm not a fan of collective punishment. And on the flip side, Stop Killing Games is a populist movement. That's the very definition of messy.
Yeah.
I can control that like I can control the weather. Oh, and speaking of barely keeping up, I've been having to play triage on emails and messages and prioritize the ones most critical for the campaign. So a lot of you are going to get a delayed response, but I should mostly catch up eventually.
Good stuff.
Okay, the final announcement.
Okay.
The UK government petition has cleared 100,000 signatures.
Hell yeah,
I suspect
brother.
these signatures are more legit.
Yeah, I think it's very, very difficult to actually go through the government website for the UK to be able to do something like
Though
that.
you can keep on signing it too as a safety margin.
For sure.
More
you
will
should.
not hurt anything. So what should we expect from this? I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, it's kind of a gray
I would
area
bet
right now,
money
dude.
on the EU initiative delivering something good if it passes. But the UK has been more about exhausting all options.
Yeah.
I will say whatever happens cannot be worse than the old answer from the Department of Media, Culture, and Sport.
Bro, I saw this. This was so fucked up. Does he read it out?
We get to leapfrog.
No, but
Old answer from
there are no
Department
plans
of-
to amend UK consumer law on disabling video games. Those selling games must comply with existing requirements in consumer law, and we will continue to monitor this issue.
Media, Culture, and Sport.
This whole thing was so toned
we
down,
get
bro.
to leapfrog over this garbage.
Yeah.
This really is recycled garbage.
It really was.
Remember, we tried to launch this last year, and they gave us an answer that was so bad, it was rejected by the Petitions Committee, and they told government to try again because this didn't answer the question. But then Parliament was
Christ.
dissolved. And when it came back and we relaunched again, we got the same answer copied and pasted into the new one, just rearranged a little bit. Part of me suspects all action in the UK has been held up by one grumpy bureaucrat in the department.
Yeah.
Well, now we can ignore
I
that
believe
crap and
that.
head straight to Parliament. I mean, they cannot do worse than this. A member of Parliament could sneeze on the petition, and that would not be a worse answer. And that's the one guaranteed
I like this guy, bro.
thing we'll get out of this, which is answers.
Yeah, true.
Now, for those of you wanting to juice this further, it's been brought to my attention there's a page for finding out who your member of Parliament is if you want to reach out and
Yeah,
tell
this
them,
is for UK
yes,
people.
bring this up in Parliament. I'd say, yeah, that could help. But that absolutely is more work than signing your name, so I'm keeping my expectations in check.
For sure.
There's a link in the description of this video.
Nice.
Okay, that's
stuff,
it.
man.
Just keep pushing.
Keep pushing,
Now we're
baby.
in the fog.
Hopefully this works, and hopefully it can be something that actually passes in the future. That would be very, very nice. I do have good hopes for it, but I don't know, bro. It's a scary time. Scary time for that guy. I feel bad.
God. I'm also scared for this initiative. Operation Yum. Crispy Bull. So here it is. And there for a moment thought that I did everything I needed to dispatch. Where was it from? Why can't I fucking have the screenshot button be the same as in the hollows?
Manager, you're here too!
Billy! And Nicole? Are you guys here for the mech test drive too? Hiring the cunning hares for a ride doesn't come cheap, you know. My connections catch wind of everything. Word on the street was that they dug up a mech, possibly from the old civilization. So of course I had to come see for myself. You're just here to see if there's something in it for you, huh?
Boss, didn't we overhear this at the noodle shop? You were even doubting it at first. If I didn't insist...
Billy! Ugh, I should have brought Anby instead. Classic Billy.
Proxy, sorry for calling you out here on such short notice. Is little Eos here too?
I knew it! Eos matters more to you than I do.
Not at all! Anyway, Anton should have given you a clear rundown on the mech, right?
It was pretty clear, considering it was coming from Anton.
The poor thing isn't trying to cause trouble. It's just going through something all machines experience at some point in their teenage years. A little machine social stress. When it's out of its comfort zone, it becomes impatient, loses control, and spirals into random fits of rage. It's classic adolescent syndrome. I can't help but feel bad for the little cutie.
Grace, what you're describing sounds like some kind of emergency defense system malfunction.
That's just an external factor. What's more important is that we need to show the machines a little more love, don't you think? It took me a lot of work to override its defense protocols and calm it down for now. Even Sweet Pea is completely exhausted from helping out. She's still sleeping. Actually, those two are kind of going through the same phase.
Shh, don't let her hear that. The repair costs, labor fees. We've got a lot of numbers to crunch for this one. Good thing it happened in the hollow. Otherwise, the damage would have been way worse.
Don't worry, Ben. With the proxy's help, this mech could end up being pretty useful.
I thought I was just going to pilot the mech. Adolescent syndrome. Are you telling me this mech has self-awareness?
It's just following pre-programmed instructions to go berserk. It hasn't actually developed self-awareness. It's meant to be piloted, but right now, it's running entirely on preset commands. You'll understand once you see it for yourself. It's sleeping in our warehouse right now.
Ooh, I'm coming along too. Come on, Billy. We could totally sell this mech to the military and make a fortune. You guys should let the Cunning Hares in on this. Billy's a mech expert.
Boss, I just like reading mech comics. But this mech does look kind of familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It was from a comic. What was the name again? It's about a Bangboo scientist who built a powerful mech to get revenge on humanity. Oh, the story must have been too cliche. I can't even remember the name.
Don't sell yourself short, Billy.
It's possible this mech's owner is a Bangboo. You all saw it just now. An adult wouldn't be able to fit in there. Even Sweet Pea wouldn't fit. That's why I asked the proxy to bring Eos along.
Grace, is the mech's defense system still active?
Sharp as always, Proxy. Yep, it's ready to explode at any moment. Ever since it was dug up, its defense protocols have been running non-stop, which means it's currently on the path of constantly going berserk and then self-destructing.
Why'd you suddenly move so far away from us, boss?
I just thought, isn't it getting kind of late? Anby and Nekomata are still waiting for us. Maybe we should head out.
Relax, we've still got time before this kid explodes. I couldn't fully disable the defense system, but I did manage to put together a temporary external cockpit. With this, you can control the mech remotely, Proxy. Here's the plan. Eos will enter the mech's internal cockpit to bypass, or rather, trick its defense protocols. Meanwhile, Proxy, you will use the external cockpit to establish a link and take control. Of course, since we haven't cracked the core defense system, you'll probably struggle to control it at first. That's why we'll need to improve control and compatibility through training, modifying, and real combat. Once we hit 100% control, we'll have full command over the mech, including its defense protocols. That means no more explosions. It'll be unleashed. I mean, saved.
Can you guarantee Eos' safety, Grace?
To be honest, I can't. We're short on time and I haven't had the chance to fully test this method. But if it completely loses control, it won't just be Bellabog Industries at risk.
Don't worry, Proxy. If it really comes down to it, Bro and I will have your back.
I'll also be monitoring everything closely. Proxy, this is something only you and Eos can pull off.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
So do I. Yes, those are timed, but otherwise... Okay. Yes, I'm not sure how to best respond.
Первая сотка июля. Привет всем, с вами как всегда по выходным Руслан Левиев. Сегодня я опять буду... Первая сотка июля. Привет всем.
Musical HD.
When I was younger, like most teen...
Bare minimum compromise. I truly do fear that the Stop Killing Games initiative is about to be hit by the old AAA games industry playbook. And more specifically, I'm referring to their lobbyist...
How's it feel, Proxy? Are you getting used to it? You're not having trouble breathing, are you?
Grace, wait! The inside!
The oxygen supply system is failing! Oh no, I didn't have time to run a proper diagnostic!
No, don't jump the gun. I just didn't have time to catch my breath. I was gonna say that the inside of the mech is way too loud.
Well, as long as it's not an issue with the external cockpit.
Hello? Shouldn't you worry about me first?
I've run 97 simulations in my head. The mech's defense protocols were designed to resist external control, but those protocols are solely focused on outside interference. The way it's responding, is the problem worse than we thought?
I think you might be right. Its voice sounds really... welcoming? A little too welcoming. From the moment I synced with it, it started blasting some dance music from the old civilization, and kept repeating stuff like, "Welcome, the destroyer of humanity!" and "What is the ultimate secret of the universe?" Could it be some kind of ID verification?
Maybe it's just something its original owner programmed in. Some people in the field like their mech to address them in certain ways for a little extra personality. I may have done something similar when I first started out.
Lady Grace.
My Proxy, you came up with that awfully quickly. Is that...
Absolutely not. Don't make me sound like a weirdo.
Oh, I get it. But with a mech design this quirky and its programming so impeccable, I feel like this child's original owner must have been someone like me, a true tech buff with a unique flair.
Andrew?
Such as the Entertainment Software Association or Video Games Europe, which we're going to be extensively talking about their statement on Stop Killing Games, which is a massive attack on this movement, and it really should show what's about to be coming ahead. And we've seen this playbook before from the AAA games industry a couple of years ago with the whole loot box debacle. They decided that their best way to solve that issue and sway lawmakers from regulating microtransactions and stuff of that like in video games was by adding a in-game app purchases sticker to video game copies. Vague and no, it doesn't specifically say if it has DLC or if it has.
Stop Killing Games is a deeply confused movement. To be sure, the movement points at a real problem with the way that the video game industry is operating.
Oh no.
as loot boxes or other types of microtransactions. That was the way that the video game industry got lawmakers off of their back. And now I feel like that playbook is about to come out in this form. And it's actually something that has already been made law in certain parts of, well, the US. New California law means digital stores can't imply you're buying a game when you're merely licensing it. The law will go into effect next year, which is this year. We've already seen one platform take this on, and that was Steam, who says now the game that you're buying is really just a license. That is the bare minimum compromise I truly fear that the AAA games industry is getting ready. And in terms of the game preservation efforts with Stop Killing Games, I said in the last video, and I'll say it again, that is not good enough. And this isn't like coming out of the middle of nowhere either. Somebody such as Pirate Software, this is literally what he wants from this initiative. He thinks that this should be what people are fighting for. This was in his initial video on Stop Killing Games 10 months ago.
Players down the line in the way that it is currently written. And I think that starting a conversation that doesn't get to the core of the issue is both wasted time and leads to potentially bad outcomes. So if we want to talk about this, let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game. I think that we should be fighting about that. That needs to go away. Yeah. The player should be well informed at the point of purchase that they are purchasing a license, not buying a game. And the reason that we have those licenses in the case of client-server interactions, like we had before, we're talking about client-server games, is so that they can ban you when you cheat at them. They revoke your license. That's why they revoke your license, to protect the gameplay of every other player that you're impacting when you cheat at these games. That needs to exist, but it needs to be better informed to the player at time of purchase. So I agree on that. This doesn't bring that up, though.
Yeah, that's all he wants from this initiative, and he has made that clear in multiple streams and videos, and he has been the most vocal proponent to this initiative. And even just as of the other day on his own stream, he was wishing, well, this is what he had to say.
Punishments over my life despite physical.
Oh, by the way, there was some today is 0 hours, so tomorrow
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine.
Oh, I converted all 5.
I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Well, then I gotta spend it. That was not my intention to... It was not my intention to brag. Yeah.
Haven't you heard?
Let's go do stuff.
Evidence to prove to the contrary. And they also went after every job I ever held, trying to say that I never worked them, or if I did work them, that I never deserved them.
And what he's referring to is he was known for, I think he started off as a QA tester. Some other game developers have come out calling out his qualifications, saying that he's kind of overinflated what he did at Blizzard and his past history in the video game industry. But this is specifically the part where he, again, goes after Stop Killing Games.
So I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted.
Never seen so much salt from a man, but like I said, there's no stopping this initiative. It is truly taking off. It has reached its goal of 1 million signatures, but it definitely needs a lot more. Obviously, I will have a link in the description to sign. Right now, it's almost at 1.2 million. So Ross Scott has already brought this up, but it really does need to get to around 1.4 million. Honestly, if it gets more signatures, that would be even better. But this is the biggest, like, Pirate Software is one thing, you know, one of these vocal individuals that misled misled the public on what Stop Killing Games was all about. That was a problem in of itself, but now it's finally being taken serious by these individuals, the AAA games industry, the companies that are parts of, well, lobbyist groups such as the Entertainment Software Association, Capcom, Bandai Namco, Electronic Arts, Epic. They're all a part of this trade organization, but this is the trade organization for the United States. Then we get over to Video Games Europe, which is pretty much just, it's the exact same thing basically. They represent Activision Blizzard, a bunch of other companies, Bandai Namco, EA, the same people pretty much, Epic, Netflix, Nintendo, Roblox, Sega, Take-Two Interactive, Ubisoft, Warner Brothers, ZeniMax, so on and so forth. And now they have finally come out with their attack, which shows that this initiative is finally making an impact, and yes, the AAA games industry is definitely worried and scared. And it also means that if people are really serious about this initiative taking off, this pressure that has mounted right now, largely because of Pirate Software, needs to continue. It must. And this is the statement that they put out, but this is not the only statement that they put out. We're about to get to their other one, which is a lengthy read. We'll get to that in a second, but this is their initial statement, which has gone viral on social media. We appreciate the passion of our community. They don't care. This is a lobbyist arm. They don't give a shit. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. And that is exactly what all of us want to change. From the start with game development, this needs to be considered and making sure that it is viable to be played in a functional state. And I do not think that's unreasonable to ask. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that players are given fair notice of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. This is what they're relying on heavily. It's the current consumer laws, which, yes, the video game industry, this is what they're comfortable with. They do not want that changing at all, and they are going to fight tooth and nail to ensure that. These legal fights and these little town hall meetings in which, you know, lobbyist arms and individuals, they will show up and argue on their behalf. And I don't say what you will, but money does get passed under the table for stuff like this, and that's why my big concern is that we're going to see bare minimum compromise. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players, as the protections we put in place to secure players' data, remove illegal content, and combat unsafe community content would not exist and would leave right holders liable. In addition, many titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. In effect, these proposals would curtail developer choice by making these video games prohibitively expensive to create. Yes, because the video game industry really does care about budgeting these games. It's not like the last fucking Call of Duty game didn't cost already 800 million. This gaming industry burns money so easily. This is just bullshit talk that they're giving. Might I add, an argument that falls on deaf's ear when you consider that these companies are raking in billions and recording record quarters every single year. Indeed, they've built their empires largely on anti-consumer practices, but indeed, those deserve to be challenged at this point. We welcome the opportunity, and here it goes, we welcome the opportunity to discuss our position with lawmakers or policymakers, and those who have led the European Citizens Initiative in the coming months. And this is not where it stops here, because they have a much more detailed statement here, which is also listed on their website. And they call this their position on the discontinuation of support to online games. And the first two paragraphs repeat pretty much the same shit that they had in their original statement, saying that they care about players and their voice and whatever. No, they don't. Their interest is on whatever the AAA games industry, these companies are coming up with. And specifically, this is where they get into details about why this initiative must fail.
Nothing to say. Well, that's fine.
Unlike a book or a film, an online video game is not a static work. Online video games are interactive entertainment that combine numerous elements of artistic and intellectual creation with software programming and server infrastructure. Online video games evolve over time after their initial release, providing consumers with regular new content experiences, patches, and updates. This is highly valued by players and is required to compete in the market. It involves significant ongoing development expenditure over years, sometimes decades, and having a plan from the get-go about how having a functional version of that game, most people, 99%, are going to say that really should be what's happening here. And it's also something that you could say really about end of life, something that these companies should be planning it for. Video game companies put significant investment into creating and developing the best interactive entertainment. They go on to say, the right to decide how, when, and for how long to make an online video game services available to players is vital in justifying this cost and fostering continued technical innovation. As right holders and economic entities, video game companies must remain free to decide when an online game is no longer commercially viable and to end continued server support for that game. And that emphasis is right there on server support. And again, this is just one of the things that all of us want to see changed. We want to be able to see that these companies, these publishers, have to consider this when they're making the choice to work on a live service experience. But this is not what they want, because they want the status quo to remain. Oh, and also the part where they say companies should be free to decide when an online game is no longer commercially viable. Yeah, nobody's against that. That's kind of irrelevant, although there is instances like Concord, which, again, say what you will about Concord, but 14 days it was on the PlayStation Store and it was completely shut down. Yes, people got refunds, but still removed from history for the most part. But there is indeed a difference between a game publisher taking a game offline and there being a functional version for people to use on servers and such. Big difference. Now, imposing a legal obligation to continue server support indefinitely or to develop an online video game in a specific technical manner that will allow permanent use will raise the costs and risk of developing such games. It will have a chilling effect on game design and act as a disincentive to make such games available in Europe. And guess what? I think most people are a-okay with all of this so far. It is far from a trivial modification or a simple addition to the game development phase. It would ignore material, reputational, safety, and security concerns. And I need you to understand what this video game lobbyist arm is preparing people for. It's the argument that you have to think about the kids in terms of safety and security concerns. Think about the kids. What could happen if they end up on a private server and some nasty illegal content is shown to them, and the companies are now held liable? And that's the part where the video game industry is probably going to try arguing this once they end up in front.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That was your question. Let's see. Who would win a fight between sliding stretcher power of angles and Current events. This one, 17 hours remaining. The children have raised about different monsters. Sorry.
Policymakers and lawmakers.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But
Do what? Going to rainforest? Это Батлеру.
and just say that part, and the policymakers most of the time will be like, okay, well, it makes, as long as you're funding my next campaign and stuff. At least that's how it works in the US, I swear. Now, while there are video game companies that have elected to enable their online games to live beyond that as being proposed their commercial viability, this is and must always be a matter of choice, as it will depend on what is reasonable and appropriate for the specific game company, and audience. All video games, whether digital or physical copies, are licensed. Like I said, people, this is what's going to be coming soon. You don't own the games. As is the case with virtually all digital works, when consumer purchases online video games, regardless of the country of sale, what they acquire is a personal license to access and play the copy of the game, and they have purchased in accordance with the game's terms of service. The consumer does not acquire ownership of that video game. These clear intellectual property rights underpin the entire market and enable the strong investment of the industry, blah, 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 blah. There is no legal uncertainty about the status quo of video games. Why an obligation on video game companies to provide only limited type of end-of-life plan is disproportionate. It is not clear what the initiators of the Stop Killing Games petition seek to achieve as a legal change. It is clear, it really is. It appears to be a combination of a requirement to provide online services for as long as consumer wants them. That's not what the argument is. It really isn't. Regardless of price paid, and or a requirement to provide a very specific form of end-of-life plan where the game is altered to enable private servers to operate. We do not believe these are proportionate demands, and I disagree. Online video games are complex operations. They offer interactive features that are supported by multiple servers, enabling functionality of ever-increasing complexity. This is integral to the modern gameplay experience that players expect. As consumer expectations for more engaging and evolving content increases, these online features are increasingly becoming intertwined in the overall gameplay experience. They go on to say, in many video games, these interconnected dependency make it difficult to cleanly segregate online features from online functionality. Here are the ways in which players and companies could be affected or would be affected. Reduced or no player protection. Here's the first one. Again, this is the type of stuff that they're going to say in front of policymakers. Requiring games to run on private servers would result in the inability for game companies to continue to protect players from illegal or harmful conduct or conduct. Yes, because the video game industry does a fucking great job at that. It's not like almost all PC games are infected with hackers. This is a prevalent problem, and I just love this argument that they're making. Jesus. They go on to say next, as their moderation and player safety teams would no longer be involved. Most of these companies like Activision, they've been firing their player safety teams. They don't care about these efforts. They're using AI to rely on that. In particular, cheating could become rampant, which is already a massive thing already, without proper enforcement. And this is something why, you know, private servers or community servers, this is something that these individuals, that's what they would handle, and it's worked tremendously with a lot of experiences over the years. This is history that they're not going to bring up in their one-sided argument here. Reporting systems designed to allow players to flag problematic content and behavior to game companies would no longer operate as intended, or would have to be disabled entirely. The absence of effective moderation systems would create a less safe environment for consumers and may foster the proliferation of undesirable content, while simultaneously frustrating the ability for EU digital service coordinators to act against such content. This not only presents a security risk for consumers, but it could also lead to brand reputation issues for the video game company. And yeah, that's another argument that they're going to make. It's that Activision or Ubisoft or EA or whatever company could be held liable, or the public may consider them for allowing this type of stuff to run rampant for whatever game that they used to run. And the problem with that is modding exists, you know? I've never heard that argument ever being made about Skyrim or any of the many other games over the years with modding. And I feel like they're just overinflating this point to, again, they're trying to make their perspective sound as solid as possible, but there's so many little holes here. And the next one, again, another one, increased security risks. Releasing game code or server binaries to facilitate the creation of private servers operated by players could expose game companies and consumers to bad actors, malware, data breaches, and DDoS attacks. You know, the same exact fucking things that are already prevalent with so many games over the years, and this AAA games industry struggles in of itself to do so. You know, maybe having like a content warning or a notice saying if you're going to download or server binaries or do anything, you're on your own, and I feel like that's enough. Many of these individuals are a-okay with that being a consequence of trying to play a game that they used to many years ago. And yeah, this point is silly, especially with the fact that, you know, community, private servers, not this new concept, something that's been along for a long time and never been a rampant or prevalent issue at all. Many instances actually in which the private servers are in a better functional state than the actual, you know, game. It does continue. It says significant engineering and architectural challenges. Yes, because this would be very difficult to make possible. Allowing players to run private servers would present significant engineering those challenges for many games due to the way in which such online features are integrated with other proprietary systems and services required for the game. That's a you problem. That's not an us problem. That's something that you would have to consider when you're making the decision to make an online live service in the future. We're not talking about past games, we're talking about future, setting a new precedent moving forward for this industry. Creating a private server compatible version would be a prohibitive cost, in some cases years or decades after the game's initial release, when only a small audience remains. And again, all of this, if it's not clear, a lot of these are just points that Pirate Software has been bringing up, and now the AAA games industry, and more specifically the lobbyist arms, are parroting this perspective too. Very interesting how alike these positions are from both Pirate and the AAA industry. Negative impact on investment in games. Again, they're just going to make the argument that jobs could be lost because of this. Ensuring an online game can work without official server support requires a significant investment of engineering resources, making it very costly exercise for video game companies. Many of the costs that game companies would incur in implementing an end-of-life plan would have to be incurred towards the end of the commercial life of the game, when it is no longer commercially viable to continue support. Requirements to implement such plans could lead to less risk-taking, fewer investment projects in developing new games, because this industry isn't all about sequels and fucking remakes at this point. And potentially fewer jobs. Ultimately, it could lead to increased costs for consumers and less choice. And yeah, because the cost for consumers isn't already skyrocketing, so ridiculous. And then they say reputational harm here. Allowing players to run private servers with online interaction possibilities could result in players using those games in ways that don't align with the game company's brand values, leading to a negative association with the brand, thereby harming its reputation. Again, I'm just going to say the same thing. Mods exist, and even then, we have seen companies like Capcom, they have come out saying they are against offensive mods that they're offensive to public orders and morals. And we've seen Nintendo, how they react to mods as well. So this gaming industry, this one, it just does not work. This gaming industry does not like anything that is out of their control, and that's ultimately what this would cause. They would have to allow players to being able to play games that they don't want people playing. They want people sticking to the remakes, the sequels, and the remasters, because that's where all the money is made. And once you challenge that notion, problems ensue. And we've seen how mods, especially gaming companies like Take-Two Interactive, have gone after modders. They've taken games offline or mods offline to ensure that their remasters get as much attention and make as much money as possible. This games industry is a-okay with mods until it hurts the bottom line. That's why there is very few AAA companies that have come out saying that yes, we support modding, we support allowing people to mess with our games and change things as much as they want. From Bethesda to CDPR, there's very few examples, and even then, some of these companies, there's a financial incentive for that support. But they continue going, saying impact on intellectual property rights, erosion of their rights, mandating game companies to keep their online games operable post-official support would undermine their rights and autonomy in deciding how their intellectual property is utilized. Yes, they're hinting here that they would not be able to make remasters, remakes, and sequels and stuff like that if people are going to continue to go back and play those older games. There's a vital interest in maintaining effective copyright protection, including protection against circumvention of technologies that control access to copyrighted video game software, where such circumvention is undertaken in circumstances that would lead to the unauthorized public exploitation of games. I love that one. Competition from community supported versions. This is what I'm talking about. Such a requirement could lead to community supported versions of games competing with official versions, potentially jeopardizing the financial investments of the video game companies. This would lead to confusion between trademarks, and the original trademark holder may be held responsible for actions undertaken by a community supported version. Again, overflating this point of view drastically here in this statement. Forfeiture of licensing and reproduction rights, allowing consumers to create or run modified copies of online games, would necessitate game companies to either license additional rights or refrain from enforcing them, effectively leading to a forfeiture of control over these rights. And this is something that could be negotiated in the development of these games. This is something that they're missing here, because yes, a lot of AAA games have licensing agreements that after 10 years, music for whatever game has to be removed. And that's something that's more notable nowadays because of the all digital age. Back in the physical age, I mean, when you had physical game companies that were prevalent, I mean, those, licensed songs were there. They're still there to this day. But the AAA games industry, this is an easy workaround. This is something that could easily be put into notices or put into the fine prints that these companies, maybe if there's going to be a functional version of this game left behind, that certain songs and stuff have to be taken out, and I don't think many people take an issue with that. Constraints from third-party IP. Game companies often utilize third-party software and services which may have licensing terms restricting their use. This is what I'm talking about. Their use of the commercial life of the game or prohibiting sub-licensing to players, thereby hindering the modification or patching of games for private servers. In particular, this could jeopardize and infringe the copyright of the musical works and lead to legal action from these right holders. That's not going to happen. Again, you set a new precedent moving forward. This will be put in the fine print by whatever legal team is behind these games. These AAA game companies already have fantastic legal teams. This will be something that, yeah, they'll negotiate, and this is just a non-issue here. Constraints from third-party services. Games depend on third-party services such as platforms on which the game is offered to the consumer. Releasing the code for those services, which would be necessary should a legal requirement allow player communities to run a game, may not be possible, as this would potentially be an IP infringement. Again, this is another non-issue. You're not going to be convincing people that, yeah, because Xbox and PlayStation would be harmed, or even Steam. This is ridiculous. And there's a history of all these experiences. This has never been something that's happened. Furthermore, game company servers are increasingly run on the cloud. If cloud servers are discontinued, which sometimes happens, this necessitates either shutting down older titles or creating costly workarounds. Well, those costly workarounds is what we're all a fan of at this point. The latter may not always be possible. And this part here, this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, the whole PEGI rating thing that they're thinking about. Think about the kids with all this. All of the above would also affect compliance with PEGI ratings. Where a game has a PEGI age rating and offers multiplayer functionality, the game company is contractually bound by the PEGI Code of Conduct to respect various obligations related to online safety and privacy. The inability to do so would expose the game company to legal uncertainty with respect to its contractual obligations under the PEGI Code of Conduct, something that easily could be changed by the AAA games industry. Because, ladies and gentlemen, guess who runs PEGI? Guess who runs the ESRB? The fucking video game industry. And that's something that they'll play dumb about when they're in front of regulators and legislators and policymakers. But yes, the PEGI system, it's self-regulation. It was formed by the Federation of Europe, Interactive Software, the video game industry. The video game industry runs these, you know, rating organizations. And it's so silly that, yeah, the Code of Conduct could become problematic. They can change that themselves if they fucking wanted to, but obviously they don't, because there's a financial interest to keep the status quo and how it's been. They go on to say that the importance of consumer protection laws, and this whole section right here, I'm going to kind of skip over it for the most part, because it's just them saying the current laws, we should be happy with it. That's what they're arguing. Notwithstanding the applicable licensing structure, all video games offered to players in the EU are subject to European consumer protection laws, which include robust transparency. This is what I mean. They're praising what works for them right now. And of course, they're going to applaud something that has made them fucking billions and trillions. Yeah, robust transparency, fairness obligations on game companies, and ensure that game companies act reasonably when terminating online support for a game. Games are licensed to the consumer in accordance with their terms of services. They say, yeah, transparency, players must be given reasonable prior notice before any termination of access to the game. This is them saying that we should be happy with how online live services. You know, a lot of the time you get a couple months to know that these games are forever gone, and we should be happy with that. That's what they're arguing right here. Reimbursements, the Digital Content Directive provides consumers with price reduction and reimbursement rights in certain, again, they're praising things that really don't even exist in most of these instances. Because with a game like Anthem, you're not getting money back, I promise you that, which just got the announcement the other day that it's being delisted forever. And no matter what you think about these online live services, whether you hate Anthem or whatever game that has been canceled, preserving that history I do think is important for the future of this industry. And also, say what you will about a game like Anthem, but I said this last video, that those flying mechanics were pretty fucking amazing, and that game still had potential, and I would have loved to see if it could live on in community service and stuff in the future, or even being able to show it in the future. But the AAA games industry is firmly against that. Now next we get to a really funny one. Video game companies are committed to the preservation of games and their cultural value. And this one's a specific hit at Stop Killing Games. It's important to separate the legal proposals being made by the petitioners for specific end-of-life requirements for commercial video games from the question of the preservation of games as creative and cultural works. Video Games Europe, the lobbyist arm of the AAA games industry, and their member companies are committed to and actively support serious professional efforts to preserve video games. games and recognize the industry's creative contributions under blah 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 blah. And guess what the ESA has to say, which again is just the American version of this trade group. Members won't support any plan for libraries to preserve games online. So you may be, wondering, what do they mean if they really do support game preservation? Well, I shit you not, they're talking about fucking museum exhibits for some games. Like, imagine this, just in the future, an older game, whatever live service, maybe 30-40 years in the future, you go to a museum, you see an older game, and you're talking to the exhibitor, they're showing out gameplay, they're showing images of this, and then you're like, wow, I'd love to give this a try and see, this history of the video game industry, where things began. And the exhibitor's just gonna be like, well, guess what? Sorry, you can't do any of that. The video game industry is against those efforts. And that's ultimately what we're fighting. We want the history to be preserved. And just because, certain games have lower, player counts, a lot of that is to do with sequels and remakes and remasters that come out with a lot of these entries over the years. We want to change that status quo. That is one of the big missions of Stop Killing Games, and that is firmly what most gamers are behind, and that for good reason. The video game industry, especially executives, love to say that this medium, it's a work of art. Every game is art. But unfortunately, though, it looks like maintaining history, maintaining these games for future generations to view and see and play, I guess that's a step too far. For what it's worth, they also say that the other examples of game preservation is them donating game copies and hardware to preservation organizations, which that's clearly not enough in this, and not enough games are being captured. I mean, hell, I talked about this last video, but 87% of classic games have been lost to time, and that is because the video game industry does not care about game preservation efforts at all. And they continue, this is the final thing they say about this: the industry's innovation and economic activity depends on strong copyright protection for the software and other creative works that are its lifeblood, and preservation efforts should not be confused with uses that could conflict with normal exploitation of the work by the right holder or unreasonably prejudice the legitimate interests of the author. And this was the one-sided dog shit argument from the video game industry that they're going to throw in the face of lawmakers. And man, oh man, this is going to be a fight, and I hope people understand that this initiative does have the AAA games industry scared, but they very much are gearing up their lawyers for this fight. And to understand who represents Video Games Europe, when I say it's like Activision, Ubisoft, EA, and all these, it legitimately is them. It's executives that work for these companies. The chairman is Hester Woodliff, and she works at Warner Brothers Games. She's got credits in all of them. She's vice president. Cannon Pence, Epic Games, Activision, Embracer, Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, Take-Two Interactive, Ubisoft, Bandai Namco, Square Enix. All these companies are part of the board of Video Games Europe. This is the video game industry, the AAA games industry, attacking the Stop Killing Games initiative. And specifically, we also have Carrie Hopkins, Electronic Arts, who the last big legal fight that we had with video games was loot boxes, and she was a big part of that fight.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Do you consider loot boxes to be an ethical feature of your games? Kerry?
Well, first, we don't call them loot boxes. I think that was
whatever term you wish to apply to them. Do you consider them ethical?
So what we look at as surprise mechanics, but I think it's important to look at this. So if you go to a I don't know what your version of Target is, but a store that sells a lot of toys, and you do a search for surprise toys, what you'll find is that this is something people enjoy. They enjoy surprises. And so it's something that's been part of toys for years, whether it's Kinder Eggs or Hatchimals or LOL Surprise. We do think the way that we have implemented these kind of mechanics, and FIFA, of course, is our big one, our FIFA Ultimate Team and our packs, is actually quite ethical and quite fun.
Gambling mechanics. That was their defense here, and this is them. Electronic Arts was in front of UK regulators and lawmakers, and they were talking about, loot boxes and potential regulation, and they came up with this dog shit argument, but unfortunately it was enough for the UK. And that's what makes me a little bit nervous about the Stop Killing Games initiative once this gets in front of lawmakers and you have dumbass executives executives pulling out this nonsensory. And that's why I do think the bare minimum compromise might be what's ahead, and that is ultimately what Pirate Software and I guess this AAA games industry, that's what they're going to settle for. That's probably what we're headed for, and that definitely has me concerned. And that's why, you know, keeping up this effort, keeping this Stop Killing Games initiative in the news is very, very important for this continuing to gain momentum and also continuing to gain signatures to a point where the AAA games industry, they can't pull off shit like this. Because by the time that this happened in 2019, a lot of people had already moved off from the, you know, Star Wars Battlefront 2 with the whole ordeal that happened with that. But I do think game preservation is a little bit more important in the eyes of a lot of gamers, and I do hope that this gets the sustained eyes that is necessary. And I do think that momentum, the amount of people giving this attention, hopefully will sway lawmakers into doing the right thing, but maybe that's just an unreasonable position. But I certainly hope it's not. I really do hope the right thing happens and a new precedent is set. And like I said, this is what they settled last time for. The video games understanding in-game purchases. Based on clear existing guidance, the industry communicates with players, making sure that offers to buy in-game content are in line with consumer laws and that players have all the information they need to feel confident and in control when they spend money. They applauded these efforts, they rolled it out, tons of marketing saying, look at us, we're being understanding, we're representing, you know, the needs of consumers, showing that we actually do care about these issues. It wasn't. It was a bare minimum compromise, and that's what this industry is good for at this point. And other individuals have deconstructed these statements. I did love this comment somebody perfectly brought up, saying, not a single word in the original statement about the rights not offered to consumers, and how these same companies that ensure that players are given fair notice to prospective changes are selling a product, taking our money, and then shut down the servers a few months after the release. They are right. Under the EU law, we have a right to returns 14 days after the purchase for all digital and physical goods. Most games are shut down after those 14 days. It's so clear that this lobby group will fight this initiative very, very hard, and with lots of money that we as consumers cannot counter. It's telling that the most greedy publishers form this group and not those who really love the art of making games. Very, very true. And we have seen other game developers. That's what I mean with Pirate Software. He's been trying to say that he's representing, you know, all game developers. That's the perspective of so many. But here's one example. We have a game designer who's also a professor at Northeastern University, and this is a game developer's point of view on it. Do you think the movement will hold sway with regulators? I hope it does. We're at a tipping point where digital ownership norms are being challenged. Public backlash like this can influence platform policies or push developers to include safeguards such as offline modes or commitments to keep games alive. And that offline modes point right here is something that actually happened with a notable live service in the past, and that was Redfall. Right at the end of development, the final update, they brought upon it an offline mode so the online live service could be continued into the future. Don't care what your opinion on Redfall is, I didn't like it, but still, this is stuff that needs to be encouraged, and we need more of that in the future. And hopefully a legal, you know, ruling will declare that things like this is the new norm moving forward. Not necessarily just obviously offline modes, but, you know, server binaries and stuff to that extent. Just having a functional version of a game after its end of life. That's what people are arguing and hopeful for in the future. But this Northeastern professor, he did continue saying, it will likely require sustained pressure and clear consumer rights around digital goods to create real, lasting change. It reminds me of the loot boxes movement, which also started with European pressure, and it did eventually lead to certain countries such as Belgium and Netherlands regulating and outlawing loot boxes. So regardless of what your opinion on Stop Killing Games or Pirate Software or any of this, it has finally reached the eyes of the AAA games industry, and they definitely are nervous. And with a statement like what they provided here, they're definitely gearing up for a massive legal battle, and it's going to be very interesting to see the bullshit arguments that they throw in front of policymakers. And I just really hope that the intense public backlash is something that is felt for lawmakers to hopefully do the right thing and set a new precedent moving forward for this video game industry. Anyway, what do you make of the video game industry, Video Games Europe, their statement here? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later.
Rank quest, 9 minutes. 5 XP left. Well, 1 XP left. Not interested. Attack, defense, max HP. Every 5 seconds. Maybe that's not enough. Here to obtain secret treasure. Well, like that. Only thing I can do. Something like that. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Yes. +6, only +6. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't think this is really good. Range control. No. Или cryo. Yay! Max HP for all deployed component pieces. Come on. we go. That's the same, right? Can be there. Oh, that's a loss.
Teenagers were into fantasy and history, I was also into medieval history, because it had knights and swords and all that cool stuff. I read the Jan-Guillou Arn series as a kid, and later in life read James Clavell's Shogun. In my teenage years, I played Shogun 2 Total War and Crusader Kings 2. I'm sure this kind of thing tracks for many of you as well. In terms of actually learning about this stuff, I didn't really have much of an idea where to start. Enter youtube.com. The early algorithm and my more sword and HEMA-obsessed friends very quickly started serving me videos from seemingly knowledgeable individuals talking directly into a camera and occasionally showing off their swords. Then, as I began my undergraduate studies and started learning more not just about history but also about how history is written, I started getting bored with these videos, verging on actively disliking some of them. I started noticing that a lot of the channels often relied heavily on rationalization and logic, not on evidence or sources. This is a phenomenon that I observe with a lot of reenactment content on YouTube. They sometimes use primary source materials as a jumping off point, but from then on begin to rationalize how, quote, things worked back then based on their own personal experience. You might hear them say something like, if they did X, then Y would happen. That doesn't make much sense, so they probably did Z. It's all argumentation and deduction based on what they believe, their preconceived notions, and their experiences. This approach to history can very quickly become problematic for many different reasons, but with these YouTubers I think something unique starts to happen. When the so-called history that they teach doesn't have to be backed up or justified by its connection to the sources, and when their personal experience takes primacy, then they start to believe themselves to be far more knowledgeable and qualified than they actually are. They begin to quote-unquote reason themselves towards every answer. And for some reason, the end result of this development almost always looks like an hour-long video essay about why women don't belong in video games. The plan here is to revisit 3 channels that I watched something like a decade ago, those being Lindy Beige, Metatron, and Shadiversity, to see where they are now and try to figure out what's going on with them. When I'm not bogged down in research for one of these videos, you might think I'm doing something otherwise intellectually stimulating. You would be wrong. I'm watching British reality TV. The other day I was going to watch Come Dine With Me with my girlfriend. If you're not familiar, 4 people each take turns inviting the others to their home for a meal. They rate their experiences and whoever scores highest gets £1,000 cash. The kicker is that the producers almost always make sure one of the 4 people is insane, and they have a colossal crash out by the end of the week. Come Dine With Me and other British reality shows are readily available on YouTube for people in Britain, but I'm in Norway. That's where Surfshark comes in. Thank you, Surfshark, for sponsoring this video. Surfshark provides a VPN service that allows you to access region-locked content all over the internet by connecting through one of their 3,200 different servers in over 100 different locations. If I want to watch Come Dine With Me, I'll connect through a British VPN server, and then the service thinks my traffic is coming from the United Kingdom instead of Norway. Same applies for any streaming platform of your choice like Netflix, Disney+, HBO Max, and so on. Surfshark also lets you access region-blocked games on online storefronts. For example, I didn't know that The Sims is banned in Uzbekistan as a quote potential threat to social and political stability. Surfshark can be used on an unlimited number of devices and is available on mobile and desktop. If you're interested in a VPN, go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA. That's my name in all capital letters at checkout in order to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. And if you just want to try the service, Surfshark has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA at checkout for 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Let's get back to the medievalists. First up, Metatron. Luckily, he has provided us with a perfect Rorschach test to figure out his politics and understanding of history.
Was Nazism left-wing or right-wing? This question is a form of ahistorical syllogism. In my opinion, there are 2 major problems here. One, they use the American left-right dichotomy or political spectrum, and they forcefully apply it to historical European political regimes and ideologies. 2, they use 21st century political spectra and juxtapose them over 20th century politics.
The core of his issue in regards to this is a phenomenon called presentism, though he doesn't use that word because it's a word an actual historian would use. Instead, he calls it an ahistorical syllogism. Presentism is a complicated subject, and there's varying definitions and ways to use the term. But one use of the term is to describe the way in which the present exerts pressure on the historian's construction of the past. You are continually being shaped and reshaped by what you experience and by the society around you. This can push and pull you towards interests, approaches, and methods which can influence or shape the ways in which you approach history. The sources, the so-called facts that you observe are all the same, but the angle that you approach them at, the facts you decide that are relevant to the history and the ones that aren't, are all things influenced by who you are. The issue about this complaint about history that wants to put the historian outside of the historian's context is that it essentially wishes for a history without the historian. You're asking for an analysis of history that stands apart not just from the historian, but also from the time in which the analysis is being conducted. A history that exists as an objective and true story to be simply uncovered, untainted by interpretation. This is impossible to accomplish. History has to fit into modern understandings of the world, and this, alongside many other things, of course, might be a point where me and Metatron fundamentally disagree. But I don't actually think so, and I'll explain why later on. To close off this point about history being a conduit between the past and the present, let me quote American historian Ha-Seok Chang. Quote, "Even though history is about the past, history writing is for those who are living in the present. Even if you could climb into Aristotle's head, as Kuhn was fond of recommending, how would you know how to navigate inside it? And if you somehow really succeed in thinking and talking just like Aristotle and his contemporaries, how would you come back and tell the rest of us what you've learned? If you could truly attain this ideal of historiography, you would be Aristotle, and we would need other historians to decipher for the rest of us what you're saying. The completely faithful history, if one could achieve it, might just be the past itself. Like Borges's perfect map that is just the terrain itself and therefore completely useless." He proposes the following slogan, quote, "Like funerals, history writing is for the living." The analogy to the map is a really good one. Imagine a perfect recreation of the past. Everyone would be left to sift through all the data points themselves and to draw their own conclusions. We would have all the information available to us, and we would know and understand none of it.
Expecting therefore 21st century American political ideas to overlap neatly and perfectly with 20th century European political factions in order to come out with an answer is a flawed analytical method.
Yes, trying to figure out if Hitler was a, quote, "I'm with her" guy or a member of the Republican Party in 2016 is silly. But luckily, that is not what historians and others are actually doing when they approach this topic.
What do we do now? Well, to answer this correctly, first, we need to ensure objectivity to our analysis.
These guys very often present themselves as, quote, rational skeptics who are just presenting the objective facts. I talked more about this method in my previous video, whereby it was used by a literal out-and-about Nazi. The general gist of it is to depoliticize history as a science, and to portray it as a series of crystallized, unchanging facts, which just so happen to correspond to the person's worldview. You assert things as, quote, just the facts, and reason your way towards why these so-called facts you're presenting are true, without relying on much evidence produced by trained historians. You sidestep the actual debates and uncertainties of history in order to simplify the larger picture. The point is to cleverly avoid actually engaging with history and instead relying on debate and argumentation. I've talked about so-called objective history in past videos. I'll summarize by saying history is aspirationally objective, but practically cannot be objective because the fundamental nature of the field necessitates all sorts of selection and interpretation that cannot be fully divorced from subjectivities. Here's a quote by E.H. Carr from his book What is History? Quote, "The facts of history cannot be purely objective, since they become facts of history only in virtue of the significance attached to them by the historian. Objectivity in history, if we are still to use that conventional term, cannot be objectivity of facts, but only of relation, of the relation between the fact and interpretation, between past, present, and future."
Focus on attitudes towards private property, individual freedom, and wealth redistribution patterns. If needed, even implementing a mathematical
От булочек я не откажусь. Не откажусь.
Ну, какие-то вы в конце?
apparatus.
What does he even mean by this?
Also, we should explore and take into consideration the political allegiances that occurred historically and the sort of opposition to the regime in question, the Nazis. So let's do that.
Now, he says we're going to evaluate whether these regimes lean left or right based on those criteria, but first he constructs a new category called totalitarian dictatorship.
What defines totalitarianism? Centralized authority, strength in the military, militarism with resources directed to domestic population, authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, systematic elimination of political opposition by violence, expansionistic foreign to the regime in question, the Nazis. So let's do that.
Now, he says we're going to evaluate whether these regimes lean left or right based on those criteria, but first he constructs a new category called totalitarian dictatorship.
What defines totalitarianism? Centralized authority, strength in the military, militarism with resources directed to domestic population, authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, systematic elimination of political opposition by violence, expansionistic foreign policies, and conquest through military might. Already note that all three historical totalitarian regimes of the 20th century fit very neatly within this box.
Going back to his definition of totalitarian dictatorship, it has numerous issues. Imagine a brutal and repressive dictatorship that for one reason or another is incapable of carrying out expansionist foreign policy. By his definition, this may not be a totalitarian dictatorship because it's not invading its neighbors. Now imagine a dictatorship that does carry out belligerent and hostile foreign policy and even invades countries, but doesn't actually annex these countries, instead leaving puppet regimes in their wake. Maybe on the other side of the planet even. They wouldn't fit the bill. The only really good criteria on this list that is practically useful in any sense is, quote, dictatorial rule. It stands to reason that for something to be a totalitarian dictatorship, if such a thing exists, it must of course be a dictatorship. Beyond that, the definition is so broad as to encompass virtually every nation on Earth. Most states engage in aspects of these things to varying degrees. The degree to which you believe any of these specific points apply to any specific nation is completely down to your personal understanding of these terms and the nations. You personally have to make an assessment of how strongly you feel that a nation has enough of these things to qualify. This isn't the kind of objective measure he portrays it as. To demonstrate my point, he says he'll prove that these three nations fit the bill, and to do so he literally just goes down the list and makes an assessment and says that they do. He does a little, quote, thought exercise to prove that 1940s Germany didn't have freedom of speech.
And are we sure? Well, let me prove it to you. Let's do a little thought exercise. You are in 1940s Germany. You disagree with Adolf Hitler's opinions, so you go to Berlin and in front of the whatever government building that they have there, you say, Hitler was an idiot. Yeah. Do you think you're going to survive that?
This isn't how you work with history. You don't think your way towards an answer, you find evidence to back up your claim. His argument here is 100% reliant on your personal understanding of Nazi Germany, not related to any evidence whatsoever. His argument is compelling because you understand Nazi Germany to be oppressive, and you're right. But he's not actually teaching you anything. He's saying, you believe this, therefore my point stands. This isn't history. He's pandering to you, and even though what he just said was correct, it is still pandering.
So what this tells us is that these are not necessarily unique features of the right or the left, but they manifest as common ground on the extremes of said spectrum. It's the horseshoe effect. Extremes touch, even if, ideologically, when compared with communism, fascism is indeed right-wing.
Horseshoe theory is complete bunk. It relies on surface-level similarities between certain right and left-wing regimes in history. I don't think historians put much stock in the idea, instead opting for a more nuanced and holistic analysis that doesn't entirely sideline the ideological differences between these regimes. What Metatron is actually observing isn't the similarities between right and left-wing extremes, but the similarities between two different regimes wielding state power. The reason I think that the horseshoe theory is compelling is that both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were ideologically opposed to democratic liberalism, which means that those regimes in many ways were both quite different from the ones most of us live under today. The difference from us, is something they both share, even if at a closer look the regimes really aren't that similar. A comprehensive breakdown of the differences between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union is beyond the scope of this video, so I'll move on for now.
Now, in Europe, conventionally, Nazism is generally considered to be a far-right ideology, and communism, which is, of course, a left-wing extreme ideology. But once you start to look at this from the American political perspective, then the situation becomes muddy, if you will, necessitating a more nuanced item-by-item approach.
If you recall, early in this video he said that one problem with this is that Americans are trying to apply their 21st century understanding of politics onto a 20th century European political movement. And now he's saying that because there are differences between Nazi Germany and the positions of American Republican voters, the situation is muddy and Nazi Germany isn't entirely right-wing. Why are you looking at it, quote, from the American political perspective? Surely there must be better criteria than the political understanding of the median American voter. Full offense intended to the median American voter.
You see, the Nazis, for example, had nationalized healthcare. Government was deeply involved in every aspect of industry, so we're talking about big government. The Nazis were not in favor of free market capitalists. And yes, I'll defend this one in the next section. And all of this sounds left of center to an American. So, it is mixed.
All of this is of course said with zero citations.
On the following section, I'm going to present the characteristics of the regime, and then you decide where it leans the most towards.
As so often happens, these guys pretend they're just presenting the facts, and then they pretend to outsource that analysis to you. A historian's job is to provide analysis, not to say, you decide what happened, smiley face. They're being lazy, dishonest, and cowardly, and they hide behind this veneer of objectivity to push impressionable people who are unfamiliar with the topic towards specific conclusions. In the following section, he doesn't cite anything at all, and for some reason brings up whether or not the Nazis had, quote, identity politics.
A central idea of communist ideology was opposition to private ownership of the means of production, which blended with economic intervention within the private and public sectors.
What do you mean a central tenet of communist ideology is economic interventionism in the private sector? A central tenet of communist ideology is the opposition to the existence of the private sector. What is economic interventionism in the public sector? That's already owned by the state. That's the public sector.
Now, to that, Nazism was different up to a certain extent. Let me clarify. Their overall economic approach favored big business and opposed labor unions, which of course doesn't make it sound socialist by any means.
All of what he just said is correct. See Adam Tooze's Wages of Destruction or my past video, Capitalism in Nazi Germany, if you want more info.
Friedrich Pollock says, open quote, "I agree that the legal institution of private ownership was maintained and that many attributes characteristic for National Socialism begin to manifest themselves, albeit still vaguely in non-totalitarian countries. But does this mean that the function of private ownership did not change? I believe it reaches far more deeply and should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership."
He quotes Friedrich Pollock as to why Nazi Germany's private ownership was functionally destroyed, and I'm pretty certain he got this quote from the Mises Institute, which is also where Tick History, who I covered in the past, got a lot of his stuff from. The Mises Institute is a right-wing libertarian think tank. Metatron, of course, doesn't cite this quote properly, and in this instance that is more important than you might think. For one, he actually misquotes Pollock, and leaves out the ending of the sentence. When you want to cut off parts of a quote that aren't relevant, you should indicate that you have done so. He does not. The full quote reads, "should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership, saving one exception." Pollock's argument isn't that capitalism is gone, it's that capitalism's management has been transferred into the hands of the state, while keeping the actual ownership and profits in private hands. Equals
arranged piece. Mathematical arrays that require a period of charging to incur damage. That's actually bullshit. I don't like Saurians, but their substats are quite nice. Yeah, I prefer this one.
Said, quote, "divorce between ownership and control. It's conceptualized as state capitalism." I don't fully agree with that, but that's what Pollock believes, and it isn't quite what Metatron represents his beliefs as. This isn't the most important thing that Metatron leaves out, though. The most important part is that this was written in 1941, long before any serious historical appraisals of Nazi Germany had been undertaken, by the simple virtue of the fact that the Nazi period wasn't over yet. Even the economist writing here, not as a historian but as an economist, cannot hope to have all the information and data necessary available to him. What follows is an argument that Hitler would allow private ownership and management of business so long as the businesses complied with the needs of the state. And in Metatron's view, this isn't really private ownership or capitalism. He calls this
socialism disguised as capitalism.
This is central to his argument that Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were cut from the same cloth. He says that Nazi Germany looks like capitalism, but is actually socialism. What follows is a very funny section that might seem familiar to some that have watched my old videos and What About Hist. These guys all use the same talking points.
Alright, now I would like to dedicate a small section to race. With that being said, let's also remember that if you think that racism denotes right-wing position, then you would classify Karl Marx as a right-winger. And the reason I say that is because if you actually read the article he published in 1844 called On the Jewish Question, you would absolutely consider to be racist.
He claims to have read On the Jewish Question, but probably hasn't, or if he did, he didn't really understand it. It was written in response to Bruno Bauer's The Jewish Question, hence the title On the Jewish Question. Bruno Bauer's text is very anti-Semitic, and Karl Marx is arguing against Bruno Bauer's anti-Semitic arguments. Karl Marx himself was born to a Jewish family. To modern ears, much of the language employed by Marx and even the title understandably sounds shocking, but that's because we're viewing it outside of its historical context. That being said, there are examples of Karl Marx being overtly racist in letters, particularly towards La Salle, which Metatron could have highlighted. Karl Marx undoubtedly harbored certain anti-Semitic and other racist beliefs, but bringing up this particular text is a very lazy and widespread right-wing talking point that isn't really convincing. I would argue that Karl Marx was perhaps less racist than the average German man in the 1800s. But that this also isn't saying much because German men in the 1800s were very racist. I won't belabor this point because the point Metatron is trying to make is silly. Racism is not an inherently right-wing position, and nobody sensible would argue as such. Anyone can be racist. I believe he's saying this defensively, because he himself knows that racism is more prevalent on the right. In fact, much of this video can be viewed as defensive, particularly the last portion in which he gets very hung up on whether or not Hitler is a Christian, which I don't think is very relevant. In the conclusion to this video, Metatron invites you to do a political compass test and try to imagine what Hitler's answers to each question would be, and then see where you end up. Once again, relying on your preconceived notions of who Hitler was, instead of actually educating.
Therefore, Nazism should not be judged by whatever words Hitler crafted, and it should not be considered neither left nor right-wing, at least in the political sense. The only thing in which Hitler believed was accumulating personal power, and we have a name for that: totalitarianism. Thank you for watching.
To conclude, I'd like to read a couple of quotes from Roderick Stackelberg, an expert on Nazi Germany. The conventional image of Nazi Germany as a totalitarian monolith in which every aspect of life was totally controlled from the top is misleading in several respects. For one thing, it implies that Nazi rule was maintained solely by coercion rather than, as was more generally the case, by popular consensus. The three dots indicate that I'm skipping later to the text here. It should be remembered that much that took place in Nazi Germany was not distinctively Nazi. Most importantly, perhaps, the monolith model fails to take into account the persistence of conflict and differences within and between government, party, and societal institutions, despite their hierarchical command structures. Quoting him again from the introduction, "In my interpretation, Nazism is unambiguously a movement of the right, a conservative end of the spectrum." Stackelberg approaches some of the topics that Metatron brought up early in this video, like Americans getting confused about how to interpret Nazism from their perspective, totalitarianism theory, and on similarities between extreme movements and so on. I would recommend reading this book over watching Metatron's video if you would like to understand Nazi Germany. I think Metatron isn't a very big fan of Hitler, and is understandably also not a fan of his politics and his views being associated with Hitler, which is why he wants as much distance as possible from him and his movement. Of course, no reasonable person is going to look at the Nazis and think that they were left-wingers. Not even Metatron thinks that. So his only recourse is to say nothing and pretend like it's nuance. I remember Metatron as a channel that did talks on history topics, but now it seems to largely be low-effort React content. And I mean lower effort than mine. I at least write a script. And also it seems much of it panders towards right-wing young men who are frustrated about video games being too woke.
The usual politics in games and the culture war. In this case, the battleground is Oblivion Remaster. Man, Elder Scrolls 6, I really hope they don't put politics. I really hope they don't inject a lot of politics in these games. If it's a tiny little bit, it's not a big deal, I'll mod it out. And I'm just being honest with you, I'm not being hateful, I don't hate anyone. Live your life however you see fit.
He says if you're gay, if you use they-them pronouns, if you've got blue hair, then more power to you, so long as you live your life somewhere where he doesn't have to see you.
Final Fantasy Tactics is one of my favorite games ever. That game is so political that it's insane, but it's not divisive. But it's also the idea of using the video game as a medium to inject your positions. That's when I'm starting to have a problem, because it feels like I'm being manipulated.
He's scared because the things he's seeing are different to what he's used to.
No. No.
He's not taking any sort of principled stance against people, quote, injecting their politics into games, because then he very much would not like Final Fantasy Tactics. Let me read what the original script, scenario writer, and editor's thoughts were on the politics of the game, published on June 5th with the announcement of the game's remaster. Quoting Yasumi Matsuda. Nearly 30 years ago, the collapse of Japan's bubble economy engulfed the nation's financial institutions in mountains of bad debt, triggering a wave of corporate bankruptcies, a sudden and extreme rise in unemployment rates, and stagnation of Japanese society as a whole. It was an era when many were robbed of hope, when dreams were measured by their price tag. Against this historical backdrop, I crafted a story. It was the story of Ramza, a young man who fought tirelessly against the entrenched social class system. It was the story of Delita, who sought to take advantage of this confusion and despair to advance his own social position. It was the story of a peculiar destiny in which friendship and betrayal intertwine. And now in 2025, a time when inequality and division are still deeply rooted in our society, I offer this story once again. The will to resist is in your hands.
What are you trying to inject in my head?
Let's move on from Metatron.
Global warming or whatever eco-disaster thing you want to sell.
Now, I've challenged many politically correct people. There were so many fifth columnists and
Oof,
communists and the like dissenters.
This much loved and admired design of tank that the Russians built in World War II. And I just want to show you how bad it was in so many ways.
I still remember one video that stuck with younger me quite a bit. I think it was around 2012 or so when I started playing D&D. I saw a video of his where he reasoned that adventurers spelunking through dungeons and caves probably wouldn't carry their torch in front of them, because the bright light would interfere with your eye's ability to adjust to the darkness. Instead, you'd carry the torch to your side and behind you, so you can see what's ahead while carrying some light with you. And I thought, wow, he's smart. So I mostly watched for that kind of content, medieval fantasy and role-playing type stuff. Like the rest though, I started to notice things as I started learning more about how one works with history. Lindebeige is a reasonably old man, I think, though he's aged quite well, probably by virtue of being an avid dancer and not having his brain broken by the 2010s. Out of my selection here, he's probably the most normal one of the group. Many of the things he says and believes are kind of indistinguishable from what that one slightly racist old guy at the pub might say after pint number 5. He complains about largely issues in a curmudgeonly way like Metatron does, but his issues are that someone at his dance rehearsal didn't like his gendered language, not that Nexus Mods is censoring his favorite anti-woke mod. It feels just as trivial of a topic to make a video about, but at least it's less terminally online. Lindebeige's history content is mostly sort of okay. It's entertainment. He mostly just talks about things he likes and finds cool. It's not super informative or well researched, but it's not terrible either. He's maybe going to say some weird things about women, non-binary people, climate change, the British Empire, or indigenous people, but if you look past that, then it's mostly okay, I think. Here's a video he did at the Bovington Tank Museum about the Soviet T-34 tank from World War II. I chose this video because it's relatively recent, it's something I find interesting, and as you'll see, it fits the theme of my video.
But the Sherman was not actually the most common tank of World War II. No, that honor goes to the Russian T-34.
He refers to the tank as a, quote, Russian tank throughout the video, and whenever he refers to the Soviet Union at any point in time, he keeps referring to them as, quote, the Russians, with one exception.
The Russians were the Russians, and the Russian tanks. The Russians.
Cool stuff.
The Russians.
This might sound like a nitpick, but this was not a Russian tank. This was a Soviet tank.
This one.
The tank was designed and manufactured in Kharkiv, Ukraine. To many, this stuff is understandably touchy after Russia invaded Ukraine. Kharkiv sits quite close to the Russian border, and its civilian population is frequently victimized by Russian drone and missile attacks. Even if it wasn't for Russia's war of aggression, consistently calling it Russian is just wrong. It was Soviet. Strangely enough, at one point he calls the Soviets the Russians, says the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, and that the T-34 was made in Ukraine, all in the span of about 30 seconds.
The crudeness of this tank is just funny. I mean, the crudeness of the casting here, it's just so lumpy and bumpy. The quality of the metal is not the greatest, and some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Now, I'm going to complain about how he keeps talking about how aspects of this tank are bad, but on several occasions it seems like he understands their purpose and understands that the T-34, which he says could be manufactured at a rate once every half an hour, is by that virtue better than the statistically equivalent German tank that took 6 months to produce. He oscillates between evaluating the tank as a whole as a seemingly good tank and also calling every aspect of it trash. I'll get to why I think that is later on. I don't know much about metal quality or welding. I've never welded something in my life. I asked military history friends and an actual tanker about some of these things, but all that is anecdotal, unverifiable, and not very persuasive when making arguments about history. Does the lumpiness and bumpiness actually mean the tank's going to be less effective? Do the appearance of those welds mean that? What sort of actual effect does this have on the tank's ability to serve its purpose on the battlefield? Do any of these things actually matter? It's easy to look at things that look bad and reason that it must mean they are bad, but how are you actually judging the quality of anything you're looking at? He doesn't go into detail, he just says it's bad.
And some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Quoting from the first page of Chapter 1 of the Tanks of Operation Barbarossa, one of the most widespread mistakes is the tendency to look at tanks from former years from a contemporary standpoint and to evaluate them using modern criteria. Such an approach has its attractions. In the first place, it is simple, and secondly, it allows us to sense our superiority over the people of the past, who created and used those tanks, in which today we see so many imperfections and flaws. At the same time, often blaming of one or another detail of a tank for its shortcomings is in fact a result of the elementary misunderstanding of how, why, and for what purpose each detail was made part of it from the beginning. Whatever led to the welds looking so crude may be a deliberate design decision and actually be a bonus to how one should evaluate this tank. Quoting again, there is one more important category that influences the design of tanks, the level of modern technology. Not only at the abstract worldwide level, but in the manufacturing capabilities of each specific factory that planned to produce them. This also includes the number and qualifications of its workers, the presence and capabilities of its manufacturing equipment, its financial resources, the availability of time, raw materials and component parts, the possibility of cooperating with other factories, etc. In other words, an assessment may have been made that a satisfactory quality of weld was achievable at the planned production factories with the available skilled labor power, with available raw resources, and that a quote higher quality would not be worth an increase in labor power or lowered rate of production. Now, there's actually a much more important factor to mention when it comes to the welds, that Lindebeige unfortunately does not mention. The so-called prettier German tanks often utilized interlocking armor plates which had to be hand-welded by highly qualified electric welders. As Germany had no shortage of skilled labor or machine tools, production wasn't limited by this. Instead, it was limited by raw resources. Soviet tank production faced different challenges. The T-34's production utilized, quote, the foremost technological achievements of that time, which included automatic welding, as opposed to highly skilled and time-consuming manual welding. A good rule of thumb if you're ignorant about something from the past is to start from the assumption that they knew exactly what they were doing, not that you're smarter than them.
They thought to themselves, well, a tank's going to last maybe, 3 months in action, so why make it so well crafted that it'll last for 70 years? No, it's going to blow up in 3 months, so make it good enough to just about last 3 months, and then it'll have done its job. One way of looking at it is it's like a hand grenade. It's a disposable item that you use them up. Now,
is that so much different from any other tank? Yes, tanks were not designed to become museum pieces, yet here you are standing in front of one, and according to the very museum you're standing in, quote, after the war, T-34-85s continued in service around the world with over 40 nations for many decades. There are 3 T-34-85s at Bovington. I don't know which one he's referring to at any specific point because he never says, but all 3 have different histories. This could either be one that was used in the Korean War, one used by the Czechoslovakian army, or one built in Poland between 1951 and 1955. Only one of these 3 is confirmed to be wholly built in the Soviet Union. One's hull is confirmed to be built in the Soviet Union, and one was entirely built in Poland. These factors may all play a part in the way the tank appears.
So you can see actually does overhang the front a little bit, and they just there's a bit of a bodged solution there with a extra bar of metal added on.
Bodged, meaning botched, meaning make or repair something badly or clumsily. But he doesn't really go into why that little bit of metal is bad. Quoting once again from the same book, from the same first page of chapter 1. It should be noted that the success or failure of various models of tanks is determined to a great extent by their capability to be adapted in a timely manner to the constantly changing tactical demands throughout their service life. If an adaptation could be made by welding on a tiny bit of extra metal, that seems like a very cost-effective solution.
Look at the quality of the craftsmanship. Look at this just gap. They haven't welded it. There's a gap between the side plate and the back plate. And these bolt holes, you see, don't all have bolts in. But what the hell, that's enough to hold it on. They shove it out the factory, it'll be fine.
On the topic of the lack of bolts and the missing weld, allow me to quote again, this time from chapter 9. The result of fasteners used to build the tanks noticeably decreased, and a large number of superfluous parts were discarded. For example, by the beginning of 1942, 5,641 parts of 1,265 items were removed from the tank's design, and by the end of that year, this figure reached 6,237 parts. In the process, the list of fasteners was reduced by 21%. According to a graph on the same page, the labor input between January 1942 and July 1945 was at one factory reduced by as much as 62.4%. Granted, that factory had required a much higher initial labor input than others. At the seemingly more efficient Kharkiv plant, the reduction in the same period was 39.5%. These weren't just cost-cutting measures to make things cheaper, these were measures taken to adapt to the realities of the war, to maintain rate of production in the face of, quote, colossal human material and manufacturing resources left behind in occupied territories, the mass evacuation of industry, the loss of economic ties, and the overloading of the transport system with military shipments and the interruptions in deliveries of components, parts, and materials in connection with this.
And even today, so lovingly looked after by the people here at the Tank Museum at Bovington. You see it's dripping oil onto the deck, black. I've seen almost no oil dripping onto the ground from many tanks, but this one does.
He spots an oil spill, and that could have been formed for any number of reasons. I asked my tanker friend, who told me, quote, if it's a class 3 where a puddle is formed, that means it's deadlined, but not like a, oh, you can't use it. More of a, oh, regular maintenance needs to happen soonish. He also told me any military vehicle like this will face maintenance challenges like this under the stress of use. Even so, this speaks to a larger problem with how Lindy Beige approaches history. He saw that puddle and reasoned his way towards what actually was going on instead of figuring it out. He believes the T-34 is a shoddy piece of craftsmanship and spots a small oil puddle and uses it to confirm his preconceptions instead of asking what caused that. He reasons that since he hasn't seen any oil puddle near any of the other tanks, this must mean this is an issue with the T-34. Then he moves on without considering what could have caused it. I'm not one to get involved in these weird discussions about what equipment was best or anything of the sort. I also have no special attachment to the T-34. Granted, it is the first and I believe the only tank that I've seen with my own eyes, so in a way that makes it special to me, but it's also just a tool of war. Lindy Beige oscillates between calling every aspect of the T-34's craftsmanship rubbish and evaluating the tank as a whole as a tank that does its job. When he talks about how the tank sucks in various ways, he's looking at it not as a historian but as a fan of tanks. He's looking at it from a very subjective aesthetic perspective. He thinks elements of it looks ugly, so he critiques that. He thinks it's poorly constructed, so he critiques that. He sees improvised adaptations and doesn't like that. He makes reference to how British tanks do things better, because he thinks those are cooler and more practical. Those familiar with him know he's a bit of a British nationalist. But then he steps into the historian role and says that the T-34 is statistically just as good as the Panther, but the T-34 took 30 minutes to make and the Panther took 6 months, which obviously would make the T-34 better. And then he goes back to talking as if the T-34 is something bought off of Temu. My problem is that he doesn't make it clear when he's speaking as a fan and when he's speaking as a historian. He could have just said, personally I think this looks ugly, or he could have said, you might think the lack of welds and bolts here looks bad, but actually it was found to be superfluous and its removal reduced labor hours for production significantly. While it seems he wished the tank looked prettier, Lindy Beige does arrive at a sort of conclusion that what matters in war is having equipment that does the job, and that something cheaper with downsides is better than having nothing at all, which is a correct conclusion to draw. Quoting from the tanks of Operation Barbarossa, the worst tank in the world which manages to show up at the right time in the right place is immeasurably superior to the best tank which fails to arrive when and where it is needed. For all these citations for this book, by the way, I would like to apologize. I have an ebook version and it's difficult to cite accurately. Unfortunately, while Lindebeige does seem to reach this conclusion, which I believe is correct, he does so after almost half an hour of talking about how every which aspect of the T-34 was, quote, bad. Quoting again, firepower, armor protection, and mobility are the most significant of the tactical and performance characteristics of tanks. That is, after you've taken stock of the tank's availability. And even so, it has to be operated by a trained crew and used in a cohesive tactical and strategic whole to be effective. In the period under discussion, the medium tanks showed this balance best of all. From the period of view of the level of development of these three characteristics and their optimal balance, the undoubted leader among both Soviet and German tanks was the T-34. That's not to say that T-34 didn't have flaws, wasn't lacking in certain things, and so on. I'm sure it was. It's just to say that at the time, by sensible non-video gaming metrics, it's probably all around what best suits the needs of its nation in World War II. I think the T-34 was probably a good tank. Lindebeige has a website where he's posted little essays. In the opinion section, he's highlighted some of his most controversial ones. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a date stamp on any of these essays, but I also couldn't find any sort of retraction, apology, or corrections, so I assume they still in some way represent his views. I'm happy to be corrected on that though. Your eyes might be drawn to his, quote, "What Holocaust?" essay. It luckily isn't what you think. He takes exception to the term Holocaust on the basis that overemphasizing the Jews killed in the Holocaust may erase the millions of others. Personally, I think Holocaust is fine as a term to encompass all the peoples whom the Nazis attempted to exterminate. And personally, I prefer the Hebrew term, the Shoah, when I refer exclusively to the Jews persecuted during the Holocaust. One point I want to address in his post here, though, is his use of the term, quote, "attempted genocide." This is a common misconception. The Nazis did not just attempt a genocide, they carried out a genocide. Genocide is a legal term, and its definition is set out in the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It reads, quote, "Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such."
Increases the chance of high quality equipment.
What's important is intent, and having carried out any of the acts under Article 2 with that intent. The intent must be to destroy it in whole or in part. And you can in fact be found guilty of genocide without having killed a single person. Here's how he introduces one of his essays, quote, "In the far north of Scandinavia live people called Lapps. In a large country in Central Europe live people called Germans. The Lapps do not call themselves Lapps anymore, it seems." Interjecting here, they never did. Germans do not call themselves Germans. Political correctness now demands that I change my habits and start calling the Lapps Sami. Political correctness is inconsistent, however, and allows me to call Germans Germans. It's not the best source, but I don't have a source specifically on the term Lapps, so I'm quoting the Norwegian Online Encyclopedia's article on the term. This is authored by senior researcher Mikkel Berg Nordlia from the Oslo Met University and linguist Asbjørn Nesheim of the University of Oslo. Translation mine. Quote, "Lapps is an outdated term for the Sami, which was used by non-Sami. Because of societal racism towards the Sami in the 1800s, the reigning term for the people gained a negative connotation. In Norway in the 1930s, the term Lapp was officially replaced by the Sami's own word for themselves, and following the Russian Revolution, the same occurred in the Soviet Union. Later it happened in Finland and Sweden too. This was a term used by the state towards a repressed indigenous minority, not a term they use themselves. It's taken on the connotations of an ethnic or racial slur, especially when utilized by people insisting on this word that hasn't seen official use in almost a century. The Sami understandably do not like it when you say, I prefer to use a different word to describe you, when that term coincidentally was also used by the people who carried out an ethnic cleansing campaign against your ancestors, and used the term to otherize you. He conflates a lot of different things like how the BBC pronounces Kabul or how people call it Germany and not Deutschland, none of which are ethnic slurs. Quoting Lindebeige, I am told that these days the Lapps have started to get shirty about whether people say Lapp or Sami. This is an insane thing to say about someone not liking a slur, by the way. Quoting further, this is a case of the small group trying to get power over the larger by claiming some degree of oppression and insisting that the larger changes its habits as some sort of pointless and ultimately denigrating concession. It sounds to me like he's saying that Scandinavia is like a Sami-occupied government. His point here is to say that the Sami are denigrating themselves by basically being childish and not being able to tough tough it out, I guess. It's incredibly pathetic and funny that he views this as the Sami oppressing him. He also says, quote, "A word that simply describes you is only insulting to you if the person you are is bad. If you are bad, then surely you deserve to be insulted. And I would rather that you become good than merely change your name. Lindy Beige, I'm going to call you an idiot for this take. You're going to take exception to that, and you're probably going to get offended by me calling you one because you don't believe you are one." Mind you, this entire post happened because a Swede dared to correct him on a term that hasn't been officially in use in Norway, at least, for close to a century. Now, when I see someone launch down a tirade like this, I usually expect them to eventually say why they should be allowed to say the N-word. Luckily, he doesn't do this, but he gets really close. Now, I really don't want to read this part. Not because I'm scared of saying any of these words in context. The sentence just sounds so fucking bad, I don't want a recording of me saying it out there. Now, I'm not even talking about this term in specific, but in a general sense, it's actually the opposite of what he's saying here. There's something shameful about letting someone refer to you by a term that's intended to assert their inherent superiority over you in racial terms and to belittle you. It doesn't matter if you know they're wrong, because if enough people treat you like this, then they've made you their lesser. This is not how you treat an equal, or treat someone with respect. Lindy Beige spends a great deal of time talking about how getting offended by this sort of stuff means that you're childlike and in need of coddling, not seeing the irony of saying this in a 19-paragraph essay spurred by a Swede simply advising him to not use an offensive term that's outdated by close to a century. You're the one who seems in need of coddling, Lloyd. Moving on from that, he also has an essay on women's role in society. Lindy Beige believes that a woman should be in the home and not the workplace. I think he best sums up how he wants to express his view by the following quote. "My feeling is that people should act in whatever way is more likely to make them happy. Coercion tends to prevent happiness, and freedom tends to promote it. I do not think that a woman's place should be forced on her. I think that women should be free. I also think that if they were truly free to pick the path that would for them lead to the greatest contentment, that many more of them would end up not going to work." Personally, I think the same applies to men, that both would prefer not to spend half their waking days in service of enriching the owner of their workplace. Lindy Beige here instead highlights what he calls instinctual differences between men and women that just so happen to correspond to his worldview. These are differences in things that cause fulfillment for men and women, and he says that women would be better served to get money from a man than having to labor at a job and in the home, and so on. The text is full of presuppositions and assertions of how things are and how they seemingly have to be. Quote, "It is commonly remarked that men do not like to marry women who earn more than they do. Society at large does not respect the kept man. Given that this stems from deep-rooted instinct, it is incredibly unlikely that this will change in the near future. We could try and educate people to respect kept men, and kept men to be happy being kept, but this would be going against the grain of human nature. Surely it is much better to go with the grain of human nature." He conflates much of what he observes with so-called human nature. Humans are social animals. All social organizations we create are a product of human nature, because constructing complex social organizations are an inherent part of us as a species. This could be the family, the village, the nation-state, the trade union, and even capitalism. All of it is a product of human nature. It's in our nature to construct complex social organizations, and to sometimes replace those with ones that better suit us. He talks about how unaffordable housing is, and how the mobilization of a greater number of the population into the workforce isn't necessarily to the benefit of women or men. That competition between these social categories isn't helping either. Quote, "Governments could not simply intervene and lower the price of housing. Attempts to force people to sell things for less than they could get them for always fail one way or another. Something is only ever worth what someone else is prepared to pay for it. It could be that men have ended up in a world where male virtues are criticized in all but the successful few, and in which their male instincts cause them to pursue lives that will bring them little pleasure. Meanwhile, women cannot feel respected without independence, but cannot get enough money without dependence on a man who might be gone tomorrow. So they still have to go out and get jobs." He ends with, quote, "There must be a better way." His problem is that his vision for how to improve things is constrained to his narrow conservative worldview. Emancipation from all these things that weigh on our lives and force us into molds we don't feel happy in is going to require rethinking a great many things. He brings up how many of the jobs that await women aren't fulfilling careers but just simply jobs, like scanning groceries behind a register and such. This isn't the reality of women he's describing. He's describing the reality of workers. If you're watching this video, you're likely either a worker or you'll become one very soon. You'll be competing for jobs against fellow workers, to the benefit of the owners of the workplaces, who are looking for whoever will do the job for the lowest wage, because the higher your wage, the lower their profit margin. You will spend a great deal of your waking life maximizing that profit margin. There must be a better way.
Warhammer have been getting more and more corrupted by the woke mind virus. Abraham had more than one wife, yet they were shown in visions as standing on the right hand of God in an exalted state. So clearly there's a mechanic or exception which permits someone to have more than one wife.
I learned of Shadiversity through a video called Names and Terms of a Medieval Cat.
Random reward.
Castle's parts that I saw in 2016. At the time, I thought it was reasonably informative. It's kind of like an illustrated list, like one of those visual guides you get as a kid with cross-sections in it. This is the kind of content he used to make. He still makes seemingly innocent content where he and his buddy play around with swords or pop culture props. However, the majority of his output, in terms of quantity at least, is on a channel called Night's Watch, started in 2020. This is your typical talking to the camera, low-effort, right-wing opinion channel, covering stuff like Twitter takes and the Amazon Lord of the Rings show. That channel will be the majority of my focus. Shad is a practicing Mormon, hence his defense of having multiple wives. He's very serious about his somewhat fundamentalist Christian beliefs, which logically may lead to a more conservative worldview. Whereas Lindybeige seems to mostly have his own homegrown, curmudgeonly conservative gripes with society, Shad seems to be wholly immersed in the culture war.
Already weird things are happening over the years. There was one thing where they're trying to say it's for everyone while actually excluding anyone who politically disagreed with them.
Yeah. What he's referencing here is, I believe, a Norwegian YouTuber formerly known as Art Warhammer getting ordered by Games Workshop to remove the term Warhammer from his name because he was an out-and-about Nazi.
Initially it was just Art Warhammer because I figured like, okay, I'm gonna do Warhammer, so it makes sense to mention that in the title of the channel. Absolutely.
Why did you
Games Workshop's lawyers disagreed.
I'll cite a compiled list which itself has links to his videos. Arch's channel was basically him reading fandom wiki pages in a fake British accent that made it sound like he owned colonies in the West Indies, while calling goblins house N-words. When Warhammer took action against Arch, they also released a statement, which is what Shad is referencing here. I'll read the statement to you. Warhammer is for everyone. One of the great powers of our hobby is its ability to bring people together in common cause, to build bonds and friendships across divides. We believe in and support a community united by shared values of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that is not a reflection of who we are or how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our company or in the Warhammer hobby. We will continue to diversify the cast of characters we portray through miniatures, art, and storytelling so everyone can find representation and heroes they can relate to. And if you feel the same way, wherever and whoever you are, we're glad you're a part of the Warhammer community. If not, you will not be missed. Games Workshop is saying that Nazis are not welcome in the hobby. Shad is offended by this, or at the very least pretends to be in order to appeal to his Nazi or Nazi-adjacent fans. This is pretty unambiguous because Shad specifically mentions Art Warhammer.
Yeah, not Arch Warhammer, not him, but it's for everyone, right?
Yeah. So much of this is 2014 to 2016 internet coded that they even managed to name drop Sargon of Akkad.
Because Sargon of Akkad said you can't have anything exclusionary, even when things are already represented. Oh man.
This is so nuts.
For some reason, Shad is also obsessed with AI. If you've seen his Twitter, you'll know that it's pretty much all him coming to the defense of AI as, quote, tool-assisted art or something like that. I don't really have a dog in this race, beyond the fact that I think AI art looks like dog shit. He's really up his own ass about it though, and berates artists about how AI art is better. For example, here he's saying Studio Ghibli's art style is, quote, plain and, quote, uninspired. This stuff is very personal to him, as evidenced by this part of his, quote, love letter to AI video, which sits squarely on the intersection between sweet and kinda weird, I think.
I had a big crush on Supergirl growing up and have a lot of nostalgic connection for this character, and what I love to do is to depict my wife as Supergirl because that's who she is. She is my Supergirl.
I don't know what to say about this stuff, but I thought it bears mentioning since a lot of people have very strong opinions on the use of this technology for so-called art, and it seems to be a pretty big part of who he is right now. Shad is a big fantasy nerd. I am too. I've been playing D&D since about 2012 with some of the same people that entire time. I read fantasy books growing up, and when I've traveled recently, I've been reading Ursula Le Guin's books of Earthsea. Shad did what a lot of fantasy nerds who also become YouTubers, gain an audience, and with it an ego do. He became an author. His universe or book series is called Chronicles of Everfall, and his first book is called Shadow of the Conqueror. It is a world of floating islands. The story takes place after the big fantasy villain was deposed by the good guys. The main character is this deposed fantasy villain. For some reason that is apparently never revealed, the deposed villain eventually feels remorse for his actions, and the setting's analogy to God then gives him a shot at redemption, transforming him into a 17-year-old version of himself for some reason. I will gladly read an entire book on history for a video, but I refuse to read a YouTuber's first fantasy novel, so instead I'm going to read you some choice reviews. Before I do though, I need to give a quick content warning. Apparently the book contains copious mentions of sexual assault and some of it being against minors, so I will be using words that some might find unpleasant. Quote, "This is a difficult review to write. I'm biased to like the author based off of his YouTube personality / channel. Because of that I want to like this novel, however it is rough for one minor and one major reason. So the minor reason is that the book needs editing. Quote, as is, the novel is very often expository, dumping mechanics, systems and seemingly logic asides all the time. The tone of the written prose is fluctuating wildly, with supposedly heart-wrenching monologue from a character in one line and utterly neutral side on some tangent to the next line. For example, quote, blood was easy to wipe off because it's mostly water." Wait, what? The biggest issue, however, that keeps me from rating this novel higher is the novel's constant obsession with sex and rape. The main character is largely defined by it. Almost all the female characters with more than one line dedicated to them are either trusty home-sitting wives, quoting, "with breasts like melons," religiously obsessed with cooking for their men and sexing with their men, or they're absolutely and utterly defined by having been raped and or kept for sex trafficking. And okay, if this had been handled with care, okay, but the way these events are treated, like offhand mentions with no apparent empathy from the characters or author beyond the briefest of lip service, is genuinely discomforting. From another review by Kevin Potter, now I have two large issues that almost made me drop the book and get a refund on numerous occasions. 1. Rampant and awkward sexuality and rape. There are multiple characters completely defined by their sexual assault. 2. The main character. There are so many issues here, but let me condense the list to a few key points. After being with him for 18 hours, I can also say there's not one thing about him that I like, largely because every positive thing presented just rings false. At the end of the day, he's still a bastard who raped young girls and killed millions. Here's another one by Chelsea, who said she did not finish it. I love Shad's YouTube channel and this was a promising premise, but the novel is annoyingly unpolished and objectionable. As for the unsavory elements, there are copious references to rape, ravaging, and sex trafficking, as well as bestiality. What? I didn't pre-read any of these, by the way. I just scrolled down the Goodreads review list and looked for reviews that were sizable, not 3-word shitposts, and generally started with, I love this guy's YouTube channel, but... And a final review by Hope C. I'd really give this negative stars if I could. I'm just here in an attempt to reduce the inflated score. Making your protagonist a genocidal pedophilic rapist who gets away with it, becomes young and handsome, and then everyone forgives, that doesn't belong in published books. It belongs in long deleted Wattpad stories. This guy's channel is almost all tired or angry opinion videos. It's hard to tell to what degree this stuff is meant to cash in on the online right-wing outrage farms, and to which degree they're actually genuinely bothered by this stuff. Sadly, there's also not a lot of history to criticize here. Shad seems to have moved somewhat away from that stuff and is now more or less submerged in the culture war. And to my great misery, the only thing that I could find that was somewhat related to history and was somewhat recent was Shad sharing his thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, so I've had an interest in this from a historical perspective, but as to the race of the character, I don't really care, honestly. I mean, there's been black samurai characters, Afro samurai is one that comes to mind in the past, and give me a good character, I'm happy. But what I find interesting is the double standard, right, and what they are doing. Usually the really woke progressive crowd cry bloody murder when you have something that's depicting a more diverse setting, like say if it was in Africa or sometimes in Asia and stuff like that, and if the protagonist is white, there's a phrase that they usually use to describe if the protagonist is white. Have you heard it before?
Is it white savior?
White savior. Yeah. They call it the white savior trope, right? And so according to their own standard, this seems a little hypocritical.
This stuff is really dumb. There's no double standard. People love stories about a guy not from medieval Japan who ends up in medieval Japan. It's about the way you tell that story. A quote white savior is someone who's portrayed as superior because of whiteness or their culture or something like that. It's not just any story about a foreigner in a strange land. In fact, nobody reasonable actually minds stories of a white guy getting stranded in Japan if it's told well. Shogun by James Clavell is a classic, and it was adapted into a TV show in the 80s and a TV show very recently, and that recent one won 18 Emmys, the most any show has ever won in a single season of television. The stranger in a strange land trope is beloved and works really well, especially in video games. This isn't the first time they've done this. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, if I recall, you're a Norwegian who goes to England.
They are completely driven by the woke ideology of diversity, equity, inclusion, all that stuff.
I mentioned...
They are latching onto this, historical figure and then inflating his role.
Yes.
To a much larger degree, it seems, than he was in the past, and we know why. Some of the most disingenuous, comments are like, what, you're okay with, Animus, fancy, bullcrap magic, essentially, in Assassin's Creed with stuff, but you have a problem with, this bit of unrealism? It's about suspension of disbelief, okay? And what they have been consistent with, in the past games, and what they have shown respect to in terms of historicity.
In Assassin's Creed 2, the final boss fight is you fist-fighting the Pope. You don't even have to bring up the fact that he has alien magic powers, you're fist-fighting the Pope.
No more tricks. No more ancient artifacts. No more weapons. Let us see what you are made of, old man.
All right then. If that's how you want to play it.
It's all very selective outrage, and I'm not 100% sure if it's genuine, if he actually is upset about representation or people having fun with historical characters when making video game stories, or if he's just doing the grift that everyone does now.
It's worth talking about the historical aspect of this black character, because there's been back and forth and some misunderstandings on both sides. I've found Metatron has a great video on it. I would just basically suggest looking at, the Metatron video.
And we've come full circle. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a lot of reading for this one, or a lot of history at all. It turns out these guys I used to watch for history don't really do much of that anymore, and maybe they never really did. Looking back at it, much of it was very surface level stuff, some of them just talking to a camera and being nerds, sometimes insightful nerds, but most times not really. If you look past all the weird stuff, my channel's not too different from theirs. I think part of the reason some of their content has fallen off and I'm growing is that they came from an older tradition of YouTubers. Back in their day, you could do whatever you wanted with zero effort, and they've kind of been stuck in that mindset. You just hit record and start talking to the camera. You're the guy everyone watches, so surely what you're saying is important enough to justify your video's existence. You're very smart and important. You've been doing this for a long time, so when it comes to history, you just go with your gut. There's no need to double check, to try to improve, be curious, learn, or anything of the sort. Metatron streams and just talks to the camera. When he makes a themed history-related video, it feels like it was written by ChatGPT. Lindy Beige at least visits a museum. And shows you a cool tank, but also kinda just talks at the camera. No citations, no evidence. I'm told it is June the 6th, 1944, 6:35 a.m., just off the coast of Normandy. The sky is grey, the water a little choppy. The other soldiers huddling in the landing craft all look scared. Ahead, one of them nervously taps his rifle against the floor. A commanding voice shouts, "Clear the ramp, 30 seconds." This is how historian and PhD in Media, Culture and Society from the University of Gothenburg, Adam Chapman, starts his book Digital Games as History. This is the iconic introduction to Medal of Honor, and Chapman is relating his experience from when he first played the game. Quote, "When I try and think of the first time I had the palpable sense, however basic, that maybe video games could be history, it is this first encounter as a 17-year-old with Medal of Honor Frontline that springs to mind." Adam Chapman is relating an important memory from his teenage years, one that may have profoundly influenced his interests and ultimately his choice of career, leading him to his bachelor's degree in history, his master's degree in cultural history, and ultimately his PhD in media, culture, and society. This is a video about how video games can be history, and about how one of the giants of the genre, Paradox Interactive, approaches this. But first, I'd like to thank Private Internet Access for sponsoring this video. Private Internet Access, or PIA, is a virtual private network service that tunnels your traffic so that the website or service you're accessing sees you connecting from a different IP address than your own. Paradox games are history games. They relate to and represent the past in some way. They're also, some would say, just games, meant to be fun and to generate profit to a publicly listed corporation, and not necessarily to educate. But it's still a history game. Quote, "This first assumption that real history is essentially coterminous with the printed book, that only printed text is capable of carrying serious argument, is a mistake, because Western written history both emerges from oral history and is weaved with a number of continuing performative traditions of engagement with the past. While video games exist first and foremost for fun, which hopefully will then translate to sales, which then may translate to profit, the history within them is still history." Speaking on the difference between fictional pop history and academic history, Adam Chapman, while quoting Munslow, says, "We cannot say that one is pure fiction while the other one is pure truth. As Munslow puts it, there are always elements of the fictive/fictionality in all history. It is simply unavoidable given that ontologically, history is in narrative form. That's to say, we cannot intrinsically dismiss popular history based on its form. It is still history. The only difference is that written academic history is generally produced by experts in their field, whereas television, movies, and video games largely are not. Therefore, there's nothing inherent to video games that makes it so they cannot be history or even good history, though there are challenges. Video games are uniquely different to movies, music, TV shows, and books about history in that they're interactive. Chapman constructs a dichotomy of reading and doing, which both occur in games. Reading is the consumption of representations. That could be reading in the literal sense, museum exhibitions, documentaries, and so on. Doing is interacting with the game's rules or its mechanics. It's an active involvement in what's happening. Quote, "This doing still also generally has the possibility of affecting the representation in some way. An obvious example of this is that when a player wins a game, they also often, in doing so, and however inadvertently, create a romance or adventure story for their player character." Going further from the next page. Simply, in games, this means that the representation is always partly decided by the playful doing of players, as well as the designing activities of developers. This also means that in games, the audience's own playful doing can affect their own reading. Furthermore, it is clear that if games can function as history, then this is necessarily related to both of these aspects. And if these activities can affect one another, then they must also affect the history that is produced through play. It's easy to reject the idea of these games as containing any history at all due to the extreme subjectivity of their experiences, to essentially say, leave the history to the historians and leave the games to the developers. But history games exist and will continue to exist, and people will probably continue to engage with them as history. The way people engage with this history is fundamentally different to the way people engage with other mediums for history, and this is important for understanding why history is often represented the way it is in video games, and how it affects your understanding of history. This video is about games like Hotline 4, how they handle history and how they shape the way people view history in overt and subtle ways. This is not a video where I'm going to be criticizing the lack of mention of the Holocaust in Hotline 4. There are very good reasons for it being omitted, and I'll go over those as well. I'll instead look at other things that they do include and others that are omitted, and talk about why some aspects of history are left in and others left out. Hotline 4 is a game that wants to be as authentic as possible, but also doesn't. It wants to include as many things relating to the war as possible for you to play with, but it also wants to not talk about other aspects of it. There's a tension between the history of the conflict and the design of the game, like the game itself is at war with itself. I'm on record as saying that Hotline 4, despite all its problems, does have the means to teach you some things about history. For example, the game shows you the larger operational level of war in a way that other video games that are mostly digital museums or toy boxes full of historical weapons and vehicles don't. Vehicle arena combat games like War Thunder might give you an impression of a specific vehicle's combat prowess that's skewed, as it doesn't include any of the elements of warfare except for the confrontation itself. In Hearts of Iron, you have to produce these vehicles, and they have to fit into a larger campaign plan that's compatible with your nation's level of industry, its resources, the terrain you'll be fighting in, what other weapons and equipment you have, and more. It's not enough to design a complicated heavy tank. You have to actually produce it in decent numbers, and then you need to maintain it and fuel it. These concerns are very far from your mind when you play games like War Thunder. The community always finds ways to break free of the constraints of so-called realism and create wacky designs like the infamous Space Marine infantry template. But at its core, Hearts of Iron is a game that rejects the notion of Wunderwaffe or wonder weapons in favor of a more sensible, grounded, and holistic view where weapons are just one part of a larger operational whole. However, it's also a game that launched a DLC about Wunderwaffe.
We should have seen it coming.
Now, to be fair, these weapons still need to be built. Some are more or less practical than others, and it seems, at least from what I've played, that the most practical ones are the ones that saw success after the war. Introducing more of these gizmos that loom larger in the popular imagination than they do in the imagination of historians is a way to market to a specific type of player, and fulfill the fantasies of that specific type of player. More gizmos that these players are familiar with creates historical resonance. History games, or games with a historical setting, rely on what Chapman calls historical resonance. The historical setting of medieval Japan is less likely to resonate with a player if it has giant robots. It clashes with their preconceived notions of medieval Japan. However, there's also a more complicated element to this historical resonance. Quote, resonance between the game and the local context might be established on the basis of the player's specific historical understanding. In a seeming effort to appeal to audiences, mainstream games often deal in well-known histories, probably in order to produce this historical resonance with the local contexts of the players. Chapman notes that, quote, framing something as history in certain ways within popular culture can carry a particular authority and invoke notions of authenticity. Essentially, making something seem historical itself gives it authority and helps audiences perceive it as more authentic, regardless of whether it corresponds to academic understandings of history. And, as historical resonance is sometimes experienced by players based on their understanding of history, they may view something as ahistorical or inauthentic because it doesn't conform to their understanding, even if that understanding is wrong. Paradox games differ from something like Assassin's Creed in some ways in that the player is given a lot more freedom to write their own history, so to say. Ezio or Altair in Assassin's Creed, under the player's control, can choose what locations to visit, what text and vistas to see that the developers have created. Paradox games differ in that they're what Chapman calls open story structure games, that lend themselves specifically to counterfactual storytelling. Essentially, every single playthrough, due to its system's complexity and open-endedness, will immediately begin producing a historical narrative that is directly counterfactual. Or, in other words, alternate history. Prominent authors like E.H. Carr, who I've cited numerous times, bemoaned counterfactuals as a, quote, parlor game and, quote, red herring. And according to Chapman, E.P. Thompson called it Geschichtswissenschaft, unhistorical shit. Sorry for my pronunciation. Conservative historian Neil Ferguson, who I have some issues with, and will likely make a video on someday down the line, posits a different view, shared by some other historians also. In this view, counterfactuals become an implicit part of cause-effect analysis of history, because to understand why something happened in a certain way, in a sense, you inherently must understand why it didn't happen another way. Or, quoting Ferguson's more elegant way of putting it, to understand how it actually was, we therefore need to understand how it actually wasn't. Because paradox games diverge from the broad consensus on how things actually happened the second you hit unpause, it's easy to argue that they can't constitute any sort of real history. But that's a fundamentally flawed view. History isn't purely concerned with telling you what happened. Quoting Chapman, history is also concerned with offering explanations as to why these things happened. Continuing, the point of these histories is not the alternate histories produced, but what these say about the actual past. Players are well aware that Adolf Hitler did not actually build helicopters with which to carry out a grand invasion of Vietnam in 1952. And in the next playthrough, they'll know that the Soviet Union probably didn't descend into civil war in 1938, just because their playthrough ended that way. Chapman uses the example of the Civilization games, but the same principle applies to paradox games. He says, quote, players of Civilization are likely to construct narratives like this many times, using multiple civilizations. It therefore seems unlikely that this kind of counterfactual narrative would be very problematic for most players' historical understanding. Paradox games and similar open-ended games are still able to formulate arguments about history in the same way a historian writing a book would, through their mechanics, framing narratives, and so on. Sometimes these arguments are formulated with clear purpose, and sometimes completely accidentally through the interplay of the game's mechanics or the oversight of the developers. Because I'm making a video about history and map games, I got my friend Rosenkreutz to lend me some of his authority. Channel linked below. Once again, quoting Chapman.
Though the lack of framing narrative prevents the telling of specific historical narratives by developer historians, these games are still capable of producing particular coherent arguments that hold a discursive relationship to wider historiography, and generally have a particular thematic, epistemological, and ideological foundation of some kind.
Or put simply, these games are very deliberately made by people who are generally very good at what they're doing, even if there's bound to be some mistakes here and there. Each decision made by the developer historians takes some sort of stance regarding the topic's historiography. Each decision made in terms of gameplay positions the game deliberately in relation to other games who have tackled genres like it before. Games have ideology. They say something through the way they're made. That's not groundbreaking analysis by any means, but it has to be said for what comes later in the video.
Open ontological games sometimes therefore argue for macro long-term change in a way reminiscent of the longue durée of the Annals School of History, which primarily emphasizes the role of long-term historical structures rather than events. Whilst open ontological games forego the kinds of narrative structures conventionally associated with history, they can still be used to make strong and complex, and perhaps intellectually weighty arguments, at least in comparison to much popular history.
Let's look at another Paradox title as an example, one that leans heavily into structuralist arguments about history, Victoria 3. Victoria 3 operates on a very materialist and mechanistic understanding of history. People are grouped into pops in accordance with their material position in society, or their class. You have peasants, slaves, workers, the capitalist class, and so on. Each class also generally favors politics in accordance with their class interests. These class interests then shape the politics of your country and form the general bounds for what sort of action you as a player can take at any moment. At the start of the game, each nation finds itself in a position curated in accordance with Paradox's understanding of history, but quickly all of these nations begin to diverge from this understanding into new simulations based on player input and Paradox's laws of history. The player is free to rebel against these mechanics or these laws, but the game strongly encourages you to consider the material circumstances of your country and its social classes. In order to win, you need to have a materialist understanding of history.
Open ontological story structure games are not so much fixed histories of the past as ongoing theoretical discussions about the past. Open ontological games give players the opportunity to playfully rewrite history, and by doing so, to see what the developer historian argues the significant elements/decisions in the production of particular outcomes were.
Among the many arguments about history made by Victoria 3's mechanics, perhaps the largest is that history in the represented period was driven in large part by material factors. Observe what leads to success in wars in the game, what technologies lead into one another and form prerequisites for certain kinds of action, which classes favor which politics, and you should quickly begin to see what arguments Paradox are making as developer historians. For example, the petite bourgeois interest group, who are primarily made up of small owners like shopkeepers, artisans and the like, small business owners in other words, tend to gravitate towards reactionary and xenophobic movements. This is something Paradox have coded into the game. Towards the late game, they form much of the base of potential fascist parties. Quoting historian Roderick Stackelberg speaking on the conditions of 1930s Germany. Yet the segment of the population from which fascism drew its maximum support turned out to be not the industrial workers, but rather the numerically large lower middle class groups, who feared the loss of their property and status, such as it was, if the socialist labor movement should become dominant. Fascism primarily attracted groups such as small shop owners, self-employed craftsmen, and subsistence farmers, who feared both organized labor and the competition of big business in an unregulated economy. You can see similar arguments being made by other Paradox games through mechanics, like Crusader Kings, which for example emphasizes that medieval succession was a messy and dramatic affair. Usually this is all unproblematic. Only some of us will get mad about the way a certain aspect is represented somewhat incorrectly according to our historical understanding, and will usually correct it through mods. However, sometimes these things can also create controversy. While most critique against the game medium has come from sources outside of game cultures, lately the audience, as well as the gaming press, are scrutinizing the work of developers and some of the values that games reproduce. Paradox strategy games are historical playgrounds. They don't have victory conditions beyond self-imposed challenges or achievements. Quoting Chapman, in historical games, removing endings can be seen to position history as an open-ended process, making implotment an uncertain and potentially unfinished player-led process that denies a final genre, and thus ultimate meaning for the past. That's largely a good thing. It allows the audience to think of history not just in terms of a sequence of events, but as a sequence of contingencies, which under certain circumstances could have unfolded differently. Paradox games utilize missions, focuses, and events which create tailored historical or ahistorical frameworks for the player to work through, but the games are generally very open-ended. So many of the arguments posited by the developers consciously or unconsciously emerge from the game's mechanics. When playing Hearts of 4, one of the actors you can play as is Nazi Germany. In fact, when launching the game and hitting single player, it defaults to Nazi Germany and it's positioned in the dead center of the screen. While your country's leader is Adolf Hitler, you're not playing as Hitler. In his master's dissertation, Johannes Askim says there's ambiguity as to who you're playing in the game, and concludes that you're perhaps stepping into multiple roles as you play. You're playing as a disembodied spirit of the nation directing all its actions, the spirit of Nazism, the Volksgeist. This of course runs considerable risk of controversy and of completely bungling some forms of historical representation. Quote, "Whereas World War II is a frequent theme for video games, the Holocaust is almost never mentioned and elements associated with it. It is theoretically possible to create a brilliant and educational historical representation of something like this in a video game. But there are significant risks associated with it. You can frame the game as documentary, as art, or as education. According to Chapman, war games and memorials inherently lessen the risk of controversy when involving playable Nazis. However, also, quote, adding a science fiction/fantasy layer to the fiction can sometimes seem to have a similar effect." Paradox, of course, largely sidesteps the issue of the Holocaust in Hearts of 4 because while it is possible to create a game that's critically acclaimed and also tackle something like this, quote, "When deliberately placing some problematic themes in a ludic frame, it seems to be rather small things that stand between being perceived as brilliant or tasteless." In Hearts of 4's recent DLC, if Hitler is assassinated, you have the option of making punished Eva Braun the country's new leader, despite her not having any political or leadership experience whatsoever. She gets an eye patch and some busted leader modifiers. Placing this alongside the Holocaust would no doubt be viewed as tasteless. In the case study of Nazis in World War II games, Adam Chapman and Jonas Lindroth found that seemingly, quote, "One way to handle the conflict between theme and the ludic frame in World War II games seems to be to tone down and whitewash the problematic nature of the conflict. The reason for this, they say, is that games seemingly have an intrinsically trivializing property. Quote, the fact we turn something into a playable unit within a system of rules opens up different meanings that compete for the attention of the player. The game's world isn't history itself, it's a game world meant to evoke history, and in that game world Adolf Hitler isn't Adolf Hitler. He's Hearts of 4's Adolf Hitler, and maybe because of the decisions that you've made in the game, he's also a little bit your Adolf Hitler. Reinhard Heydrich in the game's world isn't the, quote, architect of the Holocaust, as he's often referred to in history, but an advisor that gives you an extra operative for espionage, suppresses resistance in occupied territories, and prevents your country from leaking intelligence to the enemy. He is a set of game modifiers. You pick him if you need those modifiers. As Chapman said, turning Reinhard Heydrich into a, quote, playable unit within the game's mechanics gives him different meanings which compete for your attention with his actual role in history. Chapman and Lindroth point out that most games that provide Nazi Germany as a playable position tend to separate the Wehrmacht from the rest of the Nazi establishment. Not to whitewash them for any ideological purpose, but to make the position more suitable for play. Hearts of 4 both does and doesn't do this. It explicitly allows you to recruit SS volunteers in occupied territories, because these were historical fighting units and this is a war game. This isn't unique to Paradox. The game Steel Division 2 explicitly features SS divisions as a playable position. For example, here's the Death on the Vistula DLC, which features the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking for the price of $15. This historical SS division, which featured some volunteers from the Nordic countries, can also be recruited through decisions and events in Hearts of 4 if you occupy the Nordics as Nazi Germany. In Hearts of 4, advisors and leaders have traits assigned to them by the developers. Referring to a previous version of the game, Askim says, quote, Hitler is described as a dictator, Ribbentrop as a backroom backstabber, and Goebbels as a demagogue. According to Askim, the language employed here deliberately implies that these historical figures are problematic. The developers utilized an active voice to pass judgment on these figures. This was changed with the new Inner Circle system. Now instead of dictator, Hitler is referred to as Der Führer, and his negative modifiers, resistance target plus 5% and compliance growth speed minus 2%, are the only remaining allusions to his problematic nature. Let me be clear, I don't believe Paradox's stance on Adolf Hitler has changed at all, but the way they want to represent important historical figures has changed since 2016. They're adding more mechanics and more historical context relating to these figures. The problem is, and this problem is unavoidable, the more intricate and complex the bigger picture gets, the more glaring the Holocaust-shaped hole in the middle becomes. Going back to Victoria 3. With it covering the 100-year period between 1836 and 1936, it encompasses many atrocities. colonialism itself is a central mechanic to the game, with all the historic horrors it implies. If you play as the United States, you will inevitably confront the issue of slavery and Manifest Destiny, the westward conquest of indigenous lands. Victoria 3 doesn't shy away from any of this, and it makes it a part of the game's tailor-made narrative for certain nations. As the Russian Empire, you start with a low-intensity conflict with Circassia, giving you frequent events about Russian military incursions burning down Circassian villages, or Circassian incursions into Russia to seize military supply wagons, as they try to stave off what seems inevitable. You can't invade in order to stop these incursions, not yet. The game puts you in a truce and tells you that you'll need to invent rifling and logistics in order to have the means to escalate the war. At this point, you can get an event whereby Lieutenant General Dmitry Milutin appears as a newly promoted general, who proposes a solution to the issue of the Circassian raiders. His proposal to the Tsar is the total extermination or expulsion of the entire Circassian population of the Caucasus. Should you accept his proposal, then the general gains the war criminal trait, giving him -50 popularity but plus 10% kill rate. The Circassian population gets radicalized, and the state gets a modifier that completely tanks the standard of living for Circassians, increases kill rate in conflict there by 10%, creates 25% devastation in the region, gives 30% radical pops from discrimination, gives plus 25% push towards emigration from the region, and gives plus 10% mortality to the pops. These modifiers only apply to Circassians. If you then win the war, Russians and Ukrainians become more loyal to the empire. Russians and Ukrainian migrants to Circassia get a standard of living boost. The area gets plus 50% migration attraction, and mortality goes up another 10%. Quoting Lorenzo Veracini, settlers are made by conquest. The Circassian genocide was made to accompany the Spheres of Influence DLC, but is not itself a part of the paid content. This was a deliberate decision. Quoting developer Victoria from Paradox in Dev Diary 114. The rest of the Caucasian War requires the Sphere of Influence DLC, but the content pertaining to the Milutin Memorandum and brutal depopulation of the Caucasus does not. Whilst this is a gruesome event in history, it is also not something which can in good conscience be overlooked. There is a very clear and deliberate attempt to show the horrors of the period, and this approach to the atrocities differs from the approach favored in Hearthstone 4. The point of this comparison isn't to say that one is doing things right and the other is doing things wrong, though I favor Victoria 3's approach over the other. It's to say that atrocity can be represented in games like this. Chapman and Linderoth pointed this out in their case study. We'll talk more about why Hearthstone 4 doesn't do this later. For the new DLC, they've added a system that depicts Nazi Germany's top-level politics called the Inner Circle system. The intent seems to be to represent a sort of patron-client system between Adolf Hitler and his top guys, with them reaping rewards as they ascend in Hitler's inner circle. Functionally, you are looking at top Nazis and Hitler himself leveling up until they reach Ascended status. Ascended Göring, Ascended Goebbels, Ascended Hitler, and so on. Each person's bonuses grow as they gain more influence in the Inner Circle, represented by the persons completing focuses in their own unique little focus tree. The implication is that you've empowered them to pursue policies in accordance with their particular character and abilities. There's an element of great man theory here that I'm not going to dwell too much on. But I want to look closer at the arguments made by the developers through these new mechanics, and compare these mechanics to those of another DLC, No Step Back. First, the new MIFO bill system. Sometime in 1933, likely in a cabinet meeting on the 3rd of June, Hjalmar Schacht approved a figure of 4.4 billion Reichsmarks per annum to be spent on rearmament. This came out to between 5 to 10% of the German GDP devoted to defense. As of April 1934, armaments contractors were to be paid in special IOUs issued in the name of the MIFO company. MIFO builds have been a part of Hearthstone 4 for some time, but were updated alongside the recent DLC to be a mechanic that drives Germany towards rearmament and conquest. Quoting Paradox developer Mano de Zombie, while Austrian and Czech gold reserves that were seized helped to bolster the economy and staved off an impending collapse, it only bought the Germans some time. In the end, the glorified Ponzi scheme almost bankrupted the country and can be seen as a motivation for why Germany went to war when it did. The armament program constantly required new resources to devour, so Germany was forced to continue to feed the beast, as it were. This led to large-scale plundering and theft wherever the Nazis and the Wehrmacht went, to sustain the ever-hungry war machine. The intent is to drive the German player into rapid conquests in Europe to offset the negatives of the MIFO bill scheme that are constantly accruing. Implicitly, the following arguments about history are made by these mechanics. 1. Germany needed the MIFO bills to carry out rearmament the way they did. 2. Germany depended on conquest and looting to keep up the scheme, and to stave off economic collapse. 3. These two factors in conjunction can be seen as reasons for why Germany went to war when it did. I disagree that the MIFO builds can explain why Germany went to war when it did, at least when framed in this way. The argument seems to imply that Germany's rearmament necessitated war, as opposed to Germany's plans for war necessitating rearmament. It's got it all backwards. Quoting Adam Tooze, the army program of December 1933 is crucial because it pre-programmed the subsequent escalation of Hitler's foreign policy. War plans could not be made without the Ruhr Valley, the strategic industrial heartland of Germany. This was demilitarized per the Treaty of Versailles. Quote, "From December 1933 onwards, the clock was ticking towards confrontation with France." On the MIFO builds and looting argument, according to Adam Tooze, the seizure of Austrian gold and foreign exchange reserves doubled Germany's reserves and momentarily rescued Germany from a balance of payments crisis. Quote, "For a brief moment at least, the Anschluss freed Hitler's regime from the balance of payments. However, he also notes that for the economy as a whole, the most beneficial aspect of the Anschluss was the increase of the German labor reserve by 30 to 40%, and that in the long term, the effect of the Anschluss on the balance of payments was actually negative." Adam Tooze says, quote, "But the motivation of the Anschluss was not booty. It was a strategic measure meant to position Germany more favorably economically and militarily against its smaller neighbors." While plans were being made to invade Czechoslovakia, Germany was by no means ready when the Czech government's panic spurred them into mobilization. After which, the German inaction gave the impression that Germany had been forced to back down. Hitler, inflamed by this, announced at a meeting of his senior military leadership his intention to deal with the Czechs, quote, "at the earliest possible opportunity." From the spring of 1938 onwards, Hitler began seriously to contemplate the need for a major war in the West, as a prelude to his drive against the Soviet Union. Germany's rearmament had spurred similar rearmament in Britain, the United States, and France, whereby these nations were already leveraging their comparative head start. The Royal Navy had been outspending the Kriegsmarine since 1933, and the United States seemed intent on the same with Roosevelt's Naval Expansion Bill in 1938. Britain intended to match Germany in the air, and the French government in 1938 were discussing a doubling of the military budget. This spurred Hitler to accelerate his plans. In May 1938, Hitler ordered Germany to prepare for war 1 year earlier than originally anticipated. Quote, "All consideration for the civilian economy was to be set aside." What we're seeing here is Germany being spurred towards an earlier war not to offset its balance of payments problems through looting, but to not lose its armaments advantage, which of course came partly through its secretive head start through the MIFO build scheme. I think that the MIFO builds mechanic is an interesting proxy to represent Germany's rapacious looting in the period. However, I think it overemphasizes its role in the motivation for the timeline leading up to the war, to the detriment of historical representation. The MIFO builds were a means to an end to execute a planned war against Bolshevism and a conquest of Europe in general. Originally, war readiness was planned for April 1940. In 1938, Hitler accelerated readiness for war with France to April 1939. In September of the same year, 5 months after the planned war readiness, Germany and France were at war. To my mind, ideological and military strategic concerns are more beneficial to explain the timeline for when Germany went to war in World War II, at least such as it pertains to the early war. As I mentioned though, the mechanic is an interesting way of pushing the player towards war, and preventing a passive Germany. The looting is one of the few elements of Nazi atrocities hinted at in the game. However, by explicitly mentioning the seizure of gold reserves but omitting Aryanization or other elements of appropriation and looting, which to be fair had only a minor effect on the economy as a whole, the developer could be said to be whitewashing by omission. As we've discussed, this is neither uncommon or egregious when developers approach the idea of playable Nazis in games. For better or for worse, this is the norm in gaming. The new inner circle system added by Gotthard Brammerung seemed at first like it would be fairly interesting, but upon playing around with it quite a bit, it, like much of the rest of the game, is a flowchart with better and worse options, a focus tree but with bonuses you can swap between. While the game has systems that represent some of the dysfunctionality of the Nazi regime through the Wehrmacht and SS conflict, which can result in an outright coup, the inner circle system features none of this. People in the inner circle don't butt heads, nor do they seem to have their own agendas or anything really going on. They're Crusader King's advisors, but without the possibility that they're secretly plotting to kill you. They are choices between green numbers which sometimes give access to parts of the game. When you've let the Nazis cook long enough, they level up, and when they've all leveled up, you can level up Hitler. This is how Nazi leadership and politics is represented in game. Let's compare the leadership mechanics here to those of allied nations, and specifically those added by another DLC, No Step Back.
Stalin has declared the Soviet Union must be protected, no matter the cost.
Askim notes that in the version of the game he played, likely from 2020, that Adolf Hitler starts the game with a plus 25% political power bonus, and that this is, quote, justified for having the perceived appeal to notions of the real world, or in other words, historical resonance in the words of Chapman. Askim details how this in practice is actually a 50% increase in political power, and that Germany's 2 available silent workhorse advisors, compared to most countries' 1 or none, means German politics are more efficient in game terms. Quote, "It characterizes Hitler as an effective leader who can move quickly within his administration and, quote, get things done." In the current version of the game, Hitler's political power modifier has been reduced to plus 10%, but Hitler can be leveled up to get his former plus 25% modifier through the inner circle system introduced in Götterdämmerung. Contrast all of this to Roosevelt, where it simply says, quote, dislikes Germany. Part of this must be because with time the vision for Hearts-Iron 4 has changed, and so any country that has recently received a DLC will conform more to that vision, i.e. Germany, and any country that hasn't will not, i.e. the United States, which was expanded 6 years ago with Man the Guns. If you compare the nations and leaders at the time that Askim was writing, Hitler is undoubtedly positioned as uniquely competent and effective compared to other leaders who are given no mechanical impact. It should be noted that Johannes Askim goes as far as to say, quote, further, it is evident that most aesthetic aspects of the game are not motivated by a desire to take a political stance for or against Nazism. Most aspects of Nazism are more or less neutrally represented. I'll return to this in the conclusion of the video. In the meantime, let's look at Stalin. The No Step Back DLC added mechanics to Stalin's Great Purge. At the start of the game, the Soviet Union is stocked full of great generals and advisors. This very quickly changes. When you go down the historical path for the Soviet Union, you avoid a civil war and unlock the mechanics related to the Great Purge. The game presents you with three options: a coup, the civil war, and the historical Great Purge. An argument implied by the mechanics here is that the Soviet Union's perceived internal strife had to come to a head in one way or another, i.e. there is something at the heart of Soviet politics that is dysfunctional. On the historical path, you're essentially fighting against Stalin's paranoia to prepare the Soviet Union for the upcoming war, with as many of its competent people still alive. The game utilizes many popular conceptions of Stalinist terror to this end. You can forge production reports to placate Stalin. You can inspect the branches of the military to look for traitors. If his paranoia gets too high, Stalin will pluck a couple of leaders and make you choose who dies and who lives. He'll do this many times. However, should you make it through Paradox's depiction of the Great Purge, then Stalin levels up just like Hitler, except Hitler's political system seems very functional and very efficient. The paranoia system is removed and Stalin starts developing his cult of personality. By carrying out propaganda campaigns through the DLC's propaganda system, you unlock more focuses that can make Stalin a field marshal and give him very strong bonuses, particularly to stability. At its core, this system is very similar to the Inner Circle system. I think No Step Back represents the new direction that Paradox Interactive decided to take with its Hearts-Iron 4 DLC and patches, with leader mechanics and leader growth or level ups, and people seem to like it. You can see how various elements in No Step Back led directly to how politics was approached in Götterdämmerung. Viewed in light of Askim, the very neutral portrayal of Nazism and arguably positive portrayal of Hitler as a competent politician, compared to the obviously negative portrayal of Stalin, and the lack of portrayal of Nazi atrocities compared to the overt portrayal of the Great Purge, is somewhat strange. This doesn't mean that Paradox is taking any pro-Hitler and anti-Soviet stance, but it certainly leaves more room for positive interpretations of Hitler and negative interpretations of his enemies than if Paradox had been neutral across the board. Of course, the Great Purge happened, and it should be represented, and the Soviet Union faced significant challenges in its lead-up to the war and the early war, and this should be a part of the game. Even stranger still, the Götterdämmerung DLC seems to have added a new event based on a historical one, where the ye old pub bomber, retreating after taking fire during a bombing run in Germany, was intercepted by a German fighter, who chose not to open fire on the injured bomber, but instead escorted it safely away from German lines. The event is titled, quote, "A surprising display of German mercy." Something similar to this did happen in real life, and there's nothing wrong with showing moments in which select German soldiers behaved in a sympathetic manner during the war. The only problem is that the ratio of sympathetic Nazi soldiers to the ratio of depicted atrocities that show Nazi Germany in a negative light looks kinda like this. Again, it's obvious why Paradox doesn't want to have Hitler mechanics. Paradox does not want to call attention to Adolf Hitler. They don't want Hearts-Iron 4 to be the Hitler game. Again, it's obvious why Paradox doesn't want to have Hitler mechanics, though in retrospect they kind of added them with Götterdämmerung. Paradox doesn't want to call attention to Adolf Hitler, though they've also kind of made him level up in Götterdämmerung. Paradox doesn't want Hearts-Iron to be the Hitler game, but they did make a DLC about the Nazis. Paradox wants to sell DLC, and this is the most popular DLC, and it led to peak player numbers. Making a game with playable Nazis is complicated. Moving on. If I wasn't an expert on Hearts of Iron, then I'm definitely not one for this. The newest DLC adds content not just for Germany, but also for Austria, Hungary, Belgium, and Congo, which is obviously deeply tied to Belgium. There's an interesting mechanic here where Belgium has to complete some focuses and Congo has to complete some to progress a joint focus tree. This is mechanically interesting to me, and I don't think I've seen anything of the sort in Hearts-Iron 4 before. In the dev diary for Congo, Mordred Viking says, quote, Now, I am well aware of the elephant in the room. Belgium's relationship with Congo has not always been benign, and there was a period where horrible atrocities occurred, particularly under King Leopold II, King Leopold III's grandfather. While the situation in Congo during the Second World War had significantly improved from those dark days, things were by no means perfect. I would remind you, however, that this is a war game, focusing on the war, and as such, we are most interested in Congo's contribution to the conflict at large. I really dislike the way this is worded and framed. We may fundamentally disagree on this point, but I can't recall any period in history in which Belgium's relationship to its colonial or former colonial holdings has ever been benign, and many atrocities occurred throughout the period represented in the game. To say, quote, there was a period where atrocities occurred, and not specify that this period in which atrocities occurred encompasses the entirety of the history of the Belgian Congo, gives the impression that there was a period of the Belgian Congo where atrocities didn't occur. The developer says that while things have improved since the genuine nightmare of the past, they were still not perfect, with no reference as to how or why they were now imperfect in the World War II period. Bear in mind that this is a dev diary and not the game itself. It's my impression that developers have a lot more freedom to speak on these things and to communicate their intent behind design decisions here than they do in the game text. Quoting again from the previous Victoria 3 dev diary regarding the Circassian genocide. Accepting the memorandum will please the command of the armed forces, but lead to the historical outcome of the Caucasian War, the devastation of the region, depopulation, and the forceful expulsion of much of the Circassian population to the Ottoman Empire. I think this wording and approach to colonial history in Congo is very regrettable. As Mordred Viking says, he is well aware of the elephant in the room. This might sound harsh, but this is a very serious thing he's talking about in a very flippant manner, from a position of some authority. Allow me to briefly sketch out some aspects of this, quote, significantly improved but by no means perfect Congo. In 1941, a great wave of strikes broke out. Partly characterized as a minor strike, but it involved workers and peasants in other areas of the economy, and their families too. The day after the strikes broke out, troops were sent to fire at protesters at Jadoville. At least 15 people were killed. The strikes spread. On the 9th of December, according to a white trade union leader, over 100 people were shot by soldiers. Quote, even though slave labor had been abolished legally, the colonial administration turned a blind eye to company-based corvées, which still existed and include forced labor for road building and village relocation. The native subdivisions of the African population of Belgian Congo were after 1933 subjected to an official scheme of forced labor that lasted up until Congo's independence in 1960. Quote, they consisted of a series of compulsory tasks of varied nature that, under the pretext of educating the local populations, were imposed on the native subdivisions for a period of 60 days per year. All legal forced labor in British and French colonies was abolished after 1945. In the Belgian colony, it remained. Here are some of the reforms carried out in the 1950s to improve the lives of the colonized people in Belgian Congo. Quote, from 1953, Africans were allowed to own private land. In 1955, they were authorized to buy alcohol. From 1957, they were even granted limited rights to vote for their own candidates in elections to control local administration. 3 years before independence, Africans were given limited political rights to vote for their own candidates for local governance. That's the extent of the political rights Belgium wished to afford its colonized subjects in 1957, over 2 decades after the game's start in 1936. Comparing Belgian Congo's nightmarish conditions for Africans prior to 1908 to the nightmarish conditions for Africans after 1908, and saying things had improved but were by no means perfect, is just an incredibly tone-deaf way of speaking about this sort of issue that implicitly whitewashes Belgian colonialism after 1908, which I firmly do not believe was the intent, by the way. Earlier I mentioned that the combined focus tree is interesting mechanically, but it also poses some problems. Virtually all of Congo's economic development relies on Belgium, meaning should you achieve independence, most of the left-hand colonial economics side of the focus tree is no longer accessible to you. In game terms, and therefore in the arguments posited by the developer about history, this means Congo's optimal path is one of compliance with Belgian paternalistic economic development up until a point where they are ready for independence. This gels very much with Belgian colonial propaganda of the time, which was used to, among other things, justify the forced labor system. There's also this weird focus in one of the monarchist paths where you equip your soldiers with traditional masks and armor, which I'm not sure how to comment on. This has so far been a lot of nitpicking about what's essentially a toy, a somewhat complex toy connected to things that matter a great deal to us, but still a toy. But as I've shown, it's also a toy academics are starting to take seriously. Video games may have an outsized ability to influence the way people perceive the world, especially in terms of history. As Chapman mentions, games like Hearts of Iron have the power to create particular coherent arguments about the wider historiography through their mechanics. These arguments are more accessible to a general audience than much of that wider historiography, in the same way this video is, or a movie might be. And as we mentioned, these open-ended games can also sometimes portray arguments about history that are not intended by the developers as a quirk of their mechanics, an absence of the portrayal of something, or outright bugs. Video games have the power to engage people who may not be engaged by or have access to a good history book. And as we've established that video games can be history, video games, alongside primary education, can also end up constructing someone's baseline understanding of history. This is how you get what some people online call paradox brain, whereby someone's assumptions about politics, geography, history, war, and so on follow many of the baseline assumptions in paradox games, often with a tenuous grasp on the rest of the historiography. This is also how you get mentally unwell 14-year-olds subscribing to a fake Nazi ideology invented for an alternate history mod for Heartland 4, because they saw a Poland Ball post about it. I opened the video with Chapman relating the profound impact Medal of Honor had on him as a teenager. He now has a PhD and researches historical representation in games. I myself was influenced by games like Age of Empires, Total War, Heartland 2, Europa Universalis 3, Victoria 2, and countless others. I think the power of popular history shouldn't be understated. For many of us, it forms a large part of our local situation, as Chapman says, which lays the foundation for our historical resonance, our sense that something is authentic. Paradox as a company has an outsized influence on history in a way few others do. A history book may be read by thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands in its entire lifetime. A DLC with some odd representation of Congo and the Nazis is possibly played by almost 100,000 people in a single day. Paradox wielding outsized influence comes with a degree of responsibility. Exactly how far this responsibility goes isn't clear. One could argue that Paradox has a responsibility to wield its powerful position for good, to educate and perhaps even influence. Some might argue that this is better left to individuals trained specifically for that task. Paradox is a publicly listed company whose job is to sell games for profit. Their developers are placed in the unenviable dual role of historian and game developer, while probably only being formally trained for the latter. As they're trying to utilize mechanics to represent history authentically through play and teach the players a set of game historical rules, there's also a degree of pedagogy involved, but I doubt many of the developers are trained teachers. With all this taken into account, I think it's impossible to demand that Paradox be at the forefront of historical research, and that they'll represent everything accurately. Paradox developers can't be experts in every field. Just like me, they have to rely on what they can get a hold of and read within a certain time frame, jumping from one topic to another every few months. Paradox cannot be held responsible for picking up the slack of the education system. One can hope that they'll use their position to educate, but that shouldn't be an expectation. I expect Paradox to treat history with reverence and respect. I want them to not leave too many things open to the personal interpretation of a non-expert player base. Without delving into gross or really uncomfortable things, I want them to be able to say, "You are playing the bad guys." The developers very often say Heartland 4 is a war game, but I think that's too reductive. It's a World War II game at this point, seeking to simulate more and more elements of the entire conflict, and neutral representation of World War II leaves too many things open to alternate narratives about the war. Quoting Askim, "The fact that a neutral portrayal of Nazism in relation to other portrayals of the ideology is one of the most sympathetic forms of portrayal one can get in mainstream culture might go some way in explaining the alt-right's fascination with this game, as described in Chapter 1.3.1. While the game doesn't contain explicit support for their ideology, there is space in its portrayal for these players to project their ideology onto it that might not be there in a lot of other representations of Nazism. An alt-right player can interpret Germany's ability to mobilize early as a sign of fascism being a superior political ideology, take the portrayal of Hitler as a pure portrayal of strength and powerful leadership, and read the various audiovisual signs that code the Nazis as the villains as instead being appealing and cool. Continuing the quote, "I'm not sure if it's possible for a game such as Heartland 4 to entirely shut down the interpretive space open to white supremacists, as its genre, a grand strategy game, demands some level of equivalence between the two sides in order to be functionally playable. As we've seen, the bar for what alt-right communities need to project their ideology onto something is, after all, so low that they projected it onto Taylor Swift, without ever having heard a positive word about their movement from her. Askim doesn't believe the game in and of itself can contribute to the formation of a positive opinion of the Nazi regime. Quote, "If they come to the game with a completely neutral opinion of Nazism and or little knowledge of it, I do not see how such an open and ambivalent representation can be decidedly formative. Instead, there is a high likelihood that some radicalization occurs in the interactions between a subset of the members of the Hearthstone 4 community. The fact that Hoi 4 is essentially politically neutral in its representation, but the community around it has members who seem to actively work to spread pro-Nazi rhetoric and propaganda, indicates that work to combat radicalization should focus on community engagement first. The Hoi 4 community doesn't exist in a vacuum after all, but is reliant on platforms such as Reddit, Discord, YouTube, Steam, and Paradox official forums. Paradox isn't responsible for teaching you history, but their hands-off and ambivalent approach comes with significant risk of leaving space open for alternate and wrong interpretations of the historiography to be exploited by bad actors in their community. The only responsibility that Paradox has when it comes to historical representation is to not mess up. As Paradox games have outsized influence on popular conceptions of history, it means they need to be careful. The only real responsibility that Paradox has when it comes to historical representation is to not mess up. Thanks for watching, and special thank you to all the patrons who have supported me while I've had a lot of luck.
I will make no opinions of my own in this video, and this is purely a history video, nothing more.
Zoomer Historian is a British pseudo-historian. That means he presents himself as a historian, presents his content as history, but utilizes different methodology and evidence than that used by trained historians. It's similar to pseudoscience. Scientists may assert that the Earth is round based on commonly held evidence, while a pseudoscientific approach may find the world to be flat based on bunk evidence. He presents his channel as, quote, apolitical, but like most YouTube essayists, he's very clearly arguing for certain political positions in his videos, and his content can be considered part of a larger political movement or project. With most video essayists, this ranges from things such as arguing for better public transit or wanting a return to the gold standard for some reason. Zoomer Historian's political project and larger political movement is Nazism. Many have quote-unquote exposed Zoomer Historian's Nazism in long-form videos before. There's really not much need for that. He doesn't exactly hide it, and Hope Not Hate UK showed his clear links to Nazi organizations. Hope Not Hate also posted his real identity, though I don't know the means by which they acquired this, and I don't know the rules regarding stuff like this on YouTube, so I'll replace the picture of him with a picture of Tintin, to whom he bears a striking resemblance. Instead of talking about Zoomer Historian the person, I want to talk about how piss-poor of a so-called historian this person is. Zoomer Historian presents himself as neutral in that he is simply, quote, stating the facts. This is an incredibly common way to frame very loaded history content on YouTube. When framing something as history, it imparts a degree of authority and authenticity to the content. In my previous video, I talked about how even framing video games as history gives them a degree of believability that helps audiences resonate with the game. What Zoomer Historian is doing is exploiting this to manipulate you into believing there is no slant, angle, or anything to what's being presented, that he's only presenting the, quote, facts. This should be obvious to most, but his pro-Hitler content isn't aimed at capturing the attention of the brightest people. He's of course looking for people who are susceptible to Nazi propaganda. He's picking specific facts which, when viewed separately from the rest, may be entirely truthful on their own. Then he arranges it into a misleading narrative that conspicuously misses a whole host of other very important facts. Many watching this may not be that versed in historiography, that being the study of history itself as a field, not of specific historical topics. The term historiography is also used about specific historical fields to refer to the past work in said field. Most historians discussing a topic will usually begin by referring to past work and how their new work fits into the wider historiography. When Zoomer Historian does this, he goes down the tried-and-true conspiracy theorist route of telling you that you've been lied to, that all you thought you knew was false, and finally, this former FIFA YouTuber has come to serve you the cold, hard truth.
According to the historical narrative, one of the most egregious myths of the Third Reich, at first glance, the Second World War, or at least the narrative of it that has formed after the fact, makes it seem as if Adolf Hitler was a crazed warmonger who wanted to conquer, if not the world, then at least Europe. This is what people say, at least. This narrative, however, is hard to square with the fact that it was actually Adolf Hitler and the Germans, not the British or the Americans, who were the ones desperately seeking peace. This video is purely a work of history, and in no way, shape, or form political. I will try to avoid giving my own opinion on matters in this video, and will simply state what happened. However you want to interpret events is entirely up to you.
The reason I bring up historiography is because it, among other things, teaches historians about the many limitations of their craft. History is generally and traditionally presented in written narrative form. When you read or watch anything, that thing is carefully constructed by its author to impart certain ideas. The historian attempts to truthfully represent history as they understand it, but it is still a historian's interpretation. And to complicate things further, this historian is basing themselves on written sources, which themselves may contain interpretation, which the historian must account for. And, after all this work has been diligently done, an audience or future historian will then further interpret this work. There's no possible way to present pure objective facts without opinion or analysis in history. At every step of the way, you as a historian must decide which sources are more relevant, which aspects of the sources are more relevant, and what methods to utilize, and so on. The history you produce is a product of you and the sources. Quoting Edward Hallett Carr from his influential work, What is History? The historian is neither the humble slave nor the tyrannical master of its facts. The relation between the historian and his facts is one of equality, of give and take. As any working historian knows, if he stops to reflect what he's doing as he thinks and writes, the historian is engaged on a continuous process of molding his facts to his interpretation, and his interpretation to his facts. It is impossible to assign primacy to one over the other. The facts of history cannot be purely objective, since they become facts of history only in virtue of the significance attached to them by the historian. Objectivity in history, if we are still to use that conventional term, cannot be objectivity of fact, but only of relation, of the relation between fact and interpretation, between past, present, and future. Essentially, objectivity in history is not a set of objective facts, but a qualitative assessment of a historian's work in interpreting facts. The objective historian is the diligent historian, the truthful historian, the transparent historian. The objective historian doesn't pretend like they have no opinions. They're consciously aware of them and make no effort to disguise them. Dishonestly pretending like you have no opinions can fool some into believing that. And at that point, you are already tarnishing your work of history, because the relationship between the interpretation and the facts has become muddied. The Zoomer historian knows he's sometimes lying or bending the truth. He frames his content this way because he's trying to appeal to those not versed enough in history to recognize what he's doing. He's trying to snap up people who either agree with him already or who are gullible enough to believe that a guy who has made his entire channel about reinterpreting Hitler has no agenda or politics. He's trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator, probably children. There is, however, a secondary and perhaps more interesting way to interpret Zoomer historian's rationale for adopting this method of framing his content. When Zoomer historian presents, quote, just facts, he absolves himself of a responsibility to relate his content to the wider historiography. He's just telling you things that happened, but it's up to you to make sense of it. To a layman, this might seem like a reasonable thing, but he's skipping past all the work done by trained expert historians to make sense of all these facts, absolving himself of the responsibility and placing all of that responsibility squarely on you. Zoomer historian is profoundly lazy. By critically noting what Hitler said and did, he doesn't have to learn more about the context or about opposing views, and he doesn't have to present these things to you. It works well for his propaganda effort, and it lets him shit out videos at a much more rapid pace than one would be able to do if they did some serious reading. He pretends like he's presenting novel nuance when in reality he is presenting an extremely simplified and dumbed-down narrative for easy consumption. When he bemoans the education system for not teaching you this, he's lying in a very clever way. You see, the education system may not have actually told you this specific fact that he's telling you, so in a sense it may seem as if he's telling the truth here. They, quote, kept this from you. But if you think about the journey the knowledge made from the primary source to the classroom, you start to realize why they maybe didn't focus on Hitler's peace offers. An 8-year-old is not expected to do independent analysis of the historiography. That's silly. That's left to the expert historians who conducted primary source research. Those expert historians constructed a narrative that's representative of what they found in the sources, and what they believe to be most truthful. In this narrative, they found that Adolf Hitler's peace offers aren't actually that important, considering the fact that Adolf Hitler started the fucking war to begin with. You see how he weaponizes laziness? He presents these facts independently of the historiography. The focus of this video is on how he supports
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect. Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else. Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Sumeru specialty spices. You won't find them anywhere else.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Sumeru specialty spices! You won't find them anywhere else!
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Sumeru specialty spices! You won't find them anywhere else!
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Да, сейчас бы они были внутри пакета. Сейчас бы они были внутри пакета.
Внутри пакета.
Это, да, я обронил, у меня спирт, баночка кончилась, потому что она вся на полу оказалась. Я не знаю, каким образом, но она у меня, по-моему, она была, все-таки была закрыта.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Что-то все съел, что мог, да? Я что мог, все съел.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Sumeru specialty spices! You won't find them anywhere else!
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration. An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Specialty spices! You won't find them anywhere else!
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Specialty spices! You won't find them anywhere else!
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Historian, he's obviously doing this tactically as a part of his Nazi propaganda, but we don't have to focus on that or even recognize the Nazism to recognize how bad he is at history. As an example, let's look at the most important aspect of the historian's craft, the sources. The Hitler's Peace Office video does have a bibliography, so let's take a quick look at it. First, Pat Buchanan. Pat Buchanan is not a historian, and the book referenced here cites no primary sources. Pat Buchanan is an American paleoconservative with an illustrious career of advising Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, and defending Nazi war criminals, and also doing a little bit of Holocaust denial. The sources for this are paywalled by the Washington Post, but I'll cite them anyhow on the off chance you have a means to bypass the paywall. Though I would not recommend subscribing to the Washington Post, as it's made its official editorial position to stifle any critiques of billionaires or American oligarchy very clear. Pat Buchanan is a political actor first and foremost. His book is political agitation, not a work of history. Next up is Richard Tidor. Those of you who are paying attention and familiar with World War II historiography will note that I just skipped an author. I am saving the best/worst for last. Richard Tidor seems relatively unknown. I couldn't find much about the author at all. Usually if they're a trained historian at a university, a simple Google search should reveal some information, and I couldn't find any reviews by historians either. The book is up on archive.org, having been added there the same year it was released. From what I understand, this is uncommon for books with publishers who reserve rights to the material. So I checked the Amazon listing, which lists Richard Tidor himself as the publisher. The book is self-published, possibly because Tidor couldn't land a publishing deal because of the content of the book. The book unsurprisingly takes a sometimes ambivalent and sometimes positive view of Nazism. It adopts a largely outdated Sonderweg thesis that sees Germany as having been on a special path of political development that led it to Nazism. Quote, "In Germany, the Enlightened Age evolved differently. The Germans' contemplative, methodical approach led to a gradual integration of liberal values with elements of the old order." You can't see it, but I'm making a jerk-off motion in the air with my hand right now. The book makes no mention of the Holocaust. When discussing the oppression of Jews, it mentions how they were mistreated in Poland in the 1920s. The next and perhaps most important part of this bibliography is, quote, "What the World Rejected, Hitler's Peace Offers 1933 to 1940. That's pretty much the title of his video. Now you might be wondering why the cutoff is at 1940 when the war lasted until 1945. Did Hitler supposedly abandon the idea of making peace even as he very decidedly was losing the war? No, it's because the author was lacking data for the 5 ensuing years, because the book was published in Nazi Germany in 1940 by the head of cultural policy of the Nazi Foreign Office, hardly an unbiased source. Zoomer historians' lack of precise citation of this source is of course also plagiarism. When relying on somebody else's work, you should always credit them and not leave ambiguity as to what work was done by you, and what work was done by the author you're basing your content on. It's fine to slip up and mess up sometimes, I do it all the time, but it's not fine to consistently avoid doing citations. Finally, this video references 2 books by David Irving. David Irving entered into the popular consciousness when he sued American historian Deborah Lipstadt for libel because she accused him of Holocaust denial. Here's an excerpt from the UK High Court's ruling on the libel case. Quote, "It appears to me to be incontrovertible that Irving qualifies as a Holocaust denier. Not only has he denied the existence of gas chambers at Auschwitz, Irving is anti-Semitic. The content of his speeches and interviews often displays a distinctly pro-Nazi and anti-Jewish bias. The charges which I have found to be substantially true include the charges that Irving has for his own ideological reasons persistently and deliberately misrepresented and manipulated historical evidence, that for the same reasons he has portrayed Hitler in an unwarrantedly favorable light." Quoting David Lawrence of Hope Not Hate.
Alright. I don't get it. Oh. Oh, you can go diagonally. Jesus. Okay, I guess red ones available. Okay, let's start with something that is conceptually pretty easy. Well, fuck. Okay, I can go for the red ones. I should here. Oh, you can't go there, so... Efficient. What a mess.
can switch from those. Okay.
Yo, it's really fucking unfortunate. Yeah, well. Oh. No. No, I couldn't.
The content of Zoomer Historian's videos is unsurprising given that he has cited David Irving, the disgraced historian and Holocaust denier, as his main influence, describing him as a hero and his books as masterpieces. Irving Books even offered Zoomer Historian a discount to share with his followers, and was described by Zoomer Historian as, quote, one of his 2 favorite publishers, alongside the white nationalist Antelope Hill. I'm not even intending to moralize here. The point isn't to paint Zoomer Historian as a Nazi, it's quite obvious he is. The point is to show that he specifically selects for disgraced historians who have been found to have lied, distorted, or manipulated evidence and sources. Some YouTube historians make mistakes in this regard and unknowingly use sources by dishonest historians, and for some it's a conscious part of their methodology. Next, I want to move on to a more pointed critique of his video on Dresden.
But when it comes to the Allied terror bombing campaigns of the Second World War, things are different.
A more apt term is strategic bombing. Terror bombing refers exclusively to targets of little to no perceived military value, and we'll get more into this later on.
Reading accounts of the people on the ground during the genocide is physically hard to read. I had to stop several times, and it literally made me feel ill.
What's about to follow is Zoomer Historian's clumsy attempt at building the case for genocidal intent demonstrated by all Allied parties, relying mostly on Nazi wartime propaganda as his source. The charge of genocide, as outlined in the Genocide Convention of 1948, requires intent. We will assess how well Zoomer Historian manages to demonstrate genocidal intent on the part of the Allies towards the end of this section.
The events are totally glossed over, because as we know, the victors write the narrative.
This is the real world, not Call of Duty.
In fact, here in Britain, our bombing campaigns were never mentioned in history class.
I have lots of UK friends whom I speak to, and I asked them about this. From 4 friends from different parts of the UK, I got wildly different answers. 2 believed it was covered, but their memory of it is hazy. They talked about how different their respective schools' approach to history class was. I didn't specifically ask them about Dresden, only about Allied bombing campaigns, and one of my friends told me she had read about Dresden in one of those horrible pop history books as a kid. All of this is anecdotal and is as worthless evidence as Zoomer historians claim, but the point I wanted to make is that I believe it's most likely that Allied bombing of Germany was covered in history class, that it was likely covered differently in various councils, and that even so it probably just wasn't covered to the level of detail or in the way Zoomer historian would have preferred.
Let's discuss what actually happened, and why it was a uniquely evil and criminal event, the likes of which the world had never seen before.
Bear in mind that this sort of firebombing was perpetrated against Tokyo as well, with far worse consequences. Atomic bombs are also dropped on Japan. Germany embarked on a campaign of expulsion and extermination through forced labor and starvation against the peoples to their east. The firebombing of Dresden, while terrifying and horrific, was no unique evil in this conflict. And bear in mind, that's just me talking about things done in pursuit of ostensibly military objectives. Far worse systematic atrocities were perpetrated against civilian populations in China, Korea, the Philippines, and against minorities across Europe in this period, including but not limited to the European Jewish population.
In his popular 1941 book, Germany Must Perish, author Theodor Kaufmann wrote, "This time, Germany has forced a total war upon the world. Germany must perish forever. In fact, not in fancy. The goal of world domination must be removed from the reach of the German, and the only way to accomplish this is to remove the German from the world."
At this point, you will probably not at all be surprised to find that Zoomer Historian is leaving quite a bit out of the story. Zoomer Historian asserts Kaufmann's so-called book was, quote, popular. He cleverly leaves out the fact that, for one, it was a pamphlet, not a book, and that it was only popular in a single country, that country being Nazi Germany. Kaufmann wrote in America, but his crackpot idea, to my understanding, garnered little attention in the English-speaking world, but was incredibly well received by Germany's Ministry of Propaganda. Quoting Richard Evans in The Third Reich at War, Kaufmann was an eccentric, to put it no more strongly than that, who had already earned the ridicule of the press in the USA by urging the sterilization of all American men to stop their children becoming murderers and criminals. Nevertheless, Goebbels seized upon this new pamphlet, portrayed Kaufmann as an official advisor to the White House, and trumpeted it as a Jewish product that revealed the true intentions of the Roosevelt government towards Germany. Goebbels made sure to have the pamphlet translated and distributed along the front line. I think it's reasonably safe to conclude that Kaufmann's largest, if not most enthusiastic reader base were not anti-German Brits or Americans, but anti-Semitic Germans.
More influentially, back in the US, Henry Morgenthau called for 2/3 of the German population to be killed by starvation and thousands more shot out of hand.
He's referring to the Morgenthau Plan, which was proposed in 1944. The document is not classified or secret in any way, shape, or form and can be read by anyone. The plan was not intended to starve the German population to death, and no parts of the plan called for the shooting of Germans. This is nonsense. The plan was not implemented because it was believed it would result in many deaths to starvation as Germany was forcefully deindustrialized. And it should also be remembered that while this plan was never implemented, instead, the opposite happened, with Germany being rebuilt through the Marshall Plan.
One of the most influential writers in the Soviet Union, and perhaps the entire world, targeted his propaganda at the average Red Army soldier. He said, "The Germans are not human beings. If you have not killed at least one German a day, you have wasted that day. If you cannot kill your German with a bullet, kill him with your bayonet."
The quote keeps going on about killing Germans. He loves to claim these people as tremendously influential without citation. I don't know if Ehrenberg was one of the most influential writers in the entire world, but I think it's safe to say he was influential in the Soviet Union. An important bit of context here is that these writings were published in the Red Army's newspaper after the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. This was wartime propaganda aimed at galvanizing the Red Army against an invading army. It is absolutely dehumanizing, but no more than the propaganda issued by Nazi Germany in support of its aggression against the Soviet Union. In 1943, Ehrenberg remarked that this war was, quote, different from all preceding wars. Germany is pursuing two insane goals: the annihilation of the peoples and the annihilation of the human principle. History has not seen any comparable attack on the very essence of mankind. Ehrenberg's deep hatred was partly informed by his reading of the letters and diaries of German soldiers, many of which were then published in order to mobilize the Soviet peoples against the enemy. He believed most German soldiers were primitive creatures boasting of their superiority while really being, quote, profoundly ignorant, blindly repeating all the Nazi claptrap. Thousands of diaries, notebooks, and letters have revealed to us the simple world of these people. But there was another kind, quote, Hitlerites who are indifferent to chicken and boots as trophies, and are ruthless toward others and themselves, whose eyes are aflame with intense fanaticism. These are the essence and meaning of fascism and its so-called philosophy. Ehrenberg concluded Nazism to breed, quote, heartless formal submission to the sovereignty of death. This is why Nazi soldiers are so cruel and sullen. The cruelty of the Nazi soldier, as opposed to the ordinary Nazi's cruelty, is not an act of debauchery or an excess on the part of a drunken gang, but a constitutional part of the fascist Weltanschauung. The cult of death demands bloody and frequently refined tortures. The pamphlet Zoomer historian is quoting was written during the Battle of Stalingrad, and should be viewed in the context of this, not as a call for the murder of Germans cried out in a complete vacuum. Bear in mind that none of this is a so-called objective depiction of every German soldier's character. This only depicts how their character was experienced by Ilya Ehrenberg and the civilians and the Red Army soldiers he corresponded with. It's a source for understanding their feelings towards the German invaders. The Germans acknowledged the existence of Ilya Ehrenberg, and as the Red Army approached German territory, their writings on him became more alarmed. Quote, Ilya Ehrenberg is urging the Asiatic people to drink the blood of German women. This is dated to December 1944. A month later, as Ehrenberg was accompanying the Red Army into German territory, he publicly criticized indiscriminate violence visited upon the German civilian populace, saying it was unbefitting of Soviet cultural standards. Quote, he was reprimanded by Stalin for besmirching the heroic Red Army. To nobody's surprise, Ilya Ehrenberg is a more interesting and complicated character than Zoomer Historian depicts him as. At this point, I want to levy another charge against Zoomer Historian. His tendentious, deceitful, and simplistic approach to history not only misrepresents history, it also makes history less interesting. It makes history boring.
The message was heard loud and clear by the average soldier, and many obeyed to the word. The events that fell upon the German people on the Eastern Front are uniquely horrifying in their own regard.
While being careful not to minimize the suffering of civilians in wartime, if that is at all what he's getting at, it's obviously absurd to consider what befell Germans on the Eastern Front as uniquely horrifying or evil. Similar evils had been visited upon the peoples of the Soviet Union as an intentional consequence of the German invasion. The conduct of the Wehrmacht and the SS in Eastern Europe undoubtedly contributed to the dehumanization of Germans that occurred in the psyche of many Red Army soldiers. The German military set the stakes of the conflict, set the terms by which it would be waged, and by the end of it, their own civilian populace paid a horrible price for this escalation of violence.
By 1945, the bombing of German cities was nothing new. Winston Churchill had initiated this early in the war by beginning the indiscriminate bombing of population centres. After holding his nerve and not wanting to take part in this horrible game, eventually Hitler replied in kind, and the back and forth bombing of cities began.
Here it's important to note that the first bombing of a major civilian population centre in the war was not carried out against the Germans, but carried out by the Germans against Warsaw. After the artillery and bombing had done its job, about 12% of the city was destroyed or seriously damaged. Quoting Frederick Taylor's Dresden, on September 24th, 1,000 German planes devastated the city. The next day, 420. By the end of the second day, 10,000 civilians lay dead within Fortress Warsaw. Then, on the 10th of May, 1940, the Germans began bombing major cities in the Low Countries and in France. Quoting historian Richard Overy, like the bombing of Warsaw, the operations against Rotterdam imposed heavy civilian casualties because the Dutch army chose to defend the area rather than declare it an open city or surrender. Quoting further, Paris might have suffered something of the same fate as Rotterdam if the French army and government had insisted on defending the French capital to the last. A number of military targets were bombed around Paris on the 3rd of June, in the later stages of the campaign in the west, but on the 11th of June it was declared an open city by the French commander-in-chief Maxime Weygand, and evacuated by the government and military high command. When Zoomer Historian talks about the British initiating indiscriminate bombing of civilian population centers while Hitler was reluctant to do so, he is obviously lying. Quoting Taylor's Dresden, smarting from the humiliation of a tiny RAF raid on Berlin and, it is said, hoping to lure the stubbornly resisting Spitfires and Hurricanes into the air in defense of their own capital, the Nazi leadership ordered its forces to attack targets in the heart of London. The spectacular results of the air raids on British cities in terms of damage and casualties may have bolstered morale in Germany, temporarily alarmed the Reich's enemies and impressed neutral onlookers, but in direct military terms they achieved little except to infuriate the British people and provoke calls for revenge attacks by the RAF. The British attempted to seek their revenge in August to little real effect, but in so doing granted German propaganda a massive boon. Quoting Goebbels, now Berlin is also right in the middle of the war, and that is a good thing. Quoting Taylor again, so feeble was the British efforts against German soil in the autumn of 1940 that Goebbels had to resort to faking British atrocities to rouse the German public. Germany, through its aggression in Poland, the Low Countries and France, was setting terms under which cities either emerged unscathed or suffered the destructive effects of artillery and bombs. In this era of increasingly sophisticated air power, the answer was a city that surrenders emerges unscathed. A city that's defended gets bombed. This was completely in accordance with the laws of war as laid down in the Hague Convention of 1907. Frederick Taylor reasons that the law, laid down just 4 years after the Wright brothers' first flight, could not have begun to imagine the devastation an air force could visit upon a city just a few decades later. On November 14, 1940, 510 German bombers departed for Coventry, a city of 320,000 inhabitants but possessing some manner of industry nestled inside its urban center. According to Frederick Taylor, the bombers came armed with conventional high-explosive bombs, air mines, and masses of incendiary bombs. Quote, there was no mistaking the intention of the Luftwaffe on this moonlit November night. Its plan was to set Coventry ablaze. This all will become very important when assessing the case of Dresden. Why does Frederick Taylor's book about Dresden, which amounts to over 500 pages, contain over 100 pages about Germany bombing Poland, France, Britain, and so on? It's because the bombing of Dresden didn't happen in a vacuum. All of this forms important context to the bombing. This is how historians write. This is all stuff Zoomer Historian would never tell his audience, at least not in any meaningful detail.
By 1945, more bombs had fallen on Berlin alone than the Germans had dropped on all of England combined.
This is a funny bit of rhetoric that doesn't really mean much when you take into account the fact that Germany only seriously carried out a bombing campaign against Britain for about 10 or 11 months. Heavy German bombing of British cities had stopped in early June 1941. That same year, Britain began raids against German cities in an effort to take some of the heat off the Soviet Union by forcing Germany to divert fighters to the west. Then, of course, the Americans joined the war with their immense industrial output. The comparison isn't very productive. Germany's early war bombing effort against England, lasting scarcely a year while possessing no heavy bombers whatsoever, compared to the industrial output of the entirety of the Allies with their scores of heavy bombers, a battered defending German air force, and several years of bombing. Yes, Berlin was bombed severely.
A prime example being Hamburg, which was burnt to a crisp by firebombs for over a week straight, resulting in up to 100,000 civilian deaths, and that's just US figures. The lower range is around 40,000 by British sources.
I'm not sure what US numbers he's looking at here, but I think he's referencing Operation Gomorrah, which was the incendiary bombing of Hamburg in 1943, which, quote, was the single largest loss of civilian life in one city throughout the whole European war, exceeded only by the 250,000 Japanese killed in the firebombing of Tokyo and the atomic attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Quote, the cumulative total for Operation Gomorrah, calculated by the local police authorities by December 1943, was 31,647. The figure was revised in May 1944 to 38,975, which is close to the figure currently favored of 37,000. That is to say, it is currently believed 37,000 people were killed in the incendiary bombing campaign against Hamburg, not over 100,000.
A quote by Thomas Goodrich from the book Hellstorm sums up the scenes rather well. Due to the tremendous heat, some bunkers contained only dozens of log-like shapes, charred and shriveled to only a quarter of their original size.
The book and the movie of the same name that Thomas Goodrich co-wrote with its director neo-Nazi Kyle Hunt is not an authoritative work of history. It's a polemic that seeks to expose Allied, quote, war crimes. The quoted section is from page 34 of Hellstorm, but carries footnotes to Middlebrook's Hamburg and Hastings' Bomber Command. Though it doesn't actually concern Hamburg at all, which is what Zoomer Historian was talking about at this point, it's about the bombing of Darmstadt. Either Zoomer Historian made a mistake while plumbing the book for grueling quotes, which is possible because the author of Hellstorm speaks about Hamburg on previous pages, or Zoomer Historian is borrowing a horrible account from a separate event to make another event look more terrifying. Also, Hellstorm cites page 266 of Martin Middlebrook's The Battle of Hamburg for this chilling section, but I can't see any relevance to it on page 266 of the book, and in fact the surrounding pages talk about a very ineffective firebombing raid on Hamburg that caused little damage. There exists a possibility that I and the author of Hellstorm are looking at separate editions of the book, though the release year of my copy and the copy listed in Hellstorm's bibliography is identical, so this shouldn't be the case. So significant portions of this quote that Zoomer Historian reads seems to have no connection to any source. Though again, I am leaving open the possibility that these are separate editions of the book.
Surely, even these terror bombers
Even the
had the
most
heart
unassuming
not to bomb a
ingredient.
barely defended and militarily unimportant cultural centre hundreds of miles from their own front lines, or so the residents of this doomed city thought. The town had barely any industry to mention.
Quoting the 1942 Dresden yearbook, anyone who knows Dresden only as a cultural city would rightly be very surprised to be made aware of the extensive and versatile industrial activity, with all its varied ramifications, that make Dresden one of the foremost industrial locations of the Reich.
Fasching is a German event, kind of like Mardi Gras. It fell on the 13th of February. In all of Germany, celebrations did not go ahead like normal due to the war, except in one city. Dresden was still in a fit enough state for celebrations to go ahead.
Technically true, but technically not. Quote, the city's people, and especially its children, have spent the day celebrating a somewhat toned-down wartime version of Fasching.
At 10 p.m., however, the sirens sounded.
It was 9:51 p.m., but close enough, I guess.
Klaus von Ferentiel, an SS officer, laying injured in a military hospital, missing half his hip at the time, recalls how he felt it simply couldn't be true. Surely, these fellow Christians, these supposedly civilized men of Western civilization, couldn't commit such an obvious war crime. Tons and tons of bombs began hurtling down to Earth.
You're talking about an SS officer bemoaning the war crimes of the Allies, dude. Come on.
The circus performers for the Fasching festival and their animals were ripped from the face of the earth.
Beyond his consistent lying, I have no cause to doubt that most of the devastation Zoomer Historian describes is somewhat representative. However, this part just is not true. Quote, the circus air raid warden could nevertheless proudly report that no one who stayed in the circus building had died as a result of enemy action. Of the staff who perished, all were either with the doomed animals on the bank of the Elbe during the second attack, or had set off for home after the first raid. They died at home or were killed in the streets, like so many other Dresdeners. The account reproduced in Taylor's book only mentions the tigers perishing in the fire, no other animals, though it does mention that some horses were wounded. Circus staff did die, but not from bombs hitting the circus. They died because they were in Dresden.
The city had no anti-aircraft defenses to speak of.
This is often brought up, and I'm not quite sure why, because Dresden being undefended wasn't because of its lack of military importance. In fact, it was heavily defended in the past. It was barely defended because Germany, having been fighting a losing war for arguably around 2 years at this point, no longer had the means to defend itself adequately. On October 7, 1944, less than a year before the Dresden firebombing, the Allies carried out bomber raids against oil processing plants in central and eastern Germany. Weather complicated the bombing raid, causing many bombers to not find their targets. Under such circumstances, mission come with secondary targets. For the 303rd Group of B-17 bombers, this meant they would either proceed towards Dresden or Zwickau. Its commander chose Dresden, with the rail yards as their target. They were greeted by, quote, moderate to intensive and accurate flak. Flak is a colloquial term for anti-aircraft artillery, that is, military defenses against aircraft. In other words, Dresden was very much a defended city. Of the 30 B-17s in this flight, 10 suffered substantial damage from anti-aircraft fire. That is 1/3 substantially damaged, hardly undefended. Over time, however, the flak in Dresden was depleted or had been withdrawn to defend other targets. The city was supposedly defended by 20mm light anti-air, but this hardly amounted to much. But Allied planners could not have known that this would be the case by February 1945. Neither could they have known that the Luftwaffe would send up no fighters. It wasn't until the first Mosquito heavy fighter went down to 2,000 or 3,000 feet to drop flares to mark the aiming point that pilots became aware of what they apparently had suspected for some time. That Dresden was undefended by anti-aircraft artillery. Dresden should have been defended. It was a city of strategic importance due to its industry and the presence of the rail junction. But because of the dwindling resources of the Reich at this point in the war, it was not adequately defended.
And the planes were flying so low that they could see the masses of costumed partygoers in the streets.
This one is absurd for a number of reasons. The bombing took place after 10 p.m. in February. On the 13th of February, the sun sets around 7 p.m. in Dresden, with twilight occurring somewhere between 5 to 6 p.m. depending on your definition of twilight. This is all according to timeanddate.com. As I've already mentioned, the bombers needed advanced aircraft to drop flares to mark their aiming points, and we have recordings of the bomber crews searching for the flares. In terms of bombing altitude, 49th Squadron, described as going in relatively low due to the absence of flak, was bombing at an altitude somewhere between 12,000 feet and 13,500 feet. I want you to imagine what you'd be able to see at an altitude of 12,000 feet at 10 p.m. at night. Now, knowing that Zoomer historian had brought up Hellstorm, I decided to look into it. I found the passage that I believe he read for this section, but I can't be sure since it doesn't do citations. It's on page 107. This is also seemingly where he got his anecdote about everyone in the circus being blown to bits, which didn't happen, and Hellstorm cites nothing for this particular claim. It also claims the night was, quote, bright as day, but I have no idea how or why that would be, prior to the firebombing at least. I've not seen any source describe the moon as particularly bright or the skies as cloudless. I tried to find a reason for why the night could have been, quote, bright as day, but could not find one. However, as I said earlier, the night could have been bright as day after the bombing. The first instance of that turn of phrase in the book is used by an eyewitness account to describe the scene after the city was set ablaze, and later to describe the brightness of a marking flare that landed close to someone's house. The author of Hellstorm thereafter transforms the meaning of it to apply to general visibility conditions for the bombers. After about 3 minutes of describing the horrors, focusing quite a bit on zoo animals, he gets to the second wave of bombers.
The terrified voice of the announcer blared out over the few radios that still functioned, telling everyone to get to shelter and that another wave of bombers was coming. Over 1,000 Allied bombers came flying overhead, low enough to see the masses of dead.
In total, more than 1,000 bombers would hit Dresden, but the second wave consisted of, quote, more than 550 British bombers, though only 525 aircraft arrived at the target. He once again says they bombed low enough to see the dead, which once again is doubtful, considering this wave bombed from even higher than the first at 20,000 feet, and into the smoke billowing from the fires of the first raid. Though I should note that Mackey, which is an older source and possibly not an expert one, claims that one bomber went below clouds at 8,000 feet. Whether or not he could have seen anything at that altitude, I can't say, but many years later he claims he did. Though I should note that being able to distinguish individuals but not the aiming point marked by illuminating flares, which according to eyewitnesses burned bright as day, seems strange. Though there may be factors at play here which I could not find in the sources. Quote, despite illuminating flares, the smoke from the fires rendered it impossible to identify the aiming point with certainty.
Over 1,000 bombers dropped not only the usual payload of bombs, but thousands of incendiary bombs. These bombs were timed to land and fall amongst the debris into every nook and cranny. They had deliberately flattened the city hours earlier so that they could now drop these incendiaries to cause the maximum amount of death. The city went up like a tinderbox.
Zoomer historian gets confused about what happened and claims the first bombers dropped high explosives to turn the city into rubble, and the second wave dropped incendiaries on the rubble. This is not what happened. Both dropped a mix of high explosives and incendiaries. In fact, the first attack was so effective at lighting the city on fire, it provided two challenges to the second wave. One, the smoke clouds were far more intense than any cloud cover would be that night, and two, the target was already in flames. So the bombers had to quickly make a decision to have their marker planes mark new targets, so as to not just drop bombs onto the exact same spots, effectively wasting the entire attack. This meant the attack was less concentrated and less coordinated. It also led to Dresden becoming the greatest area destroyed in a single night. Quote, it was squadron leader de Wesselo and wing commander Legoud's joint decision, as the second wave surged towards Dresden, to abandon the designated aiming point and bomb outside the already burning areas of the city, which turned the raid into a byword for slaughter. Their move doomed not only large areas of the residential suburbs, but also the great gathering places of the homeless and the dehoused. Taylor here explicitly says that this decision turned the bombing from any other into something perceived as far more brutal. Let me read a very important section of Taylor's Dresden to you. It now seemed that the British were bombing the dispossessed and the homeless. The park, the zoo, the lodges, exhibition buildings, and restaurants were all sacrificed to explosion and flame. This was starting to look like sadism, and that would be the view of many observers after the war. To the aircrew, most of whose knowledge of the cityscape of Dresden and its amenities was at best cursory, the evidence is that it just looked like an area that needed to be bombed. There was no special sadism at work here or deliberate plan to maximize human suffering. The bombers were of course aware of the human cost this raid would have, this was war, but they did not have intimate knowledge of circumstances on the ground, and did not take measures intended to maximize suffering, as a Zoomer historian implies. In fact, when A for Able came in for its bomb run, instructions as to where to bomb ceased, presumably because of the discussion of the ad hoc plan between the planes in charge of the bomb run. So the bombardier for A for Able made a decision, assuming wrongly that the lead bomber had been killed. Quote, I told Dig to turn to starboard to the south of the city. He swung the aircraft away from the heart of the inferno, and when we were just beyond the fringe of the fires, I pressed the bomb release. I hoped the load would fall into open country. I couldn't forget what we had been told at briefing, or the old newsreels of German dive-bombing atrocities. Another tail gunner, part of a rookie crew on their first mission, said, so this is trial under fire. We did it. We have almost completed our first trip. There is no jubilation from the crew, not even a slight hurrah.
Allied pilots after the war spoke of how they could literally see women, children, dogs, and all sorts moving below on the streets as they dropped their bombs on them, and how terrible they felt afterwards. However bad they felt, it changed nothing.
It's at this point, when Zoomer historian is plagiarizing Hellstrom once again, that I could find his source for Allied pilots being able to see people down below. It cites McKee again. It's a passage on page 183. It's the Wesselo's own recollection of events. He's unsure of some of the details, like the position of the industrial areas in relation to where he was at the time, or the position of the actual smoke cloud from the city. He does recall seeing people in the street. He said, quote, all these raids were pretty horrifying though.
The local parks were a scene of total death and destruction. The RAF knew that civilians would flee to these open spaces to escape the flames, so they hit the parks particularly hard to kill as many people as they could.
As I've explained, this wasn't the case. We know what the plans were for Dresden. We also know that the bombs of the second wave fell where they did due to an ad hoc decision made purely on the basis of dropping bombs in other locations than where they had already fallen. These bombs were dropped outside of where they were originally planned to drop. This park had no military value. It was not on the list of targets. Zoomer historian's claim is that this was deliberately planned for. It wasn't, and to imagine that the pilots had a one-to-one understanding of what was going on the ground in order to make this decision to bomb the specific areas civilians were gathering is absurd, especially considering the confusion I've already detailed, which caused one bomber to jettison its bombs towards open country. Surely, if the plan was to maximize civilian casualties, he could have just dropped them randomly over the city instead.
The survivors began to assemble in whatever open spaces still remained. Individuals became a mass as they all trudged along towards the bombed out main park, each person injured in their own unique way, but just relieved to be alive. The relief didn't last long. The air raid sirens blared again, and a mass of US fighters came swarming from the sky, opening fire at the masses of refugees, tearing them to pieces. They hit them in the parks, they hit them in the columns fleeing the city, they hit them everywhere they could find them. One even deliberately targeting the last living giraffe, as well as others like deers and other animals at the zoo.
This is my favorite part of Zoomer Historian's video because among all the insane stuff he says, this is the most deranged. Especially the part about a fighter plane deliberately trying to kill a giraffe. This never happened. McKee's book seems to uncritically repeat eyewitness accounts claiming this, and so does Hellstorm for obvious reasons. This is why I earlier in the video said McKee's book may not be an expert source, and pointed out that it's quite old by this point. Over 40 years old. Frederick Taylor addresses this myth in Appendix A of his book. Taylor has traced the myth to a post-war German report from 1952 by a writer named Axel Rodenberger, published in a pop magazine called Das Grüne Blatt. I probably messed up that pronunciation. However, what really brought the myth to the fore was the international bestseller The Destruction of Dresden in 1963, by none other than the man proven by a UK High Court to have deliberately misrepresented and manipulated historical evidence, the Holocaust denier David Irving. Now, I want to apologize ahead of time because I want to devote significant time just to this strafing myth because it's very funny how wrong Zoomer Historian and David Irving are. As funny as discussing lines about a grim event such as this can be anyhow. I'm going to put up a ticking counter showing how many times the base assumptions of this myth are contradicted by simple, documented facts. First, Irving embellished an already existing mythical tale by the first communist prime minister of Saxony, published in a book that was, quote, half a serious attempt at history, half an anti-Western rant. Irving alleged, among other things, that a choir boy was killed by strafing. This choir boy was killed by British bombs in the second British night raid, which we've discussed. This was before a single P-51 had taken to the air. He cites a police chief who was reporting what he was told, which we know to be erroneous as the police chief says strafing was observed on every raid, including the British raid, which Frederick Taylor says was, quote, an impossibility given the circumstances. David Irving claims the American strafing attacks were carried out by the 20th Fighter Group. Quote, he goes on to recount how simultaneously with the end of the American attack at 12:23 p.m., the 37 P-51s of the 20th Fighter Group's A Group hurtled low towards the city. The 20th Fighter Group was engaged in an American raid against a city that ended at 12:23 p.m., a raid against Prague, 80 miles away from Dresden. The Dresden raid ended at 12:31 p.m., not 12:23 p.m. Irving alleges that while strafing trucks full of refugees, a P-51 flew so low that it crashed into a wagon and exploded. Quoting Taylor again, it is quite true that a Mustang of 20th Group was lost in this way. We even know that the aircraft in question was flown by Lieutenant Jack D. Leon. The problem is that the place where the pilot met his fate was near Donauwörth, in western Bavaria, approximately 210 miles from Dresden. He was killed as he was attacking a vehicle carrying a Wehrmacht colonel, not refugees. Quoting further, no pilot from any of the escort groups died or was lost over Dresden itself. Irving does not refer to any other documentary evidence for the activities by fighter aircraft from groups that were actually at Dresden. The park that Zoomer Historian refers to, I believe, is the Grossogarten. Günther Kannegieser's friend was in there, and Kannegieser said, quote, and he saw no low-flying fighters there, and we both knew what a strafing attack looked like. Policeman Werner Ehrlich was also in the same area, and 40 years after the event said he dodged an incendiary bomb, but, quote, no actual shots. And also, quote, I heard nothing in my official capacity about all those low-flying fighters that are supposed to have done for all those people, allegedly heaps of them. Quoting Taylor, there is no documentary information whatsoever in neither the American Army Air Force documents available, nor, perhaps more significantly in German accounts originating at the time, are such daylight strafing attacks mentioned. David Irving alleges that the A Group of the 20th Fighter Group, which we already mentioned wasn't actually there, had orders to strafe targets of opportunity, including locomotives, trucks, and such. He provides no evidence for this claim. In fact, the official orders given to the fighters who were escorting the bombers at Dresden are available for all to read in the National Archives in Washington. Every attempt will be made to conserve gasoline. Any strafing will be done on withdrawal, at group leaders' discretion, if no EA have been encountered, that is enemy air, or are expected. Only A groups will strafe. Airdoms will not, repeat, will not be strafed. Now, this seems like it leaves open the possibility for strafing to have occurred, but we know what sort of strafing this group actually carried out. Quote, the group had one squadron in combat over Dresden, no enemy aircraft seen by other groups. A groups went to deck for strafing on withdrawal. This will need some explanation. On withdrawal means after the fighters have finished their escort duties. This means when the fighters have accompanied the bombers back from Dresden towards an area where no enemies are to be expected. The fighters' job was to keep at altitude in proximity to the bombers and to keep up, so as to be able to head off any fighters come to intercept the bombers. A fighter cannot combine this duty with strafing at ground level 20,000 feet below. So the fighter would accompany the bombers until withdrawal, which could happen 30 minutes or 2 hours after the bombs had been dropped, quote, depending on the perceived level of continuing risk. There are actually documented strafing attacks by the aircraft that went to Dresden, but all of those occurred over 100 miles west of Dresden after withdrawal, as instructed in their orders. You might say that the Allies simply covered up their atrocities, but this is unlikely because a potential war crime is literally documented in these reports. A pilot admitted to firing on a hospital train by mistake, because he at first could not make out the red cross on the roofs of their cars. Presumably, he did not make a second pass at the train once he became aware of this. Dr. Helmut Schnatz witnessed the bombing of Koblenz as a boy, and also witnessed low-level strafing. He went on to write authoritative articles on the air war in Germany and became fascinated with the often quite glaring contradiction he found in the accounts of air attacks. After 10 years of research, Dr. Schnatz came to, quote, unmistakable and convincing conclusions, according to Taylor. Schnatz's conclusions are, there were no orders for the fighters to launch low-level strafing of Dresden. Even had this been so, documents regarding the precise course and duration of the operation indicate that no time could have been taken out for strafing over the target. The swift declaration of the all clear by the air raid authorities in Dresden, less than 15 minutes
Well, looks like I'm not gonna bother with much of documenting everything. Oh, maybe this one.
How's it feel, Proxy? Are you getting used to it? You're not having trouble breathing, are you? Grace, wait! The inside! The oxygen supply system is failing! Oh no, I didn't have time to run a proper diagnostic!
No, don't jump the gun. I just didn't have time to catch my breath. I was gonna say that the inside of the mech is way too loud.
Well, as long as it's not an issue with the external cockpit.
Hello? Shouldn't you worry about me first?
I've run 97 simulations in my head. The mech's defense protocols were designed to resist. The way it's responding, is the problem worse than we thought?
I think you might be right. Its voice sounds really welcoming? A little too welcoming. From the moment I synced with it, it started blasting some dance music from the old civilization, and kept repeating stuff like, "Welcome, the destroyer of humanity!" and "What is the ultimate secret of the universe?" Could it be some kind of ID verification?
Maybe it's just something its original owner programmed in. Some people in the field like their mech to
Lady Grace.
My Proxy, you came up with that awfully quickly. Is that...
Absolutely not. Don't make me sound like a weirdo.
Oh, I get it. But with a mech design this quirky and its programming so impeccable, I feel like this child's original owner must have been someone like me. A true tech buff with a unique flair.
Did you just compliment yourself?
Please stop resisting.
Manager? I didn't expect to run into you here.
Is this a golden bamboo? It looks kinda different from what I remembered.
That's what Qingyi calls it. It's been popping up around town and causing us all sorts of trouble.
Oh, look at this little cutie patootie. Oh, you're a feisty one. All right, I'm gonna call you little guy.
Excuse me. Could you maybe not hug the suspect?
Suspect? Surely you don't mean little guy. What did it do? Steal electricity? Bully other Bangbu? What kind of crime could something this adorable commit?
Disturbing public order? It strolled into the shopping district, drew a massive crowd, and completely blocked traffic for 2 hours. We brought it in for questioning, and instead of cooperating, it started yelling at us, accusing us of interfering with its mission to find some golden mecca.
Golden Mecca. Sounds like something straight out of a comic book. Little guy, you sure you lost a gold mech and not, say, a gray one? That's a shame. I thought you might actually be its real owner. But the one we found is all dull and gray. Doesn't have that golden mecha energy at all. Cheap knockoff? Did you just call my work a cheap knockoff? Oh, little guy. Sounds like you're suffering from hollow-induced delusions. But don't worry. I know just how to fix that. Let me crack you open for a quick little... Poor little guy. He's seriously unwell.
Bangbo destroying humanity. That sounds familiar. Didn't Billy mention something like this before?
Suspect, mind your words! Under new Eridu Public Safety Law, Article 132, threats against public safety carry a maximum sentence of 25 years. Manager, Grace, I'll take it back to public security for now. Sorry for all the trouble.
Wait. Somehow it feels like we're the ones who caused the trouble.
Rates against public safety carry maximum sentence of 25 years. Oh, that's ridiculous. God.
Is this also part of your plan?
Whoa, what a pretty little child! I've never seen it before, though. Watch out, Proxy! It's up to no good.
I can tell.
Careful, Proxy! It's switching up its moves! Dodge them!
told me test driving a mech would be like this.
Roxy.
I'm fine, don't worry.
What a remarkable child! And there are 2 of them!
Is it just me, or is there some kind of noise coming from the other mech? You don't have to be so loud. We can hear you, you know. Hey, like I said, we can hear you. Also, just for the record, Eos is very clean. Indie music? You mean the dance music blasting in the cockpit? Wow, your taste is stuck 2 decades in the past. It was just a figure of speech. You really don't need to be thinking out loud.
It's our delusional little guy. No wonder. I thought I saw a small golden ball bouncing around in the cockpit during the fight.
That's a long name. You sure you won't forget it halfway through your own introduction?
The great golden... little guy. Did you really design this mech? How'd you do it? What kind of core tech did you use? Is the gold plating actually salvaged from the hollows? It must be the Unit 01 you were talking about. If you're actually its owner, then surely you know how to stop it from exploding, right? But if this is all just your delusion, then I guess we'll have to pop you open and fix that. But don't worry, I'll be very gentle while reprogramming you into a good little bamboo.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm pretty sure we won this round. Thinking out loud again.
Have you been asleep so long that your social skills have degraded completely? Huh? I was expecting some kind of trash talk, but I got a bunch of compliments instead? Little guy, are you sure you want to keep fighting? I don't think you have enough energy left to make it out of the hollow.
Oh! So this big guy... Let's go, bro!
Anton, the mech looks empty.
Huh? Another out-of-control mech accident?
Try looking down.
Make a picture of I'll be back.
It's after the last bomb was dropped at 12:31 p.m. indicates that there could have been no additional air attack once the bombers had gone. The P-51s at Dresden were operating close to the limit of their fuel capacity and could not have undertaken extensive low-level strafing so far from base without endangering their own safety. They did strafe, but only far to the west of Dresden, mainly against railway targets, when their escort duties were over and running out of fuel was no longer a problem. Given the agreement between German as well as American accounts of the raid on Dresden, there can be no question of American records being falsified or sanitized after the event. To clarify the latter, he's saying it's impossible that the Americans covered it up, because German records agree with the American records. So for it to have occurred, the Nazis would have had to cover up a war crime against their own people. Strafing did not occur at Dresden. There are numerous reasons why eyewitness accounts allege that it did. Incendiary canisters falling from the sky may take on the appearance of tracers. American and German fighters would likely have chased each other low, as they traded altitude for speed to evade each other's gunfire. Some may have mistaken the mosquitoes who were dropping marking flares for enemy fighter planes coming in for strafing runs. Most of the people in Dresden had never witnessed a strafing attack up close, and many had just experienced many traumatic hours after the nighttime British bombing raid, followed by a new daylight American bombing raid. It's easy to mistake one thing for another in this sort of situation. As covered, the witness accounts of what happened at Dresden are incredibly contradictory and must therefore be compared to documentary evidence and expert analysis. It's at this point when historians equipped with a more complete overview have the terrible job of overruling the direct testimony of survivors. It's not something historians find pleasant. Though the survivors were never fired at by P-51s,
Is it just me, or... You don't... Hey, like I said... Indie music? It was just a figure of speech. It's our... That's a pretty special name. The great little guy. Did you really design this? It must be the you. But if this is all just your delusion, but don't worry, I'll be. Sorry to interrupt. Thinking out loud again. Huh? Little guy, are you
Let's go, bro.
Anton?
Huh? Another?
Try looking down.
Origins. I didn't meet Ash. Let's do this. That wasn't what I wanted to do.
They experienced the moment as such, and the way they experienced the traumatic bombing of Dresden is nonetheless valid, and an important source for understanding wartime trauma. The point of arguing against this myth is not to minimize the experience of survivors, but to correct the historical record. These are two separate things, though sometimes informed by one another.
A month after the massacre, the Dresden police chief reported that over 200,000 dead bodies had been recovered from the ruins, not counting those where nothing was left, as they had been boiled into nothingness. The chief later updated his numbers to 250,000.
Zoom historian claims he's citing the police chief's numbers. He might think he is, but he isn't. I know this because we know the numbers in the quote final report by the Dresden police and the SS. The report dated March 10th states 18,357 fallen, 2,212 seriously injured, 350,000 homeless and long-term rehoused. The total number of dead, including foreigners, is estimated at approximately 25,000. Beneath the masses of rubble, especially in the inner city, may lie several thousand more fallen, who may for the moment remain totally irrecoverable. Between 1945 and 1966, only 1,858 bodies were recovered from the rubble. That's 20 years. Quote, since 1989, even with the extensive excavation and rebuilding that followed the fall of communism in Dresden, no bodies have been recovered at all, even though careful archaeological investigations have accompanied the redevelopment. Quoting Taylor, the death statistics were not based on rough estimates. The process of registering and counting the dead and their possessions was meticulous in the extreme. The figure that Zoomer historian refers to at 200,000 was initially published not based on any official sources, such as the police chief who mentions, but were published in Svenska Dagbladet, a Swedish magazine. So why does Zoomer historians say these were the numbers of the Dresden police? Taylor says there is a good reason to believe that in March, extracts from the documents by the Dresden police and the SS were leaked to the press. However, the document had been altered. The revised number of dead after the final report, which now numbered at 20,204, was somehow in this leaked report revised to 202,040. The police's initial estimation of total dead went from 25,000 to 250,000, and the number of corpses incinerated in the Altmark at 6,856 went up to 68,650. Those with keen eyes may notice that every single figure suddenly acquired an extra zero. That's because these documents were leaked to the press by none other than Goebbels' propaganda ministry. Quote, according to testimony at Nuremberg by the chief of the propaganda ministry's press division, Hans Fritzsche, Goebbels had already made his own private estimate of about 40,000 dead at Dresden. The number is actually close to the currently held estimate of between 25,000 and 40,000 dead. Hate to say it, but Goebbels was dead on the money. So how did the numbers actually get to this point, and why does the myth persist so strongly? Once again, Taylor addresses this in one of the appendices of his book. In 1952, Axel Rodenberger published Der Tod von Dresden, in which he compiles hearsay, his own observations, and excerpts from Goebbels' propaganda into something that ends up at a figure of 350,000 to 400,000 dead, based on a quote official report that nobody has ever seen, except supposedly him. Then, predictably once again, David Irving enters the scene. In his 1963 book, Irving produced the number, quote, at least 135,000 dead. This was based on limited evidence at the time and almost pure estimation. Irving didn't have access to the final report, but was given access to the report that had come from Goebbels' propaganda ministry, which then inflated Irving's numbers even higher. Funnily enough, he had said these numbers were fake in the first edition of his book, but changed his mind. In 1965, the final report from the police and the SS finally surfaced, and almost simultaneously, the reports flowing flowing from Dresden to Berlin at the time of the bombing were also discovered. Irving had to later admit that the six-figure numbers he had based himself off, those that had originated in the Nazi Ministry of Propaganda, were, quote, probably a Nazi fake. Alexander McKee, whom Hellstone also cites and he had cautioned against relying upon a couple of times in this video, also figures with the numbers. At one point, using overestimations of refugees and the lack of enough air raid shelters, he simply decides that the casualty numbers aren't high enough and decides to double them. Quoting Taylor, six-figure numbers of the dead at Dresden would be encouraged by the Nazi propagandists and are still quoted more than half a century later, though mostly by right-wing extremists attempting to gain converts to their cause by promoting the idea of a German Holocaust worse than Auschwitz. However, the accepted death toll both then and now remains between 25,000 and 40,000. Anyways, let's justify the bombing of Dresden.
In what way is American fighters afterwards targeting civilian columns or congregations of them at the parks, destroying the railway junction?
That never happened.
In what way is incinerating between 200,000 and 400,000 people?
Never happened.
An acceptable justification for stopping troops which could simply be redirected around the city?
Trains run on tracks. These tracks are in specific places, and the stations they go to have a specific capacity. Some are larger, some are smaller. There's a reason the troops are routed through Dresden to begin with. Quote, with the conquest of vast areas of Eastern Europe and Russia after 1941, Dresden became a part of a huge overstretched rail network. The importance of Dresden as a transit point for military traffic can be seen from the figures of October 1944. A total of 28 military trains, altogether carrying almost 20,000 officers and men, were in transit through Dresden-Neustadt each day. Taylor argues that 3 months later, conditions were right for this number to have been higher, though I don't believe concrete numbers for this exist. Quoting Taylor, that was part of the Allies' calculation when they started to place Dresden in their sights. He quotes an American prisoner of war who was there. The night before the raids on February 13th, we were shunted into the Dresden marshalling yard, where for nearly 12 hours German troops and equipment rolled into and out of Dresden. I saw with my own eyes that Dresden was an armed camp. Thousands of German troops, tanks and artillery, and miles of freight cars loaded with supplies supporting and transporting German logistics towards the east to meet the Russians.
In what way is deliberately creating a firestorm going to stop a railway any better than other means at the disposal of the Allies that would cause far fewer or no civilian casualties?
I don't personally believe the firestorm was in any way justifiable, but the rationale for utilizing incendiary bombs should be explained. Strategic bombing is not very accurate, and strategic bombing at night even less so. Utilizing incendiary bombs means you can be sure to devastate a much larger area, and it can complicate works to put out fires or mitigate destruction. The goal of strategic bombing is to maximize destruction of your targets, in this case not just the rail yard, but also the outlying industry and infrastructure. The chaos serves a purpose, even if it is horrific. Quoting Taylor again, Dresden remained known to the outside world almost exclusively for its leisure-related and luxury industries. This was an important factor in the pervasive post-war myth that, at the time of the bombing raids, it was a, quote, city without industry, and, quote, of no military or industrial importance. Even many prosperous Dresdeners seem to have been only half aware of what went on in their city, away from the pleasant suburbs where they lived. Most of the factories formerly making consumer goods or luxury items had, by 1944, been turned over almost entirely to war work. Sewing machine factories were converted into armaments factories. The company Richard Gable & Co. went from producing machines for making marzipan and waffles to 96% of its production going to the military, including torpedo.
Are you the owner? Then you must know that the mech in Starlight Night Season 5, Episode 372 at the 15-minute mark was totally based on this mech! So tell me, when you designed it, were you inspired by sci-fi comics?
As expected of the biggest action movie fan. Billy, you've changed the vibes completely.
Huh? Oh, nah. It showed up for like 15 seconds before Starlight Knight 1 punched it off the screen. But for a villain mech, it held up much better than most. It even made Starlight Knight pull out that move. You know the one, right? Oh, so cool.
Still talking big, huh, little guy? But you lost again.
Huh. You're surprisingly gullible. I didn't know you're the kind of Bang Boo that actually pays people for their time. I kind of thought you'd just kidnap humans and force them to work for you. You've got it all wrong. Bang Boo have always been humans' friends in New Eridu, including Eos, who's piloting Unit 01.
External high voltage has scrambled your circuits. If it's not taken care of immediately, the damage will spread through your whole body. You're being delusional again, little guy. Let me help you. Huh. I thought a feisty little guy like you wouldn't make a sound during surgery. Relax, I just cleaned up your circuits a little. Bang Boo have always been friends with humans, just like the proxy said.
Looking forward to your next visit. It'll help us improve our training. Is something on your mind, Grace?
That little guy, Hercules. I get the feeling that he just needs a little more care. Proxy, let's wrap up today's training. You and Eos worked hard.
Oh.
Parts for the Navy. A concentration camp laborer transported to Dresden for slave labor in the Dresden factories described filling bullets in a factory originally intended for cigarette production. These are just some of the examples of the many ways factories were converted for armaments production in Dresden. Both Dresden's industry became more important and its position as a transport junction became more important as the war went on. This made Dresden an obvious target for Allied bombing. In fact, 1 month prior to the bombing raids, Heinz Guderian, the chief of the Army General Staff, had secretly classified Dresden as a military strongpoint. General Adolf Strauss had been put in charge of setting up a defensive line running straight through Dresden to force the Red Army to spend the lives of their soldiers in costly house-to-house fighting throughout the so-called City of Art. The city was, quote, intended in late Hitlerite Gotthardammerung fashion to be defended to the bitter end. Though the incendiary bombs were of course dropped by the Allies, part of the responsibility of the death toll in Dresden must also be placed on the authorities, as Dresden was woefully under-equipped with bombing shelters. The Nazis designated Dresden as a strongpoint without giving it air defenses or bombing shelters to protect its civilian population against what would inevitably be the result of such an action. Now, in terms of what effect the bombs actually had on its intended targets, the bombing had a greater perceived effect than Allied planners had anticipated, as evidenced by the fact that the second wave of night bombers had to improvisationally select a new target for their bombs, because the first wave had unexpectedly been enough to devastate the target of the raid. Of course, the firestorm was still raging, and daytime aerial photography hadn't yet taken stock of the damage, so they had no way of knowing what real effect the raid would have had at this point. Among expressly military targets that were destroyed, only one was important. The Wehrmacht's main command post in Dresden was totally annihilated, taking with it every enlisted man and officer inside. Many military hospitals were also destroyed. Very few soldiers were killed as they were confined to barracks, and the barracks by the river Elbe had emerged unscathed. Almost 200 factories were damaged. 136 of these were seriously damaged. 41 of these were mentioned as important for military production. 21 of these experienced 100% production stoppages as a result of the bombing. Quote, the effect on armaments production must have been enormous. Disruption did not arise from damage to the factory buildings alone. Death of workers, damage to their homes and to essential infrastructure, including transportation links, also played a vital part in drastic reductions in productivity.
It feels wrong to promote my Patreon or anything else as I normally would at the end of the video.
It doesn't feel wrong to promote my Patreon at the end of this video, where I correct the record on falsehoods spread by a Nazi YouTuber. So if you like this video, want behind the scenes content, early access to videos and such, or just want to support what I'm trying to do, please check out the Patreon link below. In conclusion, in addition to Zoomer Historian being an out-and-about Nazi, he is profoundly lazy. His plagiarism of neo-Nazi authors is a part of his weaponized laziness. If you cite a really bad source, it's very easy to look at that source and know your argument probably sucks. If you're lazy and cite no source, it's a lot harder. Zoomer Historian is a terrible historian who lazily and uncritically regurgitates any source so long as it's signed by a fellow Nazi. Zoomer Historian is also a coward who hides behind a thin veneer of false objectivity. I like to think I'm not a coward, so I'll offer my take on the bombing of Dresden. The tremendous civilian casualties and the complete destruction of Dresden, represents one of countless tragedies in the course of the war. The bombing of Dresden followed a pattern of escalating attacks against civilian population centers started by Nazi Germany, and was in line with how war was conducted at the time. However, there is debate whether or not it represents a war crime. That is not for me to say. However, the way in which the bombing was carried out should be critiqued. An ad hoc decision to change the bombing location at night to ensure maximum destruction seems to me, in hindsight, irresponsible. And we know now that strategic bombing was not nearly as effective as the Allies had hoped it would be, which begs the question, was it worth it? I won't condemn the bombing of Dresden, but I will criticize how the Allies went about it. Dresden by no means had to earn the dubious moniker, the largest area destroyed by aerial bombing in a single day. Quoting Major General Frederick Lewis Anderson, commander of the 8th Bomber Command in the European Theatre of Operations of World War II. The air gives uncurbed bestial instincts a wider field of expression, leaving only humanity and common sense to dictate limitations. All of us have seen the result of air power as used by the beast. To one such as he, any horror is justified so long as his end is accomplished. But he fails to realize that even his purpose could be better accomplished if he used methods which are more efficient and which happen at the same time to be more humane. In the period. Zoomer Historian ended his video with a quote by Arthur Harris, and I will too. But first, I want to briefly tell you about the first building of Dresden to be set ablaze in the period. Quote, on November 9th, 1938, a group of SA men broke into the synagogue even before the main mob arrived, scattering gasoline and setting alight the interior, with its rich hangings and wooden furniture and fittings. The firefighters rushed toward the still fresh conflagration, only to find themselves barred from quelling the fire by a ring of SS and SA thugs. By morning, what had once been the largest synagogue in Germany was a collection of smoking ruins. Finally, I want to quote Arthur Harris's famous whirlwind speech. Quote, the Nazis entered this war under the rather childish delusion that they were going to bomb everyone else, and nobody was going to bomb them. Zoomer Historian represents a growing problem on History YouTube and on social media in general, of far-right actors allowed to spew their alternative narratives unchallenged and unmoderated, often aimed specifically at children and those who don't know better. If you'd like to support my work challenging this sort of stuff on YouTube, please subscribe to my Patreon. And special thank you to the patrons at the $10 tier. Pencil, Lolo M, Alice D, Rishire, Jordan M, and Monday's Last Brain Cell. Thank you all so much, and thank you for watching.
Oh, when are we releasing that?
Manager, why do I feel like he's way too eager to admit defeat?
What exactly is the difference here?
Don't fall for it, Proxy. It'll be bad if he changes his mind after getting inside.
Grace?
Yes, Proxy?
You were the one who convinced me to take the gamble last time. Now we're just one step away. Do you want to keep going?
I'd like to settle this peacefully, but it feels like everything is going way too smoothly. Maybe little guy really has changed his mind about us. I hope.
What do you say, Billy?
Huh? Me? You're asking me to decide? Usually I just do what Nicole says. Is everyone waiting for me to speak up? Oh, okay, but I still don't get what this Golden Bangbu is trying to do. I mean, things like destroying humanity only exist in outdated comics, right? I say something wrong? Your most treasured legacy? That old comic book? Wait, the comic! I think I've read it before! It's, pretty good, actually! Really! Wait, does that mean we're fighting now? We're fighting, right? Manager! I think I just screwed up the negotiation. But why is everyone so calm about this? Oh, not everyone, I guess.
Hey! You hurt, whatever your name is! Bangu! My bro and I have... This time, you're not getting away from me.
Well, no need to ask Anton's opinion anymore. That escalated quickly.
Wait! That last line! That's straight out of the comic! He's totally planned this whole dramatic exit!
Little guy, you never disabled the attack mode on the backup mech, did you? When the proxy asked for my opinion earlier, I hesitated because I was debating whether or not to call you out. So there wasn't a single moment where you actually considered making peace with us?
I knew it! He was up to no good this whole time!
I'm really not great at handling situations like this. Wise would have done a much better job.
Manager, let's be real. That was on me. Man, I don't get it. Why is that old comic so important to him?
Comic? Could the answer be in there?
I was really hoping there was still a way to get him to change his mind, but at this point, looks like the final battle is inevitable. Proxy, we'll see it through together.
No, wiesz.
For it is only by re-examining the economic underpinnings of the Third Reich, by focusing on questions of land, food and labor, that we can fully get to grips with the breathtaking process of cumulative radicalization that found its most extraordinary manifestation in the Holocaust. Part of the goal of this video is to demystify some of the economic aspects of Germany in this period, a topic which is often taken for granted in popular history narratives. In many popular conceptions, particularly those fronted by people on the libertarian end of the political spectrum, Nazi Germany represents a special and aberrant example of what happens when a state seizes absolute control over all aspects of the economy. This sort of conception could not be further from reality. In the historiography of Nazi Germany, the Sonderweg thesis is a conception of Germany's history that regards its undemocratic development as markedly different from the rest of Western Europe, that Germany took a special path contingent on developments in the 19th century. In this view, the German bourgeoisie failed to develop enough power to accomplish its historic mission of overthrowing the entrenched aristocracy and instituting a liberal parliamentary government, and the result of this was National Socialism. For sure, all past history weighs in the present moment, whatever that moment may be, and so it's undeniable that these developments had some hand in what led to the rise of Nazi Germany. But I mentioned Sonderweg because it implies a uniqueness to the German experience, an alien character, something that maybe couldn't happen elsewhere. In the words of historian Roderick Stackelberg, putting the blame for Germany's misdevelopment on the pre-industrial aristocratic elites who should have been displaced from positions of power is really a sophisticated way of freeing the German bourgeoisie of responsibility for the unfortunate course of German history in the 20th century. Looking for some unique German characteristic as the cause for Hitler's rise may make it harder to prevent something similar from happening in a society such as ours. Some historians on the left reject Sonderweg on the basis that the theory underestimates the potential for fascism to arise within liberal capitalist societies. Should you continue to look for the alien in Nazi Germany, the imagery and narrative conjured by your mind is one of which things work differently from here, wherever or whenever that may be. And this obscures the many dark mirrors of our own society that could otherwise be seen in Nazi Germany, things that form prerequisites for the rise of Hitler. We're going to talk about the economics of Germany prior to, during, and after World War II. According to Roderick Stackelberg, Nazism is today remembered above all else as a cultural and political movement of unique destructiveness. Because neutrality towards Nazism is hardly possible, interpretation of its origins, meanings, and causes has become a battleground between competing political orientations, whether the egalitarian left, the liberal center, or the conservative right. Achieving true neutrality in the writing of history is also not a simple ordeal. Cold War historian and Yale professor John Lewis Gaddis said the following in Landscape of History, quote, "Because no two historians will ever perform this task in just the same way, there can be no single standard for objectivity in biography, or for that matter in all of history. The judgments any historian applies to the past can't help but reflect the present the historian inhabits. These will surely shift as present concerns do." Here's Roderick Stackelberg again. History is interpretation. No historian, however, can justify his or her work solely on the basis of providing the, quote, essential facts. Writing history is not separable from interpreting it. Even the most positivist and meticulously factual approach to history cannot avoid interpretation, if only in the selection of facts deemed worthy of presenting. I belabor this point because it's vital to dispel one of the fundamental misunderstandings of history, the idea that it's somehow apolitical and without academic battlegrounds. These are battlegrounds in which the nature of a period's history is continually reshaped, ideally, to be more accurate and truthful. Adam Tooze says the following in Wages of Destruction. But whilst we have been busy unraveling the central ideological and political thread of Hitler's regime, other crucial strands of the story have been relatively neglected. Most notably, historians have tended to downplay or even ignore the importance of the economy.
Another golden mecha? Hold up. They're fighting each other.
Anton! Billy!
It's Grace. Wait, is that manager in there?
Sorry for the wait. Come on, everyone. Let's win this round together.
So close. Roxy, let's finish this.
That's all you got? Don't forget, the real golden mecha's on our side.
Anton, Billy, are you guys okay?
Yeah. Good thing you and Grace got here when you did. Everything's fine. Manager, I finally remembered the name of that old comic. Golden Bang Boo! The comic you treasure so much. It's called When Aliens Came to Earth, right? It's not outdated at all. The whole Bang Boo avenging itself against humanity thing was just the beginning. What really stuck with me was the story after Chapter 6. It's my favorite part!
The universe's ultimate secret. That was the title of Chapter 6, right?
Huh? Did you read it too, Manager?
Hercules. Aren't you curious about how I managed to push the Golden Mecha to its final phase? The first time I sat in the mech, I heard a voice asking me, "What is the ultimate secret of the universe?" Grace said it was probably just some engineer's riddle. But the more I piloted the Golden Mecha, the more I started feeling like that question meant something. Something important. But I couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until our last negotiation fell apart, when Billy muttered, "Why is that old comic so important to him?" that it finally clicked. I mean, how important can a comic really be? But what if the person who made it was your creator? Samson Hu, renowned engineer and inventor. Throughout his life, he created countless innovations. And yet, when asked about his greatest achievement, he always said it was a Bang Boo. 20 years ago, he was killed in a corporate power struggle. The Bang Boo he cherished so much disappeared that very same day. If that were true, you wouldn't have programmed that verification question into your mech. The moment I said the answer, all that blaring dance music cut out. Everything went silent, and then all I heard was a gentle voice.
Our little Hercules wants to grow up into a strong, mighty Bangbu, huh? That's why you're always saying, I need to grow up faster. But you know, it's okay to take your time. I'll protect you. Your dream, my dream. We'll make them happen together.
The universe's ultimate secret is 42. That's your birthday, isn't it? 42? Maybe he believed that you could change this world. A little change for the better.
Can you hear me? Little guy, hear me out! You can stay here, just like all the other Bangbu. Like You do hear me, right, little guy?
Man, that little Bangbu. Still as stubborn as ever.
Oh, finally, my bro and I can get some rest. Hey, Grace, about my drill maintenance. Grace? Hello? Wait, you're not sad because he rejected you, are you?
What? No. I was just thinking about how everything's finally over.
Yeah, it's all over now.
Manager, what do you want to eat later? If we're grabbing something, I'll tell Nicole I'm not heading back yet.
Can we just get takeout? I need to get started on disabling 01's defense system as soon as we get—
Wait! Today's the last day on that self-destruct countdown, isn't it?
Eos is still inside!
Huh?
So what about the part where I it's still in the cockpit? I have no clue. But looks like I did everything else. Here I got the timed reward. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's it for this week. Alright, that's going to be it for the stream.